하면서 확실한 납치가 되지 않았습니다. 그리고 두 번째 용.
아무래도 렐 6렙 그리고 50렙 강한 타이밍이다 보니까 시야 작업도 잘 해뒀고요. 싸우고 싶은 거죠.
2500
갈라놨고
렐과
1300
이미지를 봐야 되거든요. 렐잘 들어갔어.
그 다음
조금 돌수 있나요?
이타
돌면서 와! 이러면
배치 안 되네.
농심이 와!
대박
농심이 착가님이
농심.
와 잠시 치고 있는 거죠.
루아
노틸러스 다 들었습니다. 오히려 노틸러스 들어주고 이러면
대장을 마구 깔면서
브리온이
들어가는데
좀 무리하는 줄 아닌가요?
요 아래 여기
노틸러스 등장!
와 가민이 대놓고 갖고가 있었거든요.
맞습니다.
기가 막혔네요. 가민이 대부 플레이.
그리고
아니
발까지 위험 발까지
발까지 잡아냅니다.
앞에 트래픽 위에 전장은 우리가 정하겠다.
그러니까 이미 체급에서는 좀 많이 벌어져 있어서 이거 젠지가 젠지 글로벌 아카데미가 좀 괜찮을지 모르겠니까 한번요. 출동 원판. 자
옆구리에서
배구 한줄 리시브
네.
토스 스파이크. 와 이거 진짜 퍼펙트.
와
그냥 죽었지만 웃으면서 죽었어요.
이 구도가
네.
세 번째.
몇 번 나오는 거예요 이 예술적인 한타가.
그라가스가
쪽으로?
네, 그라가스가 사이드에서 슈팅 달라지기 때문에 계속 말씀드리고요. 포킹도 당연히 맞추면 좋고 뭐 다른 것도 다른 거인데 제이스가 요즘 해먹을 보여주는
오히려 열어요. 오히려 열어요.
자 라이즈 일단 탱크하면서 들어옵니다.
마파이
미는 쪽에서 한번 붙거든요.
우리가 붙거든요 마파이.
대전의 마수
붙어주면서 자 앞라인 싸움하면
소리상이 모르겠어요?
브리온이
이타!
유리한 싸움 아닌가요?
이타!
브리온 유리한 싸움 아닌가요? 브리온이
브리온!
유리한 싸움 아닌가요?
근데 소리가 스매시
그리고
어서 사면 여기 내 라이트
그래도
이렇게 제이스가 다른 거 남았네요.
제이스가 가비
가민 제외 전부 전장이 탈.
아직까지 한참 부족한 것 같다. 갈 길이 멀구나라는 생각이 들었었는데 꾸역꾸역 3포 갖추긴 갖췄거든요.
그렇죠.
그래서 이제 거의 다 왔다고 말씀드릴 수 있는 상황을
자,
만들어야 되는 생각이 있거든요.
물러나라.
뒤로 빠져. 이 대전에만 떠나 있을 때마다 옥저팀의 상대 건물을 하나씩 깨면서 땅따먹기를 위해서 뭐 이겨나가고 있는 그런 느낌입니다. 자 그러면 병 터졌고 이러면 사연 터졌대. 근데 그웨이 잡혔어. 그웨이 잡혔어. 이게 그웨이를 죽였어요. 이러면 게임이 끝날 수 있는 건가요? 앞에 묶였죠. 앞에 묶였어요. 그게 뭐예요? 아 잠깐만. 잠시만 이게 뭔가요? DRX 출했습니다. 이번에 만딜로 왔어요. 만딜.
주요 전략이 있나요 KT?
화이트 이거 소리 나는 거 소리
화이트 노이즈? 못 줄여.
못
그래?
줄여요. 그거 정해야 돼.
적응해야 돼. 적응해야 돼.
왜 이렇게 귀염이야?
길게 말.
어...
막 콜 같은 거 해봐.
나 죽고 있어. 내가 살면서 KT 웨이랑 대회를 다 해.
이랑 뭐 필요한 거 없어? 안무 닦기 이런 거?
아니 없어. 나 핫팩만 있었는데.
와. 내 옆 퍼펙트다.
KT의 보물들 뭐야?
긴장하지 말고 가자.
아니
안
KT
돼.
판도라 상자들 뭐야?
할게.
나간다.
가보자.
제이스 봐줘 제이스.
출동 원판. 자 원판.
나 죽었어. 나 버려.
퍼펙트 라이브.
요네 봐줘 요네.
나갔어.
죽었지만 웃으면서 죽었어요. 이 구도가
네.
세 번째.
야 진짜 펜타가 아니야 이거는?
아니야 빼도.
아, 뺏어.
아니 왜 맨날 안
아들
이래?
아들 찍어줘. 아들 찍어줘.
아 끝나나 안 끝날 것 같은데?
왜 안 끝나? 왜 안 끝나?
끝나야지. 뭐야.
나 펜타키라고 싶어. 버스 감사해요.
잘 끝내자.
야 내가 특별이야.
야 근데 이거
나
왜
10초야.
또 인터뷰 우리 돼지지어야?
뭔 소리야 이거?
28초.
길이 형인데 이거.
끝내줘.
근데 이건 잡아야지.
이거 못 참지.
야, 제이스 노플.
아 죽여.
땡큐.
가자.
아니 근데 말이 안 돼 게임이.
아
참.
오 좋은데? 나 연습실도 약간 이런 분위기면 좋겠어. 밝기.
그건 아닌데.
혹시
저 앞에 해봐도 돼요? 진짜 자신 있는데.
보여줘.
제리?
아 앞에 얘기야.
제리 했을 때.
아 다시 있는 거야 앞에 얘기야.
나 믿어줘. 나 앞에 잘해. 내가 한번 잘해볼게.
오케이. 조바르면 안 터지면 된다. 바텀은.
폼을 냈어요. 앞으로 계속 전진한다.
아 안되지. 안돼. 까비. 아 내가 좀 실수했다. 쏘리.
괜찮아.
천천히. 이거 탑 보자.
사이언 안 보이고.
칼각 보자
나
지금.
텔 있어.
볼게. 보자. 프리스타.
길게 하면 상대가 터만 가.
프리스타.
길게 하면 간다. 짧게 하고.
밑으로. 나이스. 나 상황 좋아. 캐리 해줄게. 오케이.
선수 최대한 잘 버텨볼게. 야 이거 싸움 날만하다. 왜 가져?
빨리 좀.
나 정화했어.
괜찮아.
괜찮아. 빼면서.
우리 그웬 멀고. 그웬 멀어.
그냥 올수 있나?
나 싸우고 있어. 나 얘랑 싸우고 있어.
나 좋아.
나 봐줄래.
앞에 봐줘.
나 봐줘.
나 안 좋아.
빼야 돼.
뺄 수 있어.
먹을만해. 아, 먹고 살 사람
나
살아.
뺄게.
너 빼. 그냥 먹고 살 사람 살아.
먹고 살아야 돼.
살아야 돼.
빨리 나가면 도망가. 빨리 먹어.
나이스. 빼.
우리 중국에 게임 끝날 수 있다는 거 생각하자.
오케이.
중국 게임 끝나. 우리 장로 빠지고 싸우면 무조건 이겨.
장갑 빠지고 하자. 바론이라 막을만해 이거.
살짝 나가봐 바로.
나가보면 안 되나?
천천히 나가볼래? 마공 없어.
얘 때려도 돼.
살짝.
사이언 때릴래 이거?
할만해. 칼리.
빨리 프리들이긴 하다 지금.
칼리스타 볼 수 있어.
한턴 빼야 될 듯?
아, 나 확인했다.
그에 잡혔어. 이게 그에 죽였어요.
할 사람 살아야 돼. 살아야 돼.
살아야 될 것 같아.
살아야 돼.
잠깐만. 칼리 종 없어. 잠깐.
예, 풀 몰라. 빅토르.
내 주냐 없다.
나 탑에 텔.
탑에 텔.
뭐야 패턴데? 뭐야 나이스.
갈게. 바로 갈게.
야 무조건 끝다. 민호 피오진데?
아니야.
야 너 타워에 맞추나
일단
봐.
해봐. 집중해. 그냥 때릴까?
이거 좀 때려볼게.
시도만 해봐.
나오는 거 레오나긴 해.
레오나인데 이거 안 되나?
아, 근데 사이오 공 있지 않나?
자기 하나 빼고 빼라. 안 될 것 같은데.
아이고, 할만해.
할만한데?
아 그냥 텔 타고
야, 그냥 텔 타봐. 끝내 생각해봐.
텔 타면 될 것 같은데? 됐다. 아, 됐다. 해.
해봐, 그냥 쳐봐. 그냥 텔 타 생각하고.
레오나 공 있긴 해. 쳐봐.
제발. 버텨줘.
제발.
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 이거
더.
끝났다.
나이스.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here. And, yeah, Timmy05, I'm not sure about the burger sauce flavored hot cross buns, but thank you very much for the reminder. Greatly appreciate it. Really good news from back home there. I know.
What are hot cross buns?
Hot cross buns, it's like an Easter type food. And it's normally with sultanas, and it's like a sweet bread, and it's got a cross
like
on
raisins?
the top. Yeah,
Okay.
like
Sweet
a
berry
raisin bread thing.
That sounds nice.
Normally, yeah, it's really nice, and you just butter it up, and you toast it a little bit, and it's really delicious. But with burger sauce, it sounds revolting. So kind of happy that I'm here in Korea. Welcome, everyone, to the Challenger broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed yesterday's show. Wolf and Valdez almost got the six-game dream.
You mean the 9-game dream?
Sorry, they almost got the... We've already done the 9-game dream, so we haven't ticked off the 6-gamer yet. So still haven't, as it turns out.
Well, I think they got didn't they get the 6-gamer the second week? I know we haven't gotten a 6-gamer, but I think there was one.
I don't think there was a 6-gamer. I don't think there have been any 6
Chronicle, what are you using your hair to make it? Well, I don't know, because the
other
makeup
people
department does it for me.
Yeah.
I know which products I use, but I don't know if I can. You can DM me on any Discord, or I'll gladly tell you. I just don't want to, just throw it out in the open like that. The secrets to my own styling, but you never see that on camera ever, because we have a great makeup department both here and at the LCK.
Yeah, that I never use. Haven't in my 6
No,
years of being
you
here.
do indeed do your own hair. Yeah.
Consistently, because I just don't know how you're supposed to do it without it being straight out of the shower, because otherwise the hairdryer doesn't really work, so I get confused. I've sometimes come to work. They have done it for me like twice, and I've been like, yeah, never again. Let's just leave it. Let's have a look at the standings here as KT reigns supreme here in Challenger. They've been doing extraordinarily well. A whole lot of hype to that team, especially in the bottom lane. D+ Kia slumping a little bit more recently, not exactly having the greatest performance yesterday. It was a little bit off, a little bit rough.
Even the
Against
matches,
Sandbox.
even some of the matches that they won, they've looked kind of harder. Poolbay not looking as good as he once did, and makes sense. This team has been in Challenger in this current form for quite a while now, and we often see that some fatigue eventually sets in, as the Challenger regular season can be quite long, and particularly last year we saw this a lot with 4 single round robins.
Yeah.
Teams eventually just kind of like, okay, well, we're locked in for playoffs, so we can kind of take it easy. Although they didn't look particularly happy. And I also have to admit that Sandbox looks a lot better than they have recently, kind of starting to cash in on some of that potential. Atlas, which is kind of cool. Bro, unfortunately, even with new players, is still right where they were.
Yeah, not exactly. It's not a great time to be a bro leaver if you want them to win, but it's always a good time to be a bro leaver
no matter what.
You just like the team, and everyone does, so it's fine. Our first match, as you can see here on the standings, is actually a really interesting one. DRX versus T1, both of these teams sitting at 6 and 4, very, very even. And so we'll be diving into this one to see whether a sponge or a forest is better in the jungle.
Because we don't know. Do you clean it up or do you become one with it? That is the age-old question that we will have to deal with here today.
It is quite difficult to understand what the best is going to be.
When it comes to the amount of dirt, I can't imagine a simple sponge would be enough, but maybe the DRX sponge will be enough. Maybe he's bringing broomsticks, he's bringing...
I think, he has all of the bells and whistles when
it's not just about a sponge as such, it's about the spirit of sponge.
Yeah. No, it's exactly right. Life Esports versus Nongshim will be after that. Could actually also be a relatively interesting one, as Nongshim are performing a little bit better than expected, especially after most of their roster left to go to the LCK. Life, though, playing around their star 80 carry in Lure will be pretty exciting to see. But first, it will be that T1 versus DRX. Technically, an organizational world final rematch.
Correct.
There we go.
In the LCK, this matchup is no longer interesting. It is just a little bit unfortunate, as DRX has lost their entire roster. But this DRX roster, in a slightly modified form, was one of the best teams in Challengers. The problem is that June, who, even though the match score hasn't been great, has been doing individually pretty well in Kwangdong, and Kwangdong is still a team that looks much better than their match score, as opposed to, say, a Kwangdong or a Nongshim or DRX, who look way worse than their individual parts.
This team looks like it's got a forest in the jungle. Dal will be there towards the top side of the map, and then it'll be Bay, Smash, and Bort. No Minas this time around. Bort is in to stay by the looks of things, and honestly, it was a little bit of a sad performance last time out, so kind of glad that Bort is back.
And right on time, we have Papa in the chat, making sure that he keeps track of some of the best individual players.
Yeah, it's the T1 series. That's what you got to look for. They're always the best.
I've heard that mid laner is really up and coming.
I really like
unknown quantity.
The top laner that they shipped off to LEC, that they bred themselves, made him into the player that he is. That Photon
thanks.
guy.
Thanks, Atlas.
All T1.
That doesn't upset me at all when people say that. Much appreciated. It's okay. They're knocked out of the LEC for now, so we won't be seeing much more of Foden, which makes me sad because I love Foden.
He needed to be in T1 for longer. That would have meant that he would
that would have. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not gonna. So, in case you're wondering, Photon was kind of developed on Gen.G and on Sandbox, and then spent 1 year. But people
T1
generally just look at the 1 year on T1, which makes me sad because he was really good before that as well. And Atlas loves bringing that up to upset me greatly, and it's very successful. It's Clear, Sponge, Seiza, Plata, and Piero. A roster that has been playing together for a fair amount of time now. Piero, of course, formerly playing behind June. Sponge playing behind Peach. Peach is tearing it up. We actually recently found out where he went.
Where did he go?
He is in the Prime League on the Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, where he is getting atrociously big leads in the jungle every single game, which is not shocking.
No, it's not shocking, but it is a bit sad because we need some fresh junglers. When it's Willa that's really starting to tear up the LCK, that's when you know that perhaps we need an extra little bit of
we need Lucid.
A little bit of something. As well, not Lucid from yesterday. As Bort versus Piero will be our key player matchup. Bit of a support off, which is kind of cool. Both of these players have been playing pretty well. I think Bort has definitely looked like a fantastic player for T1, even if they haven't necessarily been able to pull it together the entire time, and if he hasn't been able to hold on to his spot every time as well. As Piero on the other side, him alongside Flutter, you can see that the champions that they're gravitating towards, relatively different, but that 2-0 on the Nautilus kind of makes me happy, because it makes me feel like maybe we won't have the Zeri Lucian handshakes this time around.
I hope not. We have seen too many of those, but in Challengers we don't diverge as much from the Challengers meta. It is still very different from many another meta. We see that the main LCK is still gladly hopping towards champions like the AD carries, whereas we are for some reason still really respecting Heimerdinger, which he's good, but I don't think he's that good anymore. Personally, no. I don't know if you really want to first a rotation ban him. T1 on the blue side has the possibility to pick up an early Caitlyn here. Because right now it's looking, oh no, this is, I think we're going to see Caitlyn and Ashe ban, and then it's going to be a Lucian Zeri handshake. That's what I'm feeling.
Well, that doesn't sound very exciting. A Varus could exist, and it is going to exist on the ban list here. T1 going to be respecting that one. And now DRX has to ban Ashe, and so then the Caitlyn can get picked up. But Caitlyn doesn't seem to always get snapped up. Like, this could be a Sejuani angle if they would like to.
No, then it's Lucian Zeri.
Well,
yeah, that's the other path, Atlas.
Yeah, it could just happen.
Maybe that's the timeline we're on. I hope not. This is a Sejuani. It's bad news. This is good news.
This is good news.
This is great news.
Yeah, it is. There could be now the Lucian being picked up. We could see a bit of that, but we'll see. Okay, I kind of like the Jhin pick away, just because Jhin Caitlyn can be very powerful. Sponge going to lock away the Sejuani, so we're keeping things up in the air as far as where that Jin's going to be going. It also means no Zeri and no Lucian, which is pretty cool.
There's some Jhin, which I'm fine with. I know you've really kind of changed slowly and become a little bit more accepting of Jhin.
Somewhat. I hate this lane though. This is the worst in the universe.
Yeah, there we go.
Jhin Karma is actually not good. And they're up against Caitlyn Lux, which does a lot more things as the game goes on.
And early.
Yeah.
In terms of snowballing.
Mid-game can, see a little bit of a dip, but you can rely on your solo lanes to get you through that, and then Caitlyn is still an absolute monster. 3 to 4 items. So far, T1 looking absolutely fantastic in the draft. DRX haven't really got anything yet, as Annie is going to be banned away. Like, that could have been an Annie. Think about, like, Annie Jhin doesn't sound that awful.
No, I like it way more.
And then you can flex it.
I love Annie Jhin. My one downside is that if you actually do end up playing Annie support, your lane's gonna be really not good. Annie is When it comes to the early laning phase, it's going to be severely outranged by the Caitlyn and the Lux. But you can flex it, and then you can still pick Karma, I guess, which... It's very tough, because I can understand not wanting to give over Elise and Challengers, want to give over Maokai, want to give over Ashe. But you don't really have that many options with your bans on red side, which is why blue side right now is very, very good. The one upside for DRX is that actually pulling off a Caitlyn draft can be tough. We've seen the pick be relatively unsuccessful outside of a select few hands, and in those hands it looks really broken. T1 come to mind, Deft come to mind, of course, talking about the LCK teams. But there are possibilities to shut this lane down. It is very execution dependent, and in Challengers in particular, execution-based drafts sometimes fall a little flat.
Yeah, potentially. So far, T1 are 100% win rate on the combo of the Caitlyn and the Lux. So that does, you know, make us a little bit more pleased. This should be a blind Gnar, I guess, or a Scion. That's even more exciting. There we go.
Scion
We're front to back and real hard.
Yes. Very good. Love that.
Damn.
Yeah.
This is like one of the largest draft gaps I've seen in a really long time.
Do it clear.
Just do it clear. I mean, the draft is a disaster outside of it. You may as well just Olaf the heck out of this Scion. Just do it. I think that there is absolutely no downside to doing this. Absolutely no
Olaf
downside.
Karma. I don't mind Fiora.
I mean, I guess it's fine. Now they can just play for the Fiora win condition. And if the rest of your draft sucks, then picking something that side lanes by itself, may as well do that.
So I don't love the draft from DRX, but I do think it has the opportunity to try and play towards its strong solo lanes. Play mitigating bot lane and hopefully not fall too far behind. A lot of pressure going to be on Sponge because he wants to play towards his top side, but he has to play towards his bot side so that they don't get dove. Level 3. The one upside is that they should have mid and top prio, barring very early on, where Satap doesn't have the mana yet and Claire needs a couple of levels to really be able to threaten Dahl. But once that comes through, should be able to have prio on a lot of skirmishes, a lot of objectives, and you need to, because you are not winning the late game in any sort of even 5v5 scenario. You're really looking to really get going early, snowball your Ryze, snowball your Fiora, and then use the pressure that they generate to keep T1 on the back foot, because yeah, straight up front to back, it's not looking so
No, it's looking pretty woeful, actually. Conical Newt says, I swear I've seen CTAB in the LCK, and you have. During some of our COVID struggles, we did have to bring up the entirety, almost, of the DRX Challenger team, and they did manage to pick up a victory.
Yeah, that was great.
It was very, very cool. And their Challenger team was, at that point in time, very, very strong as well. So, actually was very, very cute. So, there it is.
Man, I'm really excited about this player, Bay. Wonder what he's going to bring.
Yeah, I know. I feel like he's PCS and international talent, but I'm not entirely sure. I guess we'll have to...
We couldn't possibly know, Atlas.
Yeah, no, we couldn't possibly know. Except that we do.
No,
and
we do.
he is. But let's rock out for a bit, shall we? Hell yeah, get your doo-doo-doos out there, everyone. Here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1, T1 versus DRX. T1, an absolute clobbering already in the draft. Dal is going to be standing on top of a ward. Lumberjack skin as well. Absolutely love it. One of my personal favorites. So we're just feeling really good about everything that T1 has done so far. I have a very, very personal hatred for Jin Karma, so I will never say that a draft that involves those two champions together in a lane is ever good. And, you know, I would apologize, but I'm just not that sorry. The value for the Sejuani also not super high, but can work around clear relatively well.
Can I introduce you to Sorry Not Sorry?
Sorry Not Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know about Sorry Not Sorry.
Yeah, but you're saying you want to apologize, but also you're not actually sorry. So I thought in that case...
It is technically a Sorry Not Sorry,
with the good old Sorry Not Sorry. It could have been great.
I could have done that. I had an opportunity.
Well, now in the future, maybe it's more at the forefront of your mind.
I have definitely said it before. So perhaps it is soon going to be a time to say it again.
It doesn't sound like a thing you would say. It would sound like a thing that I would say jokingly, and then you'd be like, God, what are you saying, Chronicler?
All right. Well, DRX's bottom lane, weirdly enough, they are actually able to pick up control of the wave, even if they haven't managed to win out on the health trades. And as the levels start coming through, should be all right. I mean, Jin Karma can win lanes like this in certain situations, and the level 1 is always, it's a Karma lane. But it just shouldn't be the case as the game goes on.
No, eventually the issue is you're also down to Combat Summoner, because obviously Plata with the cleanse is going to be able to stay alive a lot better versus what the Caitlyn and Lux lane loves to do. But the downside is that you won't have healed. So the amount of effective health available is still very large. As Force looking for an early timing here should not come as a surprise. Early, but pretty standard timer. We've seen this one a lot.
Yeah,
Flashes are available, and we do see Sponge making his way over.
He is walking down. Let's see whether they can get this timing working. As Losing Singularity will connect. Piero going to have to flash. There's the flash immediately afterwards. Bot really going for this as first blood goes to the Caitlyn, but immediately it is answered. And now it's a 2v2. Sponge, can he keep himself alive for long enough is the question as Vaultbreaker comes in. The flash forward, it's not enough. Peacemaker will be able to lock it down as now Smash is going to be taken out. It's a triple kill at 3 minutes into the game.
Well, Plata feeling a little bit better than he might have otherwise in this matchup, because in these early levels, this is where you do see the power of the lane come through, and now Smash and Bout are going to be in a tough spot. They knew that Sejuani was coming. This was on vision. This was not surprising, just a really clean flash there from Piero, and T1 going in very, very aggressive. Yes, Force is PTA, so your burst is impeccable, but still the amount of damage it takes to kill Sejuani this early on is still very tough to do, and if Jin can get off multiple 4th-shot rotations, things are not good. And now he has Swifties and 2 longswords, and that is going to make the impact of Smash and Bout lane a lot less. He also has double buffs, and he still has both summoners.
Yeah. That's pretty nuts that Plata is just able to chill out and pick up a triple kill that could change this lane's outcome just a little.
And if he goes for what I hope will be a crit build with an early LDR, then he actually will be able to, because a Jin behind the curve does nothing to Sign. Just nothing happens. But Jin is one of those AD carries where if you do get ahead, actually does still have a surprising amount of burst, and with the rest of the setup, then all of a sudden, also when cut down, might be able to actually chew through Dahl's health bar, because Dahl does have to itemize. And Mar as well as... I get that we want to shut down the Jin, but we definitely should not be taking 3v3s.
Yeah, but what about the double buffs, though? Okay, they're going to avoid everything. Piero taking a lot of damage here, as Plata is still full health, of course, so he's the one that you really need to worry about. This wave being taken care of by both teams should equalize one more time. A possible gank opportunity onto this Karma, who does have at least the Ignite back available, but for similar story. And let's have a look at the rest of the map, shall we? As Seitab doing very well here in this mid lane. Bay just chilling out, being an Azir. Dal absorbing pressure as much as he can, but right now Clear has a very large lead. We've seen Scions have better times than this into the Fiora matchup, so Clear definitely shoutouts to him for a good early game.
Doing quite a good job there. Also, Dal still holding on to its teleport, so we'll be fine at least for now, but needs to be careful he doesn't get too low. Is the possibility for an early dive.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide does come through here. Good Vault Breaker as Seitab's going to flash. Sponge holding position. Oh, I really like that in case they overextended, but they didn't have the vision, and they're not going to do so. So, Flash going to be picked up, and it should mean now that Bay, next time he has the ultimate, can just collect himself a Rise and grab the money.
Very similar to what we have seen in the past with the Victor matchup, and also the reason why we don't like that matchup a lot, is this exact thing happening. Gets shuffled in, and now on every subsequent play, particularly when Forrest is going to be able to get himself his ultimate, you just kind of die. And it's not going to be a good time. Nice ultimate from Daldar to make sure that he doesn't have to invest his teleport and is able to pick himself up most of that wave. Downside is obviously that the T1 bot lane, Caitlyn picked up 2 kills, which is great, but you're getting none of the snowballing. And ever since the item changes, I personally feel like the Caitlyn power trough is not that big of a deal anymore. It's not that bad anymore because you're able to get into like your big crit items a lot earlier.
Yeah.
So you don't have to snowball as hard. But if you're behind, then that doesn't really matter, right? Because you still will then have the same issue. Because you can be even, that's fine. You should be ahead, but if you're even, it's better than before. If you're behind, not so much.
Yeah. Well, first Drake is going to go over to DRX. Next one going to be an Infernal. Certainly one worth fighting for in 5 minutes' time. We'll see whether T1 are going to be able to do so. I like how even this game is, though, because I feel like if you start the game 3-0 on Jin, it's kind of like an even matchup.
I was about to cut you some slack and be like, hey, we don't even have to pretend that this is a good representation of the matchup because it's an AD carry with early kills.
Yeah, that's what
But
I
you
mean.
already did that yourself.
I know, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah,
This is fantastic.
very nice. I appreciate it.
All right, well, they're going to look for a little bit of a back timing here. We'll see what Pletter is going to pick up. Does have the fleet footwork, so probably going to go towards some sort of crit item. And it looks like that is going to be the case. Probably going to be a Gale Force, much to the chagrin of a specific person in chat that has a very, very, very powerful opinion about how to build Jin. I personally don't. I think that the best way to build Jin is to not pick him.
I would love to see the Kraken Slayer build that we've heard about. We haven't actually seen in pro play yet. It seems like a great opportunity, as good as any to pick that up, but don't feel like that is what we're going to be able to get ourselves here. Sponge getting an early Herald, and DRX, they definitely need to get some pressure going early. So far looking good. Individual lanes not looking too bad as boy.
There's that Emperor's Divide that we were talking about. Satab's going to try and run it out for their cease and desist. Life Binding's real nice too, and Bort is even going to pick up the kill. Well deserved. For the Lux, wasn't able to pick up any of the joy from the bottom side of the map, so good to see. As DRX, yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're a no-flash rise.
Yeah. Not that much that you can do, but I'd say worth, probably. You still got the Herald.
Bum Squish, we're really sorry. I don't know why we are here for you.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Let's talk. We can talk about the replay if you want, but it's not that important, is it?
Yeah, it's a rise without flash. You really hit the nail on that. He probably would have lived if it was only 2 people here, but with Baudoser there, no shot that he's ever getting out. And obviously, he didn't have reinforcements because Piero and Sponge were taking the objective. So now up to Sponge to find a good place to place down this Herald and claw back their way into the gold lead, because after that mid kill, they are now in a deficit. Also see that both AD carries sitting on a pretty sizable bounty here.
Mm-hmm. Feeling pretty good. We'll see whether Smash can get over the hump that was the early stage of the game, or whether Pletter can find some angles here to utilize his correct item purchase in his Noon Quiver that he should be turning into a Gale Force at any moment. Love that. Absolutely fantastic. As Bort goes back, and he's got some shoes, ready to make his way out towards this rift. And this plate could actually go down, and that is not what you're expecting out of this sort of lane. And so there we go. Gonna get that plate gold. Feeling pretty good, as Satab needs to be somewhat careful. Control Ward goes over. Sponge is over here, does have the Eye of the Herald at the ready. As Forrest going to face check him, ignore him entirely.
Hello.
As Bort does not find that one, but like, let's just do it again, shall we? Flash has to be used one more time. They still manage to pick up the kill. And T1, they can just rinse and repeat and do this one more time if they'd like to. Oh dear.
Just keep going for it. There's nothing that they can do. As you point out, as long as... And now Satab actually did flash, and he still died. So, not looking too odd in that regard. Ooh, Smash might be in trouble here.
Yeah, Smash wanting to try and get a kill back here, but is going to be able to find a fair bit of damage. Here's the Lux gank. You love to see it. All right, can the Light Binding land is the question. He's trying to get out of the way of this one. He will need to flash.
Yeah,
Oh,
Plata was already up to... Yeah, there's a 4th shot, and this is a Fed Jin. Oh, God.
Oh, God. That is a lot of flashing going on. As the shield comes down, Sponge is like, can I come and sponge up some of these kills?
Sponge him.
Oh, Forrest is foresting, though. And he might be able to find him. There is a bit of a deterrence as the Rift Herald goes down. Shelly should be able to grab a bunch of plate money here for the DRX bottom lane, as well as himself And yeah, so DRX definitely playing this one out very nicely. The gold advantage that they had in the early game has been somewhat mitigated by the mid lane plays. Let's have a look at these shenanigans one more time.
Smash actually doing a great job. Early heal, able to net away to make sure that the last 2 shots don't hit him. But then this play by Bot is a little over-enthusiastic. If he doesn't have the 100 to 0 damage, which right now isn't quite the case, you can't walk up to that Jin. Plata not flashing here is what in the end will keep Smash alive. Although, of course, had to deal with the reload. And we do see that Smash in the end was still forced to use his summoners, and now Guild Force is done.
Yeah, there we go. Correct item choice here for the Jin. Absolutely fantastic
Yeah, there
stuff.
was a dagger though.
Oncog F asks, Ant chance for DRX.
I haven't seen a new Ant-Man. I've heard it's not that great, unfortunately.
I heard they're introducing the new bad
The
guy.
new villain is great.
Apparently
from what
he's
I heard.
awesome, but he was also already introduced somewhat in...
Kind of, but that was a different multiverse version of him. But I
Yeah,
did watch
right.
Loki. It was actually quite cool. Yeah, but that's a dagger. So there's probably going to be rapid fire again in a second, which I don't love. Into
huge
T1
fan.
comp.
I just
Yeah.
love daggers. Big
This is
fan
why
of
Jin
daggers.
gets a bad rap, man.
Well, yeah. Well, for that and, the other reasons. Still, DRX are going to be able to push this wave through.
But you kind of eased up on the...
The Jin hate?
Yeah.
Not Jin Karma.
Ah, okay.
I cannot. I
That's
will not be okay
We'll
with Jin
never.
Karma. Because I'm okay with, like, defensive pressure absorption tactics.
Jin.
But like just giving up entirely on being able to win is just not really what I like. Is Clear is going to convince this Scion to leave, and Dal is going to leave by way of the enemy turret. And so with 10 seconds to go, he's going to grab himself some plates. Has to flash here. Quite interesting, as the riposte is going to come through. Not sure about the flash entirely, but perhaps Clear could have ran him down.
Also doesn't have a lot of vision, so might be thinking that Sponge is there, and if Clear is able to proc a few more vitals, even if he's able to stay alive for the initial play, then could have a dive come through. But he did get 2 plates of that, so I think it's a pretty big win.
Yeah, that was huge. I think he also, did he take the Krugs? Deny the Krugs? He was hitting Krugs, and then also was proxying away.
The extra damage from eating the ultimate on the turret and then the demolish proc was very, very strong. Well done.
Heck yeah. And now, the gold, entirely even. Seitab wanting to take this turret down if he can, as T1. Look to focus on Shirley, see whether she can be convinced to go down. As Seitab moving back towards this top side. Losing Singularity just to buy some space. I like the zoning capabilities of this T1 roster with the Lux and the Caitlyn. Is now Clear looking to wrap around. There's the Eye of the Herald, but can they win the ensuing fight is the question. Is now Piero possibly going to get singled out, but now Boris has left his team alone. Bort trying to get away, but he's not going to be able to. The Karma is just too big. And now they're continuing to fight, but look at DRX, they're so low. Bay trying to catch up, and he will be able to get one. But now he may have overextended. Q is barely going to hit onto Clear, is now standing in front of this curtain call. Oh no! Oh, Dal, why? Why would you do that? He's your only mid laner. Oh, that was very sad. That was very, very sad. But Pleta going to continue his reign of destruction on this map.
Bit of chaos. If you're a Challenger fan, that's nothing new. If you're not, you might be wondering, what, how, why, what's going on? Well, that's just how we do things here. The turret selection in this fight is suboptimal, to say the least. This is actually a 5v5 set that uses Realm Warp, nicely done. And then we have effectively 2 fights. So the top half of the fight is Plata getting targeted by Bay and Forest, and able to stay alive. On the other end, we have Smash getting zoned away, and Fiora really trying to do a number on the enemy. But Caitlyn actually is able to get out regardless, so a lot of time wasted there. And then with the stopwatch and Forrest able to still pick up the kill on the rise, a lot of time is wasted. And I know that Dahl wasn't able to catch that shot, but I also think if he does, then Clear probably kills both of them.
Yeah, maybe they all die.
So a bit messy. In the end, T1 win because they get, I think, 1 additional kill and they got the mid lane turret.
Oh yeah.
So they're feeling good.
got themselves Harold. I think it was even on kills.
Might have been even. I lost a bit of track in the match because we know that Bay died
Yeah.
and Bout died.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, Satep died, Piero died. And
Did Piero die?
I think.
Because
Piero
killed
pieced
Bot.
out. Yeah, no, it was just Satep and Sponge. Accurate.
Where's Jarvan Atlas Chronicle?
He's being ignored, which I don't know why, because on this patch he's good enough that he's getting nerfed the next patch, and I actually think he's quite strong. And you can build him in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, that's our duo name at the moment. It sounds like Roman Chronicler.
Chronicless.
Yeah. That sounded like something out of Age of Mythology, which I'm kind of down with.
Yeah, I'm totally down with it.
Yeah, wow. Or Age of Empires.
Feeling good about
works.
that. Yeah. Or the name of a persona in
I'm
Persona
pretty sure
5.
these guys are bots.
Yeah, no, we
yes,
definitely
we
are. 100%. If there's anything that you'd
We're
like to
unreal.
upload into our script via our algorithm, the way to do that is to type something in Twitch chat that we might want to read, and then it'll be uploaded forever. Just to allow you guys to have a little bit of control over the broadcast. Cosmic Panda, I don't know yet. I'm only like 30 hours in, so I'm not ready to settle down just yet.
Mine was Futaba.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not up to her yet, but maybe.
I don't know.
I thought I was going to be a Makoto guy, but I don't think I'm going to be a Makoto guy.
That's where I started off as well. Yeah, but I moved away. Can Chronicler cast the next team fight? I can, but I think we'll save that for later tonight. What kind of LCK is this? This is LCK Challengers, the other variation of LCK. Well, you might know the LCK out in the wild with players such as Faker and Chovy and Dundun. On the other end, we have
Bay
Challengers
and Forest
with players like Bay and Forest, and up until last year also Dundun.
Thanks to you, Aquasi. And Quid, yes, the Kips.
Can't believe Forest with it made it on the team.
Good job to him, indeed. And Vincenzo Yachts, you're exactly right. It's a great name. The cease and desist is going to come through. Pleta is in a bit of trouble, but he's Jin, the best champion in the game, and so therefore he's going to be dead. Never mind. Sponge taking a fair bit of damage here. I think like the Jin, if he did more than like half a damage, he may have been able to help get the kill on the Forest.
That's not on. That's okay. That's not on Jin though. I'm fine with criticizing Jin for his position in this draft, for giving him flack for not building the right second item. I'm okay with that. But which AD carry? Tell me which AD carry lives here and does more? Tell me. Look at this and tell me.
Oh, Piero. It was a savior play. Really beautiful stuff.
Which AD carry is fine here?
Oh, he had his fourth shot. Feels bad.
But yeah, the rapid fire cannon is
I mean,
definitely
Zeri
a
would
mistake.
have been fun. Zeri just flashes to the wall. He's over.
Maybe?
Easy peasy. She's totally fine.
But Zeri wouldn't have gotten as far ahead this game as Jin would have. I don't think Zeri wins that early skirmish. Kai'Sa would have lived for sure. Zaya is probably the only one.
Vayne?
Yeah.
Vayne? There we go.
Vayne?
That's God tier.
How did,
Love that. You'd
how
have
would
to,
Vayne
like,
live there?
cease and desist has to come through. And
Tristana,
then,
yeah,
then
Tristana's
you
a good one.
You alt, tumble, condemn to deny the Vault Breaker. You might survive that.
Maybe.
Alt, Q, and pray.
Me, I
Yeah,
would have
maybe
lived. Nice.
Uzi's Vayne would have lived. 100%. From 20.
Tristana, yeah, Tristana can W away.
Yeah. I mean, there's...
Game state is rapidly deteriorating, and I know I was trying to defend the Jin, which
I mean, now you can't because he built really bad
yeah,
items.
okay, so I'm actually being very much let down in that regard.
Yeah.
But also,
Cog more
now-
with passive, there you go, does way more.
Yeah, but
True
he
damage,
still
baby.
dies.
Absolutely. But he'll kill the vibe.
I do think that now, with what we're looking at, the game is pretty unsalvageable for DRX.
Ooh, Ezreal
So-
could have repositioned the Vial somewhere else.
True.
There we go.
And Ezreal Karma actually doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, that's a
Although
real lane.
I know we're memeing partially. I do think that lane will have a lot more difficult into Lux Caitlyn nonetheless. But
Slimy
that's
D
okay.
has a good point about maybe the AD carry shouldn't walk into Fog of War for no reason.
Okay, well, we're not focusing on him making a mistake, okay? We're just focusing on the champions.
Well, here's a seasoned assist. Tab flashes
Oh.
underneath his turret. He's done that a few times so far, as Forest takes way too much damage there, standing underneath the turret. Fort's going to come on over. We'll see whether they actually do manage to get the kill, but it looks like the answer's going to be no, as Clear clears out the top lane outer turret. Sorry about the pun.
Yeah, I know
Entirely unintentional.
Caps had some incredible W buffers onto Malrang. Oh, they're just starting Baron. I love this, actually. This
Yeah,
is great.
just-
Bey doesn't have TP. This might be gone.
It's taking a lot of damage.
I think it's gone.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll
I don't...
see whether Dal can deter them here as Bort's going to make his way in. That's a great Glacial Prison. Final Spark comes in. They do secure the Baron. As now, the flash from the Scion. They take down the Sejuani. They need to get as many kills as possible here to deny these Barons, but only 2 will come through. And DRX, the heist is complete.
Pretty good. You'll take it. Setup and Sponge not having the best of times, unfortunately, in this game. But they get the Baron. Nice Baron call. Is it enough? Well, we asked ourselves that question every day, and I'm going to say no. No, I don't think it is. We do have Clear, and that's good. I'm also wondering, is this like... So is this because it's red? Baron power play.
Oh, God.
It's still positive, right? Yeah, he's fine. He's chilling. He's just sighing. He's vibing. Wait.
That was very funny.
Oh, I thought you were laughing at the copy pasta.
I mean, I was laughing at that earlier, as I guess we can read that one. I confused Valdez for you yesterday. He asked me to wear glasses. It told me you wear glasses, but Valdez doesn't, and you're always on the right for the camera, but Valdez is always on the left. Can you please confirm? What?
I'm very confused.
I don't understand.
That's the
anything.
beauty of chat. As nicely done by Dahl here. Really? Is this an MVP-worthy performance? We ask ourselves. Probably not, because probably Forest is going to get it.
Who
because,
else do you vote for, though?
Well, Forest. Yeah, we have exactly 2 types of forests in T1. Because you might think of T1 as a country, and they have 2 types of forest. The type where forest gets POG,
Old growth?
or the type where forest does not get POG and is somewhat of a detriment to his team. You never really know which forest you're getting when you load in.
If you were to reference them to like actual forests that exist, like what kind of forests are each of the forests?
So one is jungle, which is treacherous and dangerous. That's the risky forest.
Ah, so like Amazon?
Sure.
Uh-huh. And what's the other one? Like a beautiful, lovely
Like a lovely
forest?
fairy tale type meadow, yeah.
Ah, glorious.
Hullbreaker done? Ooh, not quite. That might be a turning point. Maybe then Claire can 1v9 hard enough to win the game.
We'll see. Of course, these things are always possible for a Fiora. She does generally 1v9 relatively effectively. Almost has the 1v9 item completed. T1 just chilling though for now. They know that they just need to find a 5v5, and then everything will be a-okay. Okay, Cease and Desist is going to come through. Tab is going to get caught out. He tanks a lot of damage, but he will die eventually. Forest has done his job, but he's still going to be able to make it out of there. As Smash is just walking after people. You love to see it, the aggression from this guy. Really cool stuff. As T1, they managed to collect 1 kill, but the rest of DRX do get out, and now Baron is bearing down on their inner turret. This one is not going to last too much longer, and there it goes. And ultimately, kind of all right for DRX, weirdly enough.
The overall Baron power play was minus 630, which makes complete sense.
Yeah.
And Dahl's really been doing a lot of
Could be
weird
worse.
stutter stepping. It really is all about, does Clear 1v9? And with how one-sided the fights are and how good the T1 composition is at hard engaging, I don't see it. Because they can just keep doing this. Right, this isn't even Flash, this isn't even like anything crazy. This is just a good engage from Forest.
And then Dal like ults to nowhere.
Yeah, well, Dal's not having best team fights.
Great experience. But like,
He's
I mean,
having
as
a
the game
good
goes
sign
on,
experience.
yeah, as the game goes on, like Dal will be way more useful, and Pleta, for the same reason, is going to be basically useless. And so, just be Scion, just exist for a while, and then eventually you'll be unkillable.
Yeah, Pleta does have LDR second, which if he went that,
Well, third.
well, yeah.
Are we
no,
not
if he went
including
that,
Rapid Fire Cannon as an item?
No, and if he went that second and then LDR, he might have been okay, but he didn't. So I don't think Dahl's going to die in any of the fights because we also don't have any shred on Setab. So it does Fiora 1v9. My guess, Challenger's going to be no.
Yeah.
I'm saying no, I don't think that'll happen.
I mean, Clear did lose to Split Push in the summer final of Challenger, so maybe.
Wasn't him. That was D+.
Oh, it was D+, it was.
Yeah.
But didn't they also... They also lost to Nongshim on the way.
They did lose, yeah. Actually,
But it probably
was
wasn't
actually
Split Push.
T1 who lost to Nongshim, if I remember correctly. That was how they made their miracle run, which was still kind of baffling. So maybe Clear, you know, watch some of those vaults and just hide in this brush, and they'll all pass you. Oh, no, they're going to know now.
Yep.
But you do have Rise as well, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 0-5 Rise power spike has been hit.
Well, I mean, he's just an ultimate. As Clear might be in trouble.
Maybe in trouble.
But
there
we
are
don't
a lot
know.
of bad guys come. That was very strange, whatever just happened there. But he's still dead. There we go. Now the rest of DRX are trying to utilize this by pushing the mid lane turret. Dal standing in front of it here. You can see Jin desperately trying to do a thing, and that's a kill they can get. All right, never mind. Smash is going to overextend into DRX. Pledder has just been shooting this Scion over and over again. Not quite working out his bot, not doing a whole lot of damage, but they do have a little bit back as, okay, the Vi does eventually fall. Pledder able to pick that one up. He needs to go back to hitting Dal.
He's playing kind of clean, no?
He is definitely making
That's
the most
a
out of
Drake.
this Jin.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right, so 2 for 2 in the end, but DRX get control. They will go on over and collect this dragon. So denying the Ocean Soul,
Winnable.
kind of a big deal.
Winnable, one might ask.
Yeah.
Well, Pledder's going to be closer to an IE. Ooh. This was very sad because Clear needs to play far up, but his team has no pressure. Fuddy was fine here.
Yeah, that was very strange.
Yeah, so I think what happened is he Fudded, otherwise he would riposte, right? But then he got like knocked into the wall, but he couldn't, so he just went the other way. It's kind of like a bouncy house kind of deal.
Yeah.
So they don't kill Dahl that well, but it was all a bait as Sponge throws a really nice ultimate there. And then, as we see, Plata still not going to do a very good job against Dahl, but Forest is building bruiser items. So Forest definitely is killable, as we see there. 650 on the final shot, feeling good about that one. And all of a sudden, we are reminded that we are watching Challengers, and we could not have any conceit.
Oh, that's another cease and desist. Don't know whether this is exactly the optimal target. They are going to throw everything into the Sejuani, and they will get the kill. Now, the train going to come through as Setab going to get knocked up, but everybody else loses interest in killing the Rise. Piero comes on over. He will slow down the Scion.
Yeah, but now what? Do you go Nash? That seems somewhat risky. Can do that.
Oh, you 100% go Nash.
Yes, but you will get poked down, and there is also Fiora that you need to deal with.
Well, they need to
not
kill
doing
the Baron
anything.
kind of like ASAP-ish, as that's a flash forward from Setab. Bay, Emperor's Divide comes in, and Smash might die. Setab goes golden, and Smash will be able to grab that kill. Clear is going to take an inhibitor, but
still
T1,
low.
they really want this Baron. They're going to see if they can find that as Pledder, unable to kill bot, but only barely.
Oh my god!
We're going for a base race. The Baron for base trade could be happening here, as now they just need to stop the backs. They should be able to do so as well.
No!
Oh, it's just a naked Nexus, as Smash has managed to make it back, and that should be a dead clear. So, they trade inhibitor turret, and 2 Nexus turrets for a Baron.
Oh, baby, that's Challengers right there, Atlas! Woo! That was not the best decision, T1. Fumbling a little bit under the pressure. Setab definitely way overexcited. Also, Zonya's against, or Stopwatch against Lux Caitlyn is Batman. But all they really need to do is just stay alive, right? Which is what Piero and Plata try their best here. If Bout dies there, like this is even worse. This could have been, and ends up dying in the end there with the W. That's crazy. I was like, what happened to Lux? And now we know. And then Plata, yeah, sure, it does end up going down, but who cares? Because you got an inhib and you got no Nexus turrets left. So every time now that Clear is up,
I think it was Satab. Yeah, I'm actually
It's
with
the 06.
Serrano here. It's just the Giga Brain play, the full bait play, like 0-6 rise power spike.
He's been leading up to this the entire game. That's the real cool part.
He's 0-6 so that Pleta could get 6 kills this game.
Well,
It's the
Plata
only
actually
way.
does do decent damage now. If he has a couple of seconds, which he won't get, because we talk a lot about Jhin because it's funny and because it's a bit more of a divisive champion. But Smash is very, 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 very fat, and he is Caitlyn. So no one survives, really, unless Claire can like get on top of him, but that
Doesn't
should
have
never
LDR
happen.
and isn't going to build it by the looks of things. It looks like it's going to be a GA.
No, there's not that much resistances. The only thing is Hullbreaker, really. Might have gotten away with
Sejuani.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be straight with you. I don't think Sponge lives even without LDR.
Yeah,
like, I don't.
He's only got a couple of items and some fight cape, so not the tankiest. Although Frost Armor is a thing.
It's okay. But you also have a Bay who is
Well, there's another cease and desist. Forest is just making sure that ultimate is on cooldown as much as possible. And I love it.
DRX is going to probably, with the positioning as it is, have first move towards Dragon. Should be able to set themselves up.
Yeah.
We know there is no Vi ultimate.
That was not the one you wanted to get hit by. There's a
Unless-
Gale Force. Forest might just die. Goes down to his GA. Now Piero, wow, one shot, does a third. And now we're just going to check out the top lane for some reason as Sponge. Yeah, like you were saying, does still take too much damage there from the Caitlyn. That looked like it was pretty good.
And the real scary thing is that if you ever leave your base, Satab is a level 16 rise. Like, he can realm warp right in. So we do see that T1 has a lot of defensive vision to kind of counteract this, but it also means that contesting any objective it's really scary, Atlas.
It is somewhat difficult. And now we've got a bunch of pings going out, especially towards that top side as...
yeah, they're going to let this go. Oh, it's going to be a soul flip into an elder flip.
Oh, you love to see it. All right, that is going to be evened Ocean Drakes. I think T1 they will refuse to fight until their inhibit is back up again.
The real scary thing is that even with the inhib up, it's...
No, it doesn't take much killing, does it?
No, well, for Fiora of Hullbreaker and level 17, no, it would be very, very swift. So T1, I think, have the better comp for 5v5, but also they can't leave their base, really.
Nope.
So, like, what do you do? And a real funny question is, like, even though Plata's currently 6-2 and 3, we're gonna end up voting Fiora if DRX somehow wins this game, right?
I'm voting Satab, probably.
That's what's about to happen.
It's probably Satab for me. I just feel like he's the one making all the decisions. I think that it's him.
Explains a lot about his play. So part of a plan.
Yeah. Because like it's not about whether he lives or dies in the mid lane and stuff like that, or whether he's like 50 CS down or not. Like it's about whether Satab tells his team to do all of their sweet macro calls that they're doing.
That they've been doing this whole game.
Yeah.
Wow.
As Smash, it's been a bit of a stinker for Smash, to be perfectly honest. His positioning has been suboptimal in a lot of times. Is now clearly going to get discovered here, but not really too much is going to happen.
He made the mid one was that was the bad one.
Yeah,
that was
a bit of a whoopsie.
outside of that. I think he's been okay. I'm still leaning Forest. Forest to me is kind of the main character of this game, for better or for worse. So do you actually contest this Nash? Because you really want to, because you don't want to give them Nash, as now Shojin Jun for clear as well. But can you actually? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like DRX should be able to win. They're in a pretty good position for, the Fiora will just win the game type outcome. But I never really know.
So
there's
who
20
do you think
seconds
wins
on
this
the
game?
Baron. Who do I think wins this game?
Yeah. Because I'm saying DRX.
Yeah, I think DRX.
I don't think that any challenger team knows how to deal with split pushing at all.
No. But I also think that no challenger team knows how to split push. So, I mean, it is double-edged sword, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't even really have to split push, you just have to get into the base with Realm Warp. But you're also with me, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is perplexing. We'll see whether Clear is just going to wait it out and then just push this turret, force T1 to go back. The rest of DRX can just take a free Baron.
Smash per chance, looking for a tasty red buff.
Who does have that GA now complete.
Okay, now he won't because Clear is here.
Yeah, Dal definitely going to be able to stop the Fiora. Does have Thornmail. I guess that's a thing. But is a full item behind.
I don't think it'll really matter. So there's two people here.
Yeah, there are.
But
That
Clear
should mean
probably...
Baron. Their Baron is not the fastest.
That's Stormrazor.
Okay, interesting. All right.
That's new. Can't remember seeing Stormrazor Jin in quite a long time.
Yeah, we saw Stormrazor picked up in the LCK actually relatively recently. It was like a 6th item. But that's an odd one. All right, they're going to intercept the Forest. He may have just thrown this one, but does do a lot of damage to Pletter, and there is the kill from the Caitlyn. Emperor's Divide comes down as well, but you can see there is a Fiora in the bottom lane, and that is a huge problem. Piero taking a bunch as Clear's just running it towards this inhibitor. Should be able to grab it. And Dal's like, I'm just a slow lumberjack. But Clear will make it out, but not going to be able to end the game as the Baron also still alive. Okay, Dal's going to try for this one. Riposte comes through. It means that's now on cooldown, and the autos will rain down. So T1, they will be able to win out on that one pretty considerably, and we'll see whether it means that they can actually put themselves in a winning position.
Well, because with Fiora down, really nice cancel there, by the way, from Dal as well on the ultimate to make sure he didn't actually smash into the riposting Fiora. If Smash died there, at least they would have gotten the GA. Wasn't the case. Got down to what, like sub 100 health, and now they might just win. And that might just be the end of it, which feels very anticlimactic. But I don't
both have teleports. Are there any wards? There are.
No, and they would also have to get through the entire bottom half. Because that's the closest way to TP to, but maybe they can 5-5?
Well, there's a flash from Bay. Emperor's Divide comes through. That was not exactly optimally timed, and he's going to die. That is going to be the kill going over to the Jin. And now the curtains have been called. There is the Realm Warp, as well as Dal just standing his ground, needing to defend. As Sponge dashing forward. Forest on vision. As that's a great life binding. Little knock up there as Dal does have his ultimate available. And here are the teleports that you were talking about.
They're running!
Yeah, the Lumberjack going to make his way back down.
No, that's game.
Yeah, it should just be. I don't know whether they can actually defend this as DRX. They got the inhibitor before, then they managed to respawn to kill the enemy Nexus. You love to see it. Oh man, that was a challenger. That was a big old challenger, wasn't it?
Oh, Bay. Okay, so I don't want to go into hard on Bay because I do actually agree. They need to end the game right there.
Yeah.
It's just that was not the play. You know, I don't want to, but I have to. Yeah, no. You can spread it.
I'm definitely not going there. It has to be this.
Atlas is kind of debating whether or not he should vote for Jin.
No, I was definitely not debating that. That thought never even came into my mind. He'd probably still win it. But still, that was a bit of a suboptimal move towards the end there, but a very difficult game to play out as Jin did a lot of damage that game. I guess if you start off 3-0, anything's possible, Chronicler.
I'm not going to respond to your needless Jin slander. I thought that it was a great game from Pleta, showcasing why he was one of the most consistent AD carries last year in Challengers. But in the end, it feels like an unresolved, unrewarding ending. It's T1 with what should have been a game end, then get a little ahead of themselves and immediately lose the game.
The thing that was beautiful about
it,
though,
what did we learn?
We learned that Fiora is still a by herself win condition.
Yes.
The rest of your draft can be terrible. As long as you have Fiora, there is always a way out.
And so is Rise, because the Realm Warp actually came in big in a couple of moments there as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And Pleta played some good League of Legends, even on a suboptimal champion.
Did we really learn something? I don't know. I'm not so sure, Atlas.
I mean, I learned that there are ways for Jin Karma to not be completely and utterly useless.
Just be good and get a triple early?
No, get a triple in the first 3 minutes of the game. That is the rule. If you do that, champion's brilliant. Champion combo, fantastic. And they actually did manage to get the push.
I love
They managed to get the push against the Caitlyn Lux, which should never happen. That is illegal. But still, I think I'm being a little bit facetious because it was very well played.
And
by
also,
Plato.
you're sitting against probably one of the staunchest Jin defenders, so I know you, Atlas. You got to make use of the time that you have.
Exactly.
And when looking at this game, DRX won, but if this is a 2-0, it'll be because of tilt, not because there is a clearly better team here.
And Clear is going to pick it up. There it is. The 1-3-1
So-
Fiora. You love to see it.
Look, so
that's the style of
hilarious.
play. That was also how they played the game. They just 1-3-1 to victory.
Hilarious, perfect KDA here for Clear. But maybe it is just, maybe we just should be locking Fiora and Jax every time and try to emulate Jundun. Maybe that's just the best way to win any Challengers game. Because this keeps happening, Atlas.
Yeah.
It just keeps happening.
And if the enemy team isn't good at reacting to you,
Which none of them are because it's Challengers.
yeah, then you just automatically win. And it's also a fantastic skill to learn because split push also is something that our LCK teams don't do enough of and don't actually manage to
What, you
leverage
don't
very
like-
effectively.
Don't like Fiora building Hillbreaker and then immediately joining the rest of the team to fight?
I mean that is one of the things that keeps me up at night.
Oh, you know. Everyone everyone in chat, can we give a couple of claps to our
16,500 damage to
Challengers
structures.
observer? I want some claps. I want
Thanks,
some
Yundo.
love being thrown Yundo's way. He is a big part of the LCK broadcast, but also of Challengers. There we go. Look at that.
KDA player, absolutely.
Good job.
I love that.
Good job, chat. So this is the opposite. Clear knew he had one job, and that's all he did this game. That's all he needed to do this game.
Yeah. He did extraordinarily well. But it was not clean, and I'm hoping that we do see some different drafting to come through from the next game. As Smash picks up his first loss on the Fiora as well. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, T1's Revenge, or the DRX 2-0. We'll have to find out then.
라스리안 온 평화가 함께 사 엘사 티 집중하세요 사 엘사 티 평화가 함께 집중하세요 가엔나 기리기 평화가 함께
파랑팀의 억제기가 파괴되었습니다.
집중하세요 가엔나 기리기 평화가 함께
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler as we get ready for game number 2 between T1 and DRX. DRX making a little bit of a change this time around. They noticed that Satab was spending way too much time perfectly shot calling the game and wasn't actually able to move on past what was a 0-6 scoreline. They have decided to take him out. We now are going to be graced with Starlit.
It's a bit ambiguous phrasing there, Atlas, but Starlit coming in. Exciting to see what this player can bring. From the top of my head, I casted him a few times throughout last year, but didn't really leave a big impression. Was more so the, oh, hey, we're winning, so, you know, let's give our sub a little bit of play. And as we pointed out, Satab not having the best game at all, so maybe giving him a little bit of time off, giving him the time to cool down and bringing in someone else. And when you're DRX and you win the game that way, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because actually it was only clear that really needed to exist.
Well, I think Plata did a good job. But he was Jin, so Atlas will never give him the love that he deserves.
It's one of those things. You could just play a different champion, and then I'll give him all the love that he deserves. I promise you. I assure you.
Should appreciate him no matter his choices, Atlas. I thought Jin was perfectly fine.
I think judging someone based on their choices is an absolutely fine reason to judge.
Well, it depends on the choices being made, and I thought the choice to pick Jin
or
was
who's
okay.
making the choices, because perhaps this was a draft
Coaching
devised by somebody else.
Ah, there you go. It was actually that was Satab. It was actually, now we know.
Yeah.
It was Satab who called, because he was the shot caller, called the Jin to be picked, and then
And remember,
Plata was like, no.
it was Satab that locked in the karma.
Confirmation.
There we go. we
Definitely
figured
not.
it out.
Definitely not made up.
We got there.
Definitely not made up by Atlas and I.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Why are we talking about magical
100%
books
truth.
with multi-dimensional travel powers?
Yumi?
Seems pretty cool.
That's my assumption. Did you just say Yumi sounds cool?
No, I said the book sounds cool. Never had any issues with the book. All right, that is in fact Bay, so that is not the substitution that we were looking for here. It's in fact Starlit, so we need to hop over to the other side if we want to see what they're doing. And T1 have selected blue side after the loss. Pretty understandable.
Love that. I think Atlas would be one of those super suave vampires that supposedly hunt Bourbon Street. He could be a super, like 1900s London vampire. I could see it.
I'm pretty keen for that. I'd be down.
I feel like it'd be a good look for you as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. He could be the Australian vampire that moved to London, you know, to be part of the
Get
shenanigans that are
Cobbers.
happening there.
Yeah. Something like
trying
that.
to ride the coattails of the rising industry there.
Why would I ride the coattails? I'm a vampire.
Yeah.
You don't ride coattails as a vampire.
Well, you kind of have to. You can't be in the center of attention as a vampire. That's a horrible call.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be
You
riding
don't want to be in the middle. You
coattails.
don't want to be in the middle of attention.
No, I
That's
don't want to
risky.
be not middle of attention. You know, I'm not going to be
Yeah.
the center of attention, but I ain't riding no one's coattails.
Okay, well, so that if I was a vampire,
I'm a strong,
I feel,
independent vampire.
I feel like that would be way smarter because you don't want to draw attention to yourself.
It's not, but I'm
You're
also
conspicuous enough as it is. You're a vampire.
Exactly, I'm a vampire, so I'm like way too arrogant. Way too arrogant to ride someone's coattails because it's the intelligent move. Not
I
about
wouldn't
that.
be.
No.
I wonder how. Would you be more pronounced in your personality if you're a vampire or not? I wonder if we ever will get the answers to these questions. Not today. Maybe
Apparently
once
I
our
need to
AI gets a
expand
new
my wealth.
update.
I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it.
Chronicler's the Mothman. I love bridges and have an underground base of caverns to run west. Sure.
Yeah, I think that
What
sounds.
does that even mean?
That sounds normal. Let's jump into the draft here. As once again, T1 are going to curiously ban Heimerdinger.
I only know Mothman from Shin Megami Tensei.
Do you think that
Persona.
Heimerdinger?
He should not be banned. No.
Yeah. Do you think it's better to not have a ban at all, or
No,
to
I
ban
think he
Heimerdinger?
should ban Jin instead, so they can beam on Caitlyn
Oh,
with no
God.
counter pick.
These are the same bans, by the way,
it's
guys.
gonna happen again. So, okay, I know we memed a lot about it, and I do agree. I don't love the karma with it, but Caitlyn to me is the least evil because Ashe is worse.
Oh yeah, 100%. You have to ban Ashe here.
Yes.
There is no way that they're not banning Ashe. And if they don't ban Ashe, then they really want to make sure that Starlit has the worst time ever as he subs in.
Arrogant Vampires is a JoJo's reference. Everything is.
In
for
the
me,
end, it's always a JoJo reference.
not from Atlas. I don't think he's seen JoJo.
Or
Unfortunately.
imagine if DRX, the mind control powers come through, the first pick Jin comes in.
Atlas just
Oh my God.
gets up and leaves. So this is Jin Sejuani, clearly. I think we're going to get a top half run it back from the draft. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, it'd make me really sad because I would really still like to see the flex pick Annie, but I guess we won't.
As like I said, okay. So I was obviously because I like to be on the. I like to play a little bit of devil's advocate when it comes to drafts. But to me, the Jin Karma is extremely underwhelming. But it also feels to me like the least evil choice here because as Karma, I think, isn't able to really withstand the early pressure of Caitlyn and Lux and able to fight in the same way. And I don't think there's anything that can match the shove with Heimer now no longer available.
I think if you play Caitlyn Lux evenly with the Jin Karma, Caitlyn Lux should win.
I still think they should. Yes, but
majority of the time.
but we're talking about what loses the least hard, and I don't think there's any other lane that doesn't get pummeled. I don't like it. Again, I want to be up clear about it because I do really agree with you. The last game was not indicative at all of how the matchup goes. As wow, we are just
That's some more
blinding Silas.
permafrost value. Kind of into that.
Okay, Starlight. That's a risky move, though.
Oh, I would have loved the Talia.
Yeah,
And Bay is a decent Talia player.
The
Been playing
downside,
that one for a while.
the one downside is that Talia, outside of specifically Pleda, or outside of specifically the Silence, is okay. Not amazing. Don't love it, because ideally you'd be playing into things like the Wukong as well, where you can really negate a lot of the impact. Don't think that's quite going to be the case.
And is this just another Ghost Fiora angle? You kind of smash lane at level 1.
Ooh.
I mean, Clear kind of may as well do it. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh,
Gangplank.
love this.
There we go. This is actually
Love
really,
this.
really cool for the top side of DRX.
Now-
I
now-
think that it's a dangerous
actually-
lane into Renekton. That's like a bit scary.
Really? I actually, even with the grasp nerfs, I actually think the matchup, barring getting dove early on, and if you don't, if you play your level 1 well and you're able to keep your control of the lane in a place where it should be, I actually love this matchup. Might still be grasp, but we'll end up seeing whether Clear is going to go for the more risky but secure payout bank blank first strike variety or not. But I actually also think it alleviates one of the big issues that you run into, which is post-6 dives on the bot side. Jhin Karma, into specifically this lane, is definitely susceptible to getting dove by 4 man, right? Like a 4-man stack, Talia riding the wall, and Defy coming in. And GB's ultimate is one of the best tools at the very least trying and trade evenly, helping clear the wave. So I love this Gangplank pick a lot. I actually think it completely changes how the rest of the draft played out because, as I said, as much as I want to defend it and I think it's the least evil, it's still evil. You know, it's like least evil is not a glowing recommendation.
Yeah, it's a pick to not lose, and it's not a pick to win. And you should always be picking to win, generally.
Fair, but regardless of that, the GP.
The thing that I like about the Jhin Karma in this composition is that you have clear carries in your mid and top, and they can play around Sejuani really well. So if you're leaving Jhin Karma on an island, then you get a lot of value out of you know, moving the Sejuani to the top lane or to the mid lane, and I'm kind of excited about it. I am I'm into it.
The GP, me too. Clear was really good at this champion last year.
Yeah.
Excited to see it. And with the item changes,
was one of his best, right?
He should be in a pretty good spot as well. Just a very well-rounded laner.
Yeah. And he got nerfed a little bit, but that's only because the itemization got so much better for specifically GP. Let's rock out and get into the game. Heck yeah.
Oh, it's we're bank planking. To me, the superior choice, the nerfs that were given to Gangplank specifically for his grasp interaction with his Q, which previously, if you're unaware, it counted his Q for grasp as melee.
Yeah.
And it was not okay. He was winning level 1 really hard, and then as a result, because of his power of his passive level 1 plus grasp, it was basically impossible to trade with early, so he got to get control over the first couple of waves, then get a safe crash, have it bounce back to him, and he just never had to take any risks and just skilled for free. And with this build, he might be richer by the time mid-game rolls around, particularly into Renekton. This is still going to be a incredibly valuable keystone, but it does mean that they might be able to actually punish him a little bit more early on. But once you get the 2 items on this Gangplank, things will not be fun for the opponents. You can, if you choose to do so now, go for some truly heinous builds with very early, going Essence Reaver into the. You can go for Prowler's Claw. You can go for the Infinity Edge early on. There's really a ton of options, and all of them are kind of disgusting. As long as you don't go like Sunderer, like just at least with this build he won't, because otherwise why would you pick First Strike? That makes 0 sense.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling good about this Gangplank. Well, yeah, there's also IE first with double cloak, although that is the Aphelios tech. I don't expect Claire to go for that one. But that was a thing that people did at the beginning of this patch.
Sounds like a lot of cloaks.
That's only
involved.
2. Well, I mean, yeah,
well,
3 in
3,
total.
right? Yeah. I remember when Crit Cloak was an item that you just never wanted to build ever on anyone. Oh, that was cute by Dal. Forcing out the barrel. You can see Clear having a pretty good time, but gonna have to be playing a little bit back in the early stages. It's Gangplank.
Oh yeah, we're talking Navari.
You just want to invest.
I forgot about Quick Blades. Yeah, Quick Blades Gangplank is very fun. There's Sponge, gonna get a visit here.
Yeah, in goes Forest. Going to get the defensive Arctic Assault here, as Bay's going to rotate over, and this is what you can do with that early control. Sponge just barely didn't have his smite available. As Clear, I don't think, did Dal manage to get that cannon? I think he did. You'd hope so. As Clear manages to get his cannon, and all is right in the world. As once again Sponge taking a bit of damage here from Forest, as Permafrost comes in, Starlit. Can you actually get any work done onto Bay here is the question. We'll have to see where this seismic shove's going to be. Chains will connect as now Sponge looking for it. Another Permafrost and there's first blood. The value of this combo is just insane. As now Starlit wanting to try and hold on to it. Oh, there it is, Sponge! Picks up the kill. It's a double for DRX. Disastrous start for T1.
Super sub Starlit comes in. Gets shoved in the turret early on, but then has complete faith in his ability to all in this Talia.
sometimes you get sponged. And that's what happened. Piero's real dead here on the bottom side, but it's okay. Jin is still alive. As Sponge is going to come on down and try and defend his bottom lane. Life Binding will come through here as Sponge taking a lot of damage. Peacemaker will pick up the kill. And yeah, tried to help his bottom lane. Instead, he's made things difficult. But this is sort of how it's supposed to go. Smash also gets double buffs from that. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's very bad. The saving grace is that this went extremely well. This early on, in particular, I don't even like... Bey does have his E, right? Like, at this point, I'm kind of wondering, does use it there at the end there, but maybe he went, because I think he levels up there at the end, maybe he went for 2 points in Q. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like he would have E'd earlier. Might just be the cooldown, because early level Taliyah is just not that good. It's very important to remember that Taliyah was changed substantially with the update. As this is just a great catch. About catches his opponent off guard, and then yeah, Blada this time around, crucially, doesn't have the damage to actually take down Smash. Sponge doesn't have Flash, otherwise this is a freebie.
Binding is really well done.
Yeah, both really making sure that this early game is going the way. The fact that Smash gets that kill is like substantially worse as well, so for DRX that is. But just this is big, but it's not enough, because again, I give a large advantage to the DRX comp when it comes to actually playing out the mid to late stage of the game, right? Like a Silas that gets going early, a GP that sure is going to get shoved in early, he's going to have to really respect his lane opponent, but is going to generate, sad, so much gold as we get into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, no, this is definitely T1 on somewhat of the back foot, just based on composition, but I think the DRX comp, it's not the kind that is going to play itself, right? You can see how it's supposed to do great things as the game goes on, but it is still very low range into a Caitlyn. And they're going to have to play around side lanes very effectively. Yes, Taliyah as well. And the amount of control of the battlefield is actually really scary.
Will be a lot harder than usual.
All right, let's see what he can do here as Cannon Barrage comes in. He's going to try and kite them over it as best he can. Dal will go down, and it's a 1-for-1.
That's not great.
But one more time, the Karma is dead, and yeah, this is, I feel vindicated. Because I feel like this is how the lane is supposed to go.
I don't think either representation. Like I agree with your earlier assessment. Let's put it this way.
Yeah,
Caitlyn Lux should win, but in no way, shape, or form should we have 2 triple kills on either of these 80 carries in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah.
That said, this is turning out to be a really big win con.
Is this just bot? Yeah, they found the trap.
Into a trap. Yeah, and then you die into this combo, unfortunately. Not a lot to be done. Doesn't really...
So that actually had nothing to do with the 2v2 whatsoever.
It was a big mistake from Piero.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Piero. So I'm very sorry to those Jin Karma enthusiasts.
You just can't really walk into unwooded territory like that unless you have your jungler ready to immediately punish, which they did not. Do see Claire going for the expected outcome, and this is kind of, with these kills in bot lane, like the top kill in isolation is fine, right? You trade 1-for-1. Even got most of the wave with his ultimate. Dal doesn't really get accelerated past the point where Claire can't deal with him. But if your bot lane is getting snowballed into high hell, and you're going to like drop blades, and you're going to lose early turrets, then GP never gets the time to scale. And then the equation becomes a lot worse for DRX, because they do have a lot of parts that are very good once they can get to where they need to be, right? That started with a stacked Rod of Ages. Claire with a second item. But getting there is going to be substantially tougher, as you pointed out. I think that in terms of team fighting, the composition from DRX does have a lot going for them, because again, the Gangplank to me saves a lot of the range issues that they have, and how weak they can be to hard engage if Forest and Dal rather get into the backline. But that is only working when Gangplank is relevant, and if he gets 2-tapped by a monstrously fat Caitlyn, then none of that is really going to matter.
Yeah, and right now he's down, what, 28 CS? And that's probably too far behind for Comfort. Like, we expect him to be behind, but I think that Dal is playing this matchup out very well and pushing his advantage quite effectively. As you can see, Clear is just... I mean, I don't think he's going to die,
yeah, but it's about
how far ahead Dal can get.
Yeah, but look, it's only 300 gold.
Oh,
because of
God.
gang. Yeah, that's
Gangplank.
that's Gangplank. Well, yeah, it's that plus first
Well,
try.
that's also a Glacial Prison, as now we're going to cease and desist, but it may not be enough. They've traded 1-for-1 as far as supports, and now Pleta trying to get involved. Sponge doing a lot of work here, and there's the explosion. The captive audience working out beautifully here, as Deadly Flourish does not find the mark. This could be huge for DRX, because this was T1's power point on the map.
That's so big. That Pleta gets, of all people, gets the kill?
Yeah.
With the trap there, that's humongous. And this time, it's Bout that walks into a trap set by DRX. As initially looks like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Can walk up there, and then there's the chain, right? Like immediately, Captive Audience, Sponge with a really well-timed play there, finds the ultimate. And then... Yeah, God, this is so well done. Like, Pleta gets his 4th shot off, gets the extra movement speed, walks out, then flashes to make sure he stays alive, and then gets the kill with the proc on his trap.
I'm confused. Why is Denunciator being mean to us?
Isn't that just for memes? Is that not just what happens?
Oh, wait, no, it's just copy pasta. It's always copy pasta.
It's always a
isn't it?
copy pasta. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, the casters were better yesterday. But that's all right, because they were the 3 series. So you get more of those.
You get more of them.
Yeah. But we apologize. We'll try to be better.
No, I won't.
Well, I mean...
I'm not going to try and be better.
I'm going to say that we'll try to be better.
Ah.
Yeah, I have
see.
no intention of actually doing it.
I was worried for a second.
But we're the B team, and so it's sort of obvious. As that is another dead Karma.
Piero, you have flash, my friend.
Yeah.
Very, very sad game from Piero here. Is making us really respect our kind of validate our own experiences in solo queue playing against Lux Cave, which is
true.
nice.
Yep. I mean, there's that. That is the positive that we can look towards here, is Smash and Bot going to push this wave towards the turret. I have a feeling that it hasn't really, no plates have been taken or anything like that, so it's not exactly classic Caitlyn Lux gaming at this point in time. Piero is going to make his way back. Sponge in the area, as there's the first plate that does go down for T1. More control vision being taken here as the Rift Herald is going to pop on down.
Renekton is up 30 CS, and it's like 200 gold. Gangplank, man.
Oh, dear. Well, let's see what DRX can do, as there is a point-blank ulti, as in goes the mid laner. Starlet going to be able to pick up a bit of damage, but Piero's once again going to fall down. Decent Winter's Wrath to try and stop Smash. Great flash as well to get out of the way of the light binding. But still, a lot of value being picked up here by T1. Not going to stop the onslaught, and they get another kill on this Karma.
Very messy. I don't know about moving up here, though. This seems a bit optimistic to me. Starlet is still a pretty strong Silas. We do have Piero on his way as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, these health bars are a little low to my liking. Bay is really strong, though, in scenarios like this, and Doll's moving over as well, so should be okay here.
Well, Piero's going to come back. Let's see whether they can actually win a teamfight is the question, as Bay, those rock placements, really beautiful stuff. And now, Sponge, looking for an opportunity. Not going to go overly aggressive or anything like that. You can see Clear just happily pushes the wave out, and he'll go back home. See what items are going to be coming through next. Let's check out the replay here.
Oh, you had Ignite on Piero here as well. If they find the Ignite on Forest, I think he dies. Right, like ends up going this low with the Ignite. Would have been, I think, enough. At the very least, you would have gotten vision off him. Instead, you have a fat Smash that didn't die immediately because it wasn't the focal point, right?
He's 6-1-0.
Yeah.
My goodness, it's an extremely fed Caitlyn
yeah,
this time.
But it's Challenger Atlas, so like I still have no idea what is about to happen in this game. I feel like it might come down to a Gangplank play eventually. Gangplank versus Caitlyn, like who can carry harder. Should be the 6-1 Kate, but what do I know?
Yeah.
What do we know?
I feel like in this particular circumstance, T1 are in a very good position. Because Caitlyn is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And if she's that strong, it really does change how this game is supposed to go. However, Smash has found himself in some unfortunate positions in previous games. So we'll have to see how tidy the gameplay is going to be.
Also, still
the T180 carry.
Yeah, still doesn't have cleanse. And last game that was a problem, as we saw. And now he does a bait this time around, and Talia E is very, very good, but still not going to stop you from getting 100 to 0. Because Pleda, as much as we meme as Jin, we do actually see the value of the pick in how a lot of these skirmishes play out, right? With him using the Deadly Flourish to ensure follow-up, even though in the previous skirmish it wasn't quite being enough. But that doesn't really... That's nice, and it's well done, and they play around it well, but it's not really comparable to a Caitlyn that is about to finish an Infinity Edge at like 16 minutes.
Ooh, Starlet. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here as another Glacial Prison flies down. Bay goes golden. Starlet probably going to die as he avoids the light binding, but not going to be able to avoid the rock going into the back of his skull. And that is going to lock down the kill onto the substitute Silas here in the mid lane. Sponge comes over.
Done.
I like the little headbutt to avoid being seismically shelled.
Also have continuously roaming Renekton, which I actually really appreciate. Because in the 1v1 at this point, you can't really dive the GP as too much damage. So instead, we see that Dahl is using his continuous prio to make his way towards the bottom half of the map and try and ensure that if there's any skirmish, that it will still go the way of T1. And right now, T1 overall looking great. We learned last game that we don't know how much that is going to mean, but there's no Fiora this time around. And GP, good as he is, does have a very high skill floor, as in the difference between a GP being useful and not useful is monumental. And I have some faith in Clear, but you don't get that much leeway when playing into specifically the Lux K. So good luck to Clear on that one. Would love to hear what the amount of gold is that he's already made from First Strike. Again, want to reiterate,
He's 250 gold ahead right now.
Yeah.
And 30 CS down with the same scoreline.
Yes.
So I would go with
a
decent amount.
There's also his passive, right? So it makes it extra egregious. But once Quick Blades is done like that, that damage is not going to feel very fair. Doesn't have his ultimate right now though, so is definitely diveable.
Yep.
Whereas I don't
oranges.
know if that's the same for Bay, because Bay is Talia. Will make his way out. Pleda trying to get first turd blood here. Should be able to get it.
Yeah, he should be. Forest going to move up, but that's only a couple more bullets, and Pleda even has the luxury of killing a few more of these creeps before securing it. So, bit of gold in the pockets of DRX, light binding, not going to find it. But Dell being able to get this turret is actually kind of huge, because making sure that the gangplank is in a long lane definitely feels good, as Forest with Dell alongside him going to start off this second Rift Herald. So things pretty chill on the Rift right now. 38 seconds on the first Hextech Drake, which I think is going to be important for both of these teams. Like, you cannot let Smash get a Hextech Soul. No. I don't think. I think that is that's probably game over at that point.
It's both Talia and Caitlyn with that buff are disgusting, and so are Gangplank and even Jin. So I don't think either team's going to feel too good here. This is a better game for the build that Plata's currently going for, which is nice. There is still a considerable amount of tankiness opposite him, but not quite as egregious, I would say, as in the previous game. As Yundo, our MVP, coming in with first strike gold in a second.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Very exciting. As a mid lane turret now going to fall as well. This is the, yeah, already 280. This is, he's like a kill worth of gold. And he's a scaling.
And that's just from first strike. And
that's
he
not
also
ignoring
makes
his passive.
Yeah, just from his
ignoring his passive. Yeah.
All right, I think Dal probably wins these guys. Can Trial by Fire actually work out here? As Clear's going to need to eat a lot of oranges, and he does not have enough.
You don't have quick blades. Why would you fight just before your spike? I don't know.
I don't think he wanted to.
No,
I think he just thought that he was never going to get out.
I think he was trying to me it looked like he was trying to set up a trap there, but we might get a better view of it in the replay. Is Starlit.
All right, Chain going to miss there as the flash does come through from bot. Definitely good news. Final spark not going to connect. Losing Singularity goes down. Starlet's sort of been trying to be useful, hasn't found too many avenues into this game just yet, outside of that early game. And T1 will be able to get the first Drake here. The first Hextech Drake, which is fantastic for them. So far, everything just going exactly the way T1 wanted
just
to.
was caught off guard, and then tries his best to get a 1v1 going, but even with Quick Blades, I don't think you win at this point in the game. You're really looking at getting a third item as well if you want to match the Renekton. And that was not the case. So it just goes down. And now the game state is getting rapidly worse. And it's looking much more likely that T1 will be able to actually cash in on this lead with a actual Infinity Edge Caitlyn second. We don't see this often. Love to see it. And their 2-item power spikes are, like, frankly, disgusting, right? Like, we have Bay gonna hit. Sure, in terms of damage, not the most impressive, but Crown and Seraphs. We're going to have Dahl with what is looking like a Starix second, which we haven't actually seen in quite a while. And I prefer Starix third, but you don't really need the armor shred, so still going to be very high value here for the fights. And then Caitlyn, which is self-explanatory. So contesting anything when you're DRX is a nightmare. And I don't know how they will do it at all. And I don't know if they can. And by the time that they can, game might be over.
Yeah. 10 stacks now on the Rod of Ages. Starlet gets to level 13 off that one. Very interesting. Oftentimes you'll see the mid laner get to level 15 off a stacked up Rod of Ages, but I think the Rod of Ages was earlier because of those the kill and assist. Alright, Pletter's going to try and get out of this one. Seismic Shot needs to be flashed as Forest in a bit of trouble as Clear and Sponge are going to turn up. Barrels starting to come through here. Forest goes down first. And now into the backline goes Starlet. He pops his Dominus, and so does Dowlers. Okay, can we land these bullets? The first two go wide. The other one is just into a Crocodile as now Starlet is fighting Smash. Oh, the Deadly Flourish! It's going to lock down the killers now. Dowlers looking for another one. He gets it, but it is messy, and it is even in the end.
And when you're behind, an even trade is one you're going to take Plata with a beautiful snipe. And yeah, Clear is, he's on 2 items. Like, it's 20 minutes in, and he's doing these amounts of damage in a team fight. He got himself a kill there as well.
Yeah.
The only saving grace is that...
Man, Bay knew that he had to flash that.
Yeah. And this is, as we've said before, this is Forest. Good or bad. The real problem is that the rest of the team kind of gets baited in here in trying to save him. If you let Forest die, you're fine, right? Like, it's just your Vi. There's no objective. You're okay. But instead, they get caught in this extended skirmish. We're seeing the value of Starlet with this stolen Renekton ult as silent. It's not quite gnarled, but it's still insanely strong. Then Plata getting the snipe. Clear starting off with an early kill there as well. And
I'm glad that you didn't take note of Piero.
Oh, I have stopped watching Piero for a while now.
He had a bit of a roughie. Oh no, now we have to watch him. He's really dead.
Piero is having the game that we've all had, and if you're saying you haven't, you're lying.
Yeah, you are.
We all know you have.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just not your game. It's just not your day. This should be Baron, although they are flipping it, which I don't love. There is also a Gangplank ultimate.
Yeah, chains are going to connect here. That's a lot of damage onto Dal.
I think you peel off.
Yeah, Clear is going to just move on over. He is going to take a headshot, but just eats oranges. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Eats headshot, had bone plating as well.
Oh, that was so sick! They managed to get the catch. Dal taking a lot of damage here as well, and there it is. The slice going to be enough there. And is this just going to be Baron for DRX?
No.
Surely not, Chronicler. No. Surely this would be far too challenges for my challenges broadcast. Oh dear, Bay is going to jump off his wall. Forest now in a bit of trouble. Oh, Death's Daughter is exactly that. Oh my god, the damage from this Gangplank is insane.
Wait, smash.
Piero's going to die, but does that matter? Not entirely sure, as Bay taking way too much damage. There is the Baron being taken, and Smash, while he's not going to get stunned by the Deadly Flourish, I think he may get killed by the entirety of DRX, as they may not be able to dive, and so they won't.
Okay, so Smash's positioning impeccable, and I think Pierre actually saved that fight, because the reason why Bay went off his wall is because he was damaged by the W from Karma. So that's why he wasn't able to get into the pit. So let's take a look at this. First, I agree, like a beautiful call. Sponge, man. They actually got sponged. They got well done.
Sponged.
They got sponged so hard, bro. And then this is where everything is looking great. Right, we're setting up for Baron. But then this is still risky because there is still a considerable amount of power and the monster-fed Caitlyn is there. If Bay can actually make his way into this pit, or like he'd like to be at least a little bit closer, that might be the game-ending play.
Oh, Okay. Starlet collects himself a Dominus. It's actually a great ultimate for him to have right here. Is not going to secure the Drake, so we're going to even those out. DRX haven't been able to use their Baron for too much. Still, only that first turret blood going over to them. So getting into these side lanes and making things happen for the next minute and a half is going to be important to get that gold back. As you can see, already 2.3k Baron power play.
Lord Doms is done. Or not Lord Doms, sorry, new Lord Doms, which is just Mortal Reminder.
Yeah.
Because that's what it does now. It has the armor pen back.
Yeah.
God, oh no.
Oh no. Bort is just, he's jealous. He's jealous of Piero and the amount of feeding he's doing. He's like, anything you can do, I can do better. As Forrest is going to get bound here towards the side. Starlet kind of by himself, but he does have a Zonius. The rest of his team's going to dive on forward, and there's the gangplank value once again. Dow's going to get snared. There's the flash out from Sponge. As clears him side lane.
He's chilling. He's vibing. He doesn't care. He's going to get himself a turret.
Gangplank's the best champion in the game. I
But
kind of
it's
love
like
this.
The Gangplank Jin actually is such a sick combo. Like, we meme about it, but it's actually working really well.
It's working really well. And they're now playing a 4-1 style of
maybe now we
composition.
remember that GP exists and we can start picking him again. I love this champion. He's so dumb. Look at that.
Maybe
We're 24 minutes into the game.
maybe Nogari's coming
Give me
out of
that gold.
retirement. He's coming out of retirement.
Give
He's
me
like,
that gold toggle.
First strike GP? Yes, please.
We know, like, Zeus, for example, has a monstrous GP.
Oh yeah. I mean,
bring it back.
there are a lot of GP players.
bring it
Kingan's best champion was GP like 3 years ago.
Yeah, this is on Vision. Very sad affair. Cancel with W into immediate ult. And then you might think that Starlet is the one that, you know, goes over enthusiastic here, but he has Renekton ult and he has a stopwatch, so he truly does not care. He doesn't care at all. Sponge, I think was out of range, but didn't want to risk it on the Talia seismic shove, so instead opts out as, yeah, I know who I'm voting for.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yeah. If T1 wins, is it okay to give your vote to Dal? Probably. I'm just going to put my top vote in now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, mine's already there.
I wouldn't even hate it. I know we're memeing about Jin a lot, but like Plata actually has played two extremely clean Jin games.
I mean, he might be the reason why I think that it's okay to pick Jin in like a spot during the LCK, and then like for those people that don't watch the Challenger broadcast,
like,
they're going to be really confused. They're like, what happened to Atlas? Like,
hey,
where did his brain go?
Lux Relux, you don't get it. Come on, that's not the vibe that we're going for here. This is Challengers. These players are going to make mistakes.
Yeah,
that's the point. They're learning. They're developing.
Indeed. And also, how can you throw a game that you're losing? You can't, because you can only throw a game that you're winning.
Glad I knew.
So yeah, just a bit of a stupid comment, really. Anyway, we were all making mistakes watching this instead of touching grass. Denunciator, it's not true, you know? Maybe it's cold outside. Stuff like that.
Depends on where you live, yeah.
You can always touch grass in the morning or in the afternoon after Challenger. Or before Challenger. Totally fine.
What item is Clay going to go next?
I think he can basically buy whatever he wants.
Well, he has a crit cloak, so we know crit's involved.
Yeah.
He's going to go like Collector. I'm not kidding.
BT? Maybe he actually finally builds a Mythic. What Mythic do you build on G-Play?
You can go Shield Blow. Yeah, Shield Blow's great. Probably Shield Blow
would be fine. I think you'd probably want to get some of your Mythic passives online now.
Yeah, I like the Mythic actually. I wouldn't hate just going for Prowlers.
Oh, yes.
Prowler, like, the only person that you don't one-tap then is Forest. And like, even Forest you don't really care about, but like, base smash bout will all get one-tap by you if you go Prowlers. But it's not gonna.
I'm very into Prowlers.
Which type?
The Claw. The Claw type. And Nidalee. She's a bit of a Prowler.
Understandably, yeah.
Is Nidalee's passive something to do with prowling still? There was someone has a prowl passive. I think it was Nidalee. I can't remember.
This Renekton champ for sure is useful.
No,
it's 2023.
No,
we're past Renekton hating, right? It will be Collector.
Druid stealth in World of Warcraft is prowl.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking about. That's why my okay. Never mind. It still looks like Nidalee, right?
Sure.
Kugler. Stupid because you get double amp from Prowl Active plus
Yeah.
Navary, so your passive burns for like 500 plus damage. Holy
Yeah, it's
crap.
really dumb. I mean, the lethality,
Actually,
the
I'd
lethality
never
on
thought
Prowlers
about
is
it.
actually really dumb as well. Also,
Oh,
like,
God.
ooh, God.
Okay, well, the curtains have been set up as already a lot of damage there from Bay. And yeah, one more time, Piero is going to go down, but this is a big old ulti from the Gangplank. That is going to mean that Forest is also going to fall. And now Dal just trying
There's
to
GP.
do the best he can as, yep, in comes Clear. Can he get these barrels to work? That chain was almost good, but didn't quite get there. As these barrels not working, as Smash is looking for it, the headshot, and he'll manage to pick up the kill. Dal's going to go down as well as now Starlet. He's still alive. Oh, that chain does not land, and now Pleta wanting to find some more. But being in range of Smash is so scary,
Oh,
and now
Smash is so
Bay
good.
wrapping around, and oh, Starlet. Yeah, that is not going to be it.
Oh, Smash is so good.
That was actually beautifully played, and now they should be able to take a Baron.
That's
Who was that guy?
That's Challengers
talking
right
about
there,
the T1
baby.
thrower?
Yeah.
Because you can actually throw if you're ahead, and
Clear-
DRX were ahead.
Clear actually up until that point doing a great job, then missed a barrel chain, and then they lost the fight, which is somewhat of a problem that you can run into with GP. So they lose the Baron, and this should be a clear sign to anyone involved. This is Challengers, baby. We don't know who's gonna win. We don't know what's gonna happen. We're just trying to hang on together.
Yeah. Well, Clear does have TP, the GP TP.
The GPTP.
It is there.
There is also the gates.
Indeed.
The gates. Remember the gates? Remember?
Are we just going to fight for
Remember?
it? I mean, they have to. They have to fight.
Trick 2G with the gates.
The gates.
Trick 2G, yeah. It's
I-
like he
I
called
mean-
the inhibitors the gates.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Trick 2G, the Udyr player.
No, I do know who Trick 2G is.
Yeah.
I just didn't know that he called them the gates.
He did.
Well, there you go. The more you know about Trick 2G, the better life is. As Bay's going to take a blue buff, that's pretty cool. And now DRX going to try to defend this. This is going to be really, really difficult for them to collect as Final Spark comes in. That is going to be the Dragon secured by a crit from the Caitlyn. And that GP ulti is not getting the value that they really want. And the slice comes through from Dal. He'll be fine there as Sponge takes an ace in the hole. Oh, no, never mind. It was Clear that took the ace in the hole for most of his health. Collector
So they're
now
gonna
completed
lose
here from
in
Clear.
here. How is DRX still up gold? I'm
Gangplank.
well, it's standing gold and Gangplank and double first strike, I guess. Should be the end of the push here, at least in mid. We'll be able to rotate up towards top side of the map. But want to reiterate again, if Clear hits a barrel on the backline, they win the fight. And if they don't kill Smash, then T1 wins the fight 100%. So these fights are going to be extremely binary here.
Well, that's a light binding. Clear's going to eat some oranges, but still takes a fair bit of damage. Can't really be doing that. The siege from this composition is just beautiful. Weaver's Wall going to be coming up relatively soon, and look at this. This is how you use a Baron with a Caitlyn. Because, yeah, it's very, very difficult for DRX to stop this with their range disadvantage. And this is what we were talking about this composition being difficult to play if you're not in control.
Talia is such a nuisance as well. It takes away a lot of hard engage
Oh, that
possibilities.
fadeaway was a bit interesting, but doesn't actually get too much done there on Sponge's side. Pleta running real quick, but I just, like, they can't even kill these siege minions. Finally, they managed to get over there.
Clear has ultimate available.
Yeah. Cannon Barrage also there as bait. Yep, just going to Weaver's Wall. That eliminates that turret. Can they defend the inhibitor? They might be able to do something here, but
Still
it'll take a full
strong.
commit to try and get there as okay. In goes Starlet, straight towards that backline to Smash. He's going to be able to walk it out. Sponge doing a fair bit of work here, and look at the damage from Clear. It's kind of insane as he just dies. Ace in the hole paired up with some rocks being thrown out. What was that, Pleta? Okay.
That's game.
It wasn't good, but it was a lot of moving around and stuff. Okay, that is game though, and T1 will bring us to a game number 3.
Oh, if he gets the kills there, they just win the game. But he didn't, so they lose the game.
Well, unless Starlet can do something, well, not by
happening,
stealing
bro.
one of those.
Not happening. Well, at least the vote's easy this time around.
Yeah, that is true. And I'm just gonna have to cross that one out.
He didn't even vote for top. He just You did it in the
I
wrong.
voted for 2. I voted for game 2. I was all about that game number 2. It's all right. Yeah,
that's
that's
challengers, baby.
the T1 victory. Double AD votes for us. And yeah.
Hey, look.
I really liked the GP.
We thought they were gonna get sponged, but they got smashed.
They did get smashed instead of sponged.
Yeah.
And yeah. DRX
So-
had their little moment though, as you can see.
We both saw why Gangplank is good and why Gangplank is hard in the same game.
We did. And I was a bit disappointed because I think of Clear as one of our good Gangplanks, but
Well, it's a very hard champion. It's
you
like
also
I
have
said,
to navigate a
it's-
team fight composition like the
So
one
it's-
T1 had.
It's
in a
very
game like that.
binary. You can't get hit by any. Well, you can get by something once, right? Because you have W, but like you can't get hit by anything. It's very binary, and if you don't hit your barrels, you don't do anything. So I don't really want to go in too hard on Clear when DRX already was in a position where they should have kind of lost the game because Piero really struggling in that one. And we saw the draft from T1, particularly the Talia, I think, was a really big mitigating factor as to why they could never get on this fat Kate. But Smash also played it smashingly. Which
Smash
helped.
played very well. And also, he was allowed to play Caitlyn.
Okay, yes, but like, would you rather give a challenger team Maokai or Elise?
Elise, yeah. You can give Elise.
I don't think you can give Elise.
You can absolutely give
We have
Elise.
seen in challenges what happens. Like
Caitlyn doesn't need Elise
Okay.
to do Elise things
No,
to the lane.
well, I know, but already with just as unsurprisingly, Smash is just too good, man. So
and he's now
here-
4-1 on the champion. It was his first loss in game
the
number
previous
1.
one, and even there he got monstrously fat. So
Yeah.
I agree with you, but to me, Elise is like, it's just as bad. In challengers, not in the LCK, but in challengers, because Elise punishes mistakes better than a lot of other champions, and this is challengers. So like, she's gonna get fed and get like 5 kills in the first 10
I think
minutes.
you can just follow the same logic. If Caitlyn playing team, ban Caitlyn.
Okay, but the same for Elise. That's the problem. Blue side's doomed. Oh no, sorry, red
No,
side's
but
doomed.
it's higher on the priority list. The Caitlyn's higher on the priority list. For teams that can play her. And for teams that have proven that they can play her well.
I really don't know. I think it's tough. I think that there is no good answer, and just don't lose, and just always be
Maybe
blue
just
side.
like ban Garen and all sorts of random
And then-
stuff,
so you
and
can
then
get
hopefully
two,
get 2
yeah.
really good things on the other side.
Well, maybe you have to.
Yeah, just
Because,
ban
like,
Ashe, the only ban that you really need to worry about.
Well, that's the problem. It's like right now with how the game is balanced on the current patch, it feels like teams are trolling in draft no matter what they do.
Yeah.
Particularly on red side. It's like, man, how could you give them Caitlyn Lux, right? And like, well, I agree, but if they got like Elise, Elise Lucian or Elise Draven, you're also going to be like,
And they did manage to win against the Caitlyn, or at least
well,
Clear's Fiora.
I was kind of with you on that one though. That was more them finding a way somehow.
Yeah. A bit of a yikesy situation, but T1 are going to have to win another one if they want to come back in this series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the deciding game number 3.
흔들리지 마라. 가엔나 기리기. 집중하세요. 가엔나 기리기. 평화가 함께.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Altus. This is Chroniclier, and we're here to do some more commentary of this series that is continuing. There is one more game, and one of these teams will win.
Yes. Or will they?
Well,
or will
maybe
we
not.
be the winners? The real winners all along, because we get to watch.
I wanted to try it.
I was ramping up to something beautiful, Atlas, and now it's
Keep
gone.
ramping, dude.
No, it's
You're fine.
gone forever. Like tears in rain.
They're not gone forever. They're just mixed up in the rain.
Are you not a Blade Runner fan?
I mean, yes,
Okay.
but that is wrong.
It's not wrong. It's the Blade Runner. It's like it's.
It's still wrong. The tears are still there. It's hard to find them.
It is a metaphorical statement, Atlas. It's meant to be an allegory. It's not meant to be literal. Of course, the physical rain is still there.
As is the physical tears.
Yes. Obviously, but that's not the point. You can't know which one is which. Like crying in the shower. No one can ever know. Doesn't mean you're not doing it.
Doesn't mean the tears aren't there.
Exactly.
They are there. They're still there. All right. So Gangplank was not the issue in the last game. Discuss.
But Gangplank was fine. Clear just didn't have the best game, but the real issue was
Jin,
Piero
though. Jin is good, says
making a lot of
Denunciator.
mistakes. Jin was fine in both of these two games. Jin was not the problem. If anything, we're being distracted and Karma was the problem all along. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I mean, she was.
Yeah.
Yeah. She has always been the problem.
Yeah.
Are you at the studio with the players? No, we're not. We're in a different place. Stay tabbed back in as we can see.
Who's observer for LCK Challengers? Is it Jonas Strong? No, it's Yundo.
It's Yundo.
Our good friend Yundo, who is
boy.
working very hard.
The man, the myth, the maverick. Helps with us.
Is he a maverick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I could see him being. He is kind of a maverick,
He's got a bit of a maverick
No,
vibe.
he's got a bit of a wild streak.
He
You're
definitely
right.
seems like a bit of a maverick while he's driving his souped-up
Yeah.
car. Know what I'm saying?
You're right.
It's pale blue for the added masculinity.
I do love baby type colors. That's what we call them in the Netherlands.
Yeah, and it's a baby blue.
Do you
It
know
is a
about
baby blue.
I mean, I don't think you would, but in the Netherlands we have a tradition where once a baby gets born, you eat a tiny. It's kind of a cracker, but not really. It's called beschuit.
What?
Yeah, it's like a biscuit, kind of, but it's like a very crispy biscuit with a little anise. It's like an anise seed-like topping. It's very sweet.
Ooh.
It's like anise candy, very tiny.
So
And
like
they're called mouses, like little mouses.
Mouses.
Yeah, you can get them in blue and in white and in pink.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we've got some bans that came through. That Caitlyn that we were asking for, now that DRX are on the blue side, they do get to ban that one away.
Yay.
The same ban tax has been put forth on the red side. T1 just picking up where DRX left off in the other two games. And they'll ban Renekton and the Varus. Sejuani snapped up first. Priority pick there.
Very nice.
Yeah, you'll love to see that.
Sejuani
As,
early. Oh
we've
yes, Lucianami. Oh, Zeri Lulu. Let's do it.
Yeah, so probably the Lucian.
So,
Nami's
are you
there,
happy
Lulu,
now,
and
Atlas?
then the Vi will be picked up third.
Are you happy now?
What?
We got the Caitlyn ban. Is this what you wanted?
Oh, it's better than Jin. Absolutely. 100%. I actually think that Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami now is kind of interesting.
Oh,
Because it can go
fine
either way.
wine.
It's not like severely one-sided. It is, you know, as far as like game states and stuff like that are concerned, it's a little bit boring. But I do like the fact that there is a reason why you would pick Zeri Lulu into
is
the
he?
Lucian Nami.
Who's this new Atlas? Full of nuance?
No, this has been my opinion for quite some time now.
Oh, you haven't told me.
I have. You just maybe weren't listening.
I always listen to you, Atlas. I might not always remember everything. Yeah, this guy is indeed Dutch. If you weren't sure, we can do a cast somewhere today with the Dutch accent for authenticity. This is what I sounded like when I started my English casting in the Netherlands. Truthfully. No, it's not.
Toothfully?
Yeah, truthfully.
It was
Yeah.
full of teeth.
Yeah.
Nice.
Don't talk to me about teeth, Atlas. You know I got a whole thing about dentists and stuff. I don't want to get in on that. It's
We don't know. The casters don't
We're gonna
really
get-
dislike Jin. We only like Jin when he's picked.
It's.
We only dislike him, sorry,
I
when he's
have
picked.
no issue with Jin at all. I'm not on board with this. So it is going to be Victor, which now we're back on the beaten path, man. Now we're back to this. It's going to be Cassante into Gnar.
No,
It's going to be Cassante into Gnar. It should be Jax, but nope. It's Cassante into Gnar.
What
Or maybe it's
year
Jax.
is it?
Oh, me Fiora's better.
I mean, you
Gwen's
can
fine.
pick any champion ever.
So T1's going to no. Just go Gwen, please. That's fine.
And Jax is fine. Jax
That's
is way better.
okay.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Why pick Cassante?
I don't know. Because you don't want to blind Jax?
Well, like, blind anything else.
No!
Wow. Well, these are some drafts.
I had more fun in the I know. I had more fun in the previous games, Atlas. This is worse.
I mean, at least we get to just, we can go home because these drafts do just cast themselves.
They do.
Like, everyone knows. Like, we can actually just put on a recording of the last time these exact
Well,
drafts
we already
happened.
are a recording.
Yeah, I know,
Well,
but we
I
just
don't know,
changed the
actually.
recording.
I don't know. Who are these guys who talks so cringe? Good question. You wanna enlighten them, Atlas?
Do you understand that so cringe doesn't make any sense at all?
No.
You can say that something is cringe-worthy or that something makes you cringe, but something cannot be cringe.
Well,
It's
I
just
don't know.
cringe, guys, when you say
Flaming
that.
people in YouTube chat seems pretty cringe to me.
Well, no. It makes you cringe.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, looking at these overall drafts, they're not very interesting. But the game can go any way. We've seen a variation of these drafts over the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this is just
Pretty-
the most boring.
Substantial, yeah, pretty consistently.
Yep, and we've seen that the Zeri Lulu can actually work out in the laning phase quite nicely.
Level
Early
6
game.
is big, and then you have
Yeah,
Lucianami,
the one
level
item
1
spikes
spike.
for both of them
Woo!
is very, very
Yeah,
strong.
Mandate, Kill Force, and then
Yeah.
you have mid. Azir can shuffle in Victor. That's cool.
Yeah.
He can like good ganks because Victor only has 1 flash, but there's much shorter cooldown on cease and desist and
Yeah,
and divide. So
the Emperor's divide.
yeah.
Let's rock out, guys.
환영합니다.
You guys might have thought that we weren't going to do because we were feeling a little bit down
We
because of
always
the
do
boringness of these drafts, but
Don't you worry.
we are absolutely
It might be
doing.
time for the first true podcast game. That's actually what this. We should see this as an opportunity.
No, I think that
Atlas.
we need to very seriously
Don't do this.
analyze
Don't do this to
these compositions.
Okay, I am willing to do this.
Uh-huh.
I'm willing to accept your proposal on one condition.
Uh-huh.
We change roles this game.
No.
Okay, well then I'm not doing it.
All right.
Okay.
You do what you want. I'm just going to commentate the game.
I can't go off the rails alone, Atlas. If we go off the rails together, it's an adventure. If
No.
I go off the rails alone, I'm just weird.
You can just have your little minecart and you can just choose the other path. It's fine.
Like in Donkey Kong
Yeah,
Country.
like in Donkey Kong Country. You'll be
But-
totally. I don't think you can actually do that in Donkey Kong Country. If you're playing
Maybe in
cooperative.
Tropical Freeze.
I
You have
think
the
you
2-player modes, no?
Yeah, you could potentially be in different minecarts.
Hey, Chronicle Fanboy. Oh, I don't know if that's genuine or not, but if it is, thank you very much. Did Faker get subbed out? Yes. Faker is on Chovy's alpaca farm. No, camel farm in New Zealand.
Camel Farm in New Zealand, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where he moonlights when the LCK isn't happening. Because he likes the weather. You can understand it.
Very friendly people as well. Good facilities overall in New Zealand.
Yep, there's a reason why Chovy chose it. For his place to raise his camels. So we know exactly how all of these lanes generally go. Right now, the Gnar into Cassante is much better than it used to be, and it was already one of those picks that is often picked into Cassante. Teamfight-wise, the Gnar is going to be very happy. Here in the mid lane, Tab. Yeah, I mean, you'll lane okay, but he should be pretty susceptible if T1 get any control in the jungle position. Tab was a bit of a fan of good old Victor for quite some time. I believe actually when he got a POG with his sub-in victory for DRX.
He did.
He was playing Victor.
Great memory. There we go. So trustworthy, Atlas.
Is Trevi's alpaca farm in Chile? I thought it was in Tasmania.
No, that's not Trophy's fault.
Oh, that was Deft's farm. So
Yeah.
Trevi has a competing alpaca farm in Chile?
I could see that.
Whoa.
You can't let Deft... Yeah, I mean, Deft obviously has like great brand recognition in the field of alpacas, but
Yeah.
can't let that hold you back from trying to...
Yeah, you can't let him monopolize it.
Well, no, you got to try and fight for your dreams.
True.
You know, even though the odds may be stacked against you and you're going up against a truly world, like global icon.
Yeah. And a
for
lexicon,
alpacas.
it's a different farm. There's a camel farm in New Zealand, and it's a Tasmanian alpaca farm that Deft has.
Yes, they're very different.
Yeah. Entirely different situation. As we can see, the Zeri doing very well. Made it to level 3, went for that back timing. I'm just going to be trudging towards the shield bow. Sponge, just making a little bit of a loop, and we'll be able to collect a Rift Scuttler.
So what is the exact meaning of trudging? Because I always took it as like walking, as if with heavy weight.
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah, like
Or
kind of-
tiredly.
yeah, like you're weighed down by something.
Yeah. And it can
Well,
be
I'm glad-
emotional, weighed down.
Yeah, or it can be both literal
Yeah.
or figurative.
Yeah, it can.
Thank you. Sometimes I need to do a bit of a check.
Grumpy, depressed walking. A lexicon, yeah, I can see that.
During the LEC semifinals last night, they spent more time talking about Carrier than they did. Well, I mean, we all want to just always talk about Carrier, right? I think that's a pretty normal thing to do.
Yeah, I
personally.
don't think you could blame anyone for wanting to talk about Carrier.
It's been true for what, like 3 years now?
Yeah.
I think it just makes sense. It's good entertainment.
Ooh, what champs would we like to see in the meta, and what's been the meta that they've enjoyed the most?
So my favorite pro meta is a little tough. I don't actually know from the top of my head. Probably like season 3 to 5.
I like
That's a bit of
whenever-
nostalgia as well, but
Whenever Fizz mid was being played, I really enjoyed that.
but my
I think that was
favorite
like
champion,
2013.
my favorite champion in the game is Talia. So I'm actually eating pretty well right now. My favorite moment was when D Plus or back down Dom 1 just was flexing Talia every game.
Yeah,
That was for
a
like a
fun
few
one.
weeks. That was great. But yeah, Talia's my favorite champion, and she's pretty alright in the current meta. She's where she should be. She's a great counter pick in the right situation, which means that she's not going to get like nice.
Just flashing
Flash
after Smash
cancel.
here.
Wow, I should get them Drake, the very least. Extremely aggressive. Wow, get another cancel as well.
Piero is
Ooh.
mad, man. He got like
This
he
is
went 0-8 in the last game. He's got something to prove now. That's pretty hectic. Now just going to Whimsy his way over here. Forrest going to get the bad news that this one's being started up, but Piero's there with a polymorph in hand. Glitterland's value there as well. You love to see it. Really good stuff. Satap
Reminder.
eating some honey
yeah,
fruit.
they can't contest this. Smash is just sitting in
yeah.
lane. Yeah, he got
Ford
interrupted twice.
just went home and then just got Chaos Storm.
Yeah, now has no health bar.
Yeah. You need a health bar,
Oh
generally.
god, oh Wolf, that's not the
As-
copy paste that we need.
Oh dear. Lucian
dead.
not necessarily- He's not dead, but
He's fine.
things aren't going all that great as Bay kind of misses the Emperor's Divide. Alright. Clear going to be able to utilize the Unstoppable and avoid a Gnar to the head. But still, things pretty cool, calm, and collected on the top side of the map. We'll see whether Clear can sort of defy expectations here with the heavily nerfed Cassante.
Doesn't even need to do that much, he just needs to be a tank. Frankly, at this point, like, I don't want him to get solo kills in lane, I just need him to stand in front of Plata and ult people away that want to hurt his precious Zeri. That's all he needs to do this game.
Oh, I remembered my favorite meta.
Hit me.
My favorite meta was lane swap meta, where you just bought all of the gold for 10 items.
Oh, lane swap meta? Really?
Yeah,
Atlas?
yeah, where it's just like Poppy Aurelia sitting under a turret doing nothing all game.
Oh.
Meanwhile, your junglers do nothing but like buy an Oracle's Elixir and wander around.
I feel like you're being facetious.
No.
Good flash there from Satap.
The
Nicely done.
sidestep from Sponge also very nice.
Well done, Setup and Sponge. Good going. Say Sponge a little sad because he's the only melee character, because top lane doesn't exist. You might be like, well, what are you talking about, Caster? There's Santa. Yeah, that's top lane.
Yeah, not real.
Not real.
If only there was a real top lane.
Well, we had the Fiora in game 1.
True.
That existed. Blightup might be in some deep trouble here. It does have level 6 and barrier and flash, but don't know if that's going to be enough to outplay this. Bone plating now gone. Not a big wave.
Ooh, Spongius. Looking for an angle, an opportunity, as doesn't even need to find one, as that is just a really dead bait. First blood goes over to the Victor, and now the dive is on the bottom side as well. Culling going to be used just to lock that one down. And yeah, Pletter is going to die as well. So, an answer on the bottom side of the map. But immediately, first blood was taken.
Okay,
in the mid lane.
that Twitch check, that's got to be a joke. T1 losing to DRX, Keck W, LCK, rank 1 wash. So that's got to be a joke.
I think
there is no one, someone makes that comment and isn't meaning, right? I want to believe in the goodness of people and their ability to read.
I just love the fact that it's wrong on so many different levels as well. I think it's actually like pretty genius.
It's really good trolling.
Yeah.
Which is my guess.
Because like that means that they obviously didn't watch the World Final as well. It's just really, oh, you love to see it. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Keep that one
I
up.
love Jarvan as well. Yeah, I'm a big Jarvan enjoyer.
I think I've had enough of Jarvan, just over the years.
You've been casting for a lot longer than I have.
There's been enough.
I love
Jarvan everywhere.
Yeah,
I like Jarvan
so
support.
Basic.
Jarvan support.
He just does his
fan.
thing. He's like, I am. Oh
well, Forest is going to find himself in the wrong part of the forest. Everyone, Sponge is going to eat him up. That's a dead Vi. And sometimes you just go where you're not supposed to be. And there was some deforestation done.
I know it's challengers, and generally we don't call a game over very quickly.
Keysun or Life Jarvan support, heck yeah, Wolf, that's a base take.
Wolf is a man of culture.
Although Spirits Jarvan was the best, because he debuted it.
This is looking fairly doomed. You're 2k gold behind with a Lucianami comp.
Well, Piero comes over. We're just checking out the stopped
He
back.
healed as well. What a gamer. Piero's he's actually mad.
Oh,
he's actually
because
mad.
they get the flash.
Yeah.
And then immediately he comes down. Forest is baited.
Yeah.
To the moon and back.
Yeah.
Oh my, that was like Savage Garden baited.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's sick. That was actually so sick. Like, that was like 11 head. You're like, you got 5 head plays, but like this went so many extra levels.
I believe in Challenger's ability. You are a true Challenger fan, my friend, and I command your knowledge of this scene. No game is unthrowable. Definitely true.
Denunciator absolutely correct here, by the way. The only caster whose opinions matter is Atlas, who was the only person who correctly predicted
Atlas,
KT top 4.
Our predictions were for the end of the split.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know what's going to happen. No,
I mean, I'm going to be wrong,
no,
right? Because KT is probably going to win the telecom war this week, aren't they?
He didn't. Did you predict? No, you didn't predict that.
I didn't.
I was about to say.
That's a spoiler. As Tidal Wave going to be avoided by everyone. Has bought
Piero to main team. I mean, Piero and Beryl actually do have a lot of things in common with their aggressive plays and their penchant for making a mistake and then repeating it.
Oh, Cloud Soul, baby!
I try not to be too negative on the Challenger stream. Everyone in chat is being very nice, and we want to uphold that special and positive vibe that
we just want to promote good and unique League of Legends, just like this.
Okay, well, not unique, but we do want to build up these players. We do want to give them the support they deserve, and the only reason why it didn't go insane, well, you can argue about that, but why I felt like it didn't go insane last year when I did the Challenger co-streams as well was because, you know, you just gotta keep it positive. And thus far, we've been doing great.
Yeah, a lot of positivity. I did, you know, unfortunately say that I thought KT was going to win the telecom war when I predicted actually the opposite of that. So I apologize to any KT fans that thought perhaps I was being enthusiastic towards their team.
No, Wolf is, and he's very upfront about it, which I appreciate a lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a good shout. Yeah, I think at this point I'm fully bought into KT being good. I don't know what they're on top though, because
Click both for good night.
both,
Have a good night.
both Hanwha and D+ to me are still like very big question marks, where I could see them level up and also not at all.
Yeah.
Over like the next 4 weeks. We'll see. Yeah. It's exciting.
Do you know what's not exciting? Compositions like this.
No.
Do we want to tell people about what we're expecting as the game goes on, or do you think there's just kind of no point?
Is the LCK CL logo award? Yeah, so my guess is that it's like
Hi,
it's a mix. It's a ward and it's a bird spreading its wings before it becomes a cool eagle. So it's like a combination of both the LCK, and it also looks a lot like a ward. It's like the feathers, right? From like the spread wings.
Yeah, I kind of like it being a ward. I'm kind of into that.
Isn't the like
like,
spreading your
being-
wings really cool because it's challengers before they go to the LCK?
Yeah. But also I like the ward because everyone wants to watch so that they can steal the talent and take them to other regions.
Damn! You guys can see I did like a lean back thing there.
Yeah, he did. He leant back.
Very far. I hope you guys can hear my chair creak. That would be unfortunate. The game is happening. I just to make sure that we check in, there is about a 3k gold lead for DRX. They have a Zeri and a Victor all reaching their 1 in power spike. They have pretty substantial CS leads across the board, and they're feeling good.
The only issue
Yes.
is Cassante exists and may not be as impactful as a Gnar in a team fight.
All Cassante needs to do is just slam away Doll every single time. Yeah, I agree. That's it. Just press R on Doll or Forest. That's your only job. And then you win the fights, generally. With the current game state, it's looking pretty good.
Well, T1's bottom lane need to get themselves back in a good headspace. I think that, you know, Bort's had a few stinkers as far as ultimates are concerned, and they haven't been able to stand up to the pressure here. A lot of it to do with Forest's visits and things like that, but otherwise I think DRX's bottom lane have played the game out pretty well thus far. As, alright.
Don't dive Cassante.
Let's dive the Cassante.
Let's not dive Cassante.
He's been nerfed, man. You may as well dive him.
Let's not do it.
I think
It's
a great idea.
Shh, don't do it.
Just do a bit of
No,
that.
don't do it.
Rip Tastosis? What are you talking about? Tastosis still cast together, man. You stop that. They just casted the IM final.
Lucian has a nice Dirk. He's not going to collect. No one's going to Collector. The Dirk, in case you were joking, is actually just a pick that you go for lane. The early
They are
spike it
also
gives
both
you
alive, yeah.
allows you to consistently find a lot better trades. And I personally quite enjoy it. You just sell it later. You don't really build it into anything because Lucians, thank God, don't go Collector anymore. They just go Guild Force into Rapid Fire Cannon, into IE, into Cyrildas, and it's quite
Who
good.
gets next kill? We've been asked for a prediction. Prediction is who gets the next kill?
Who gets it?
Yeah.
Pleta.
Pleta gets the next kill?
Pleta or Smash, yeah. I generally going for 80 carries is a safe bet, no? Those are who you're going to try and feed.
Yeah, true. I think...
Yes.
Let's have a look at the game state here. I think it's Satep.
Satep, okay.
That's
Not
what
a bad, not a bad.
I think Satep sort of
Not a bad
accidentally
call.
gets it with a Chaos Storm.
Makes sense.
That's what I think. Where is Faker, Kuriria, and Guma?
Well,
Probably practicing?
maybe scrimming.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Doing something other than League of Legends, perhaps. Might be a healthy move. As we've got a bit of a dive happening here as Tidal Wave flies forward. All right, Forest doing a fair bit of work. Chaos Storm is indeed ticking down, and it's Satep that picks up the kill. I'm a god! Hell yeah! In your face, world!
Atlas with the predictive powers gets the right call on the kill. Satep picks it up. Was it with Chaos Storm as well? I'm not sure if it was timed out or if it was
No, it
the
was timed
laser.
out, and he got it with the
Good enough.
with the zap. It was basically what I said though, because Forest just took an entire Chaos Storm worth of damage.
It was yeah. It was also a T1 that the turret was still up. They really took a long time to kill that.
Thanks for stopping by, Wolf. You definitely should take some time for
Bye.
yourself, though. Too
Take
much
care,
League of Legends,
Wolf.
my man.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. We love you. Yep. Oh, look at that. I love how he slow-mos
Look
the
at
Glacial
this.
Prison.
Oh, no, that's not the teleport you want to.
Look at this Chaos Storm.
Oh, no.
Oh no, the last couple of ticks.
Bay.
They didn't get the last couple of ticks.
Bay, no, he TP'd to the turret.
Uh,
That's why he wasn't there. Because they took so long to kill the turret, but then when he teleported, they were almost killing the turret. There was a ward there as well. Bay, no.
sometimes Bay.
Sometimes what, Bay?
No, just sometimes Bay.
Sometimes Bay.
Yeah. You know I used to have a TSM Bay Life shirt?
Really?
Yeah, the oldie.
You?
Yeah, I was a
You're
huge
TS
TSM fan back in the day.
You were a huge TSM fan.
Uh-huh.
Riddle me that.
When it was, because I really liked the old one. Yeah,
Great choice. Love the general.
Some of my favorite
Oh my
streams I
god,
ever
you
watched.
just had
him
the odd
and
one
Dyrus.
and then you replaced him with Morgan and Umpty eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but like, I also really like Chaox. Even Wild Turtle, really enjoyed Wild Turtle. He just had a really good outlook on life, is what it felt like to me. So I was a huge fan. And X Special's also fantastic. He was one of the first pros who followed me, actually.
Aww. Mm-hmm. All the confessions come out during challengers. Yeah, we are generally kept on our feet by the high octane gameplay of the LCK, but in challengers where things are so chaotic all the time that they effectively might as well not be chaos.
That's actually dope. Okay, now I have your attention. Which LCK top is going to get the most solo bolos by splits N?
Top lane?
Yeah.
I mean, right now it's Dundun, but I don't think that's
Birdle?
sticking around. Oh, it might be Birdle, actually. I think it'll be Keen.
Yeah, it should be Keen.
Because...
Oh, maybe not solo bolos.
I feel like Zeus is a better top, but Zeus isn't really the solo bolo top laner.
No, he's not.
Because he doesn't get a lot of resources because, well, owner visits sometimes. But generally...
So it might actually be Birdle by the end.
Keen or Birdle, well, my guess is
yeah. I would say so too.
Because Birdle really is our most aggressive top laner, both as a pro and a con, right? Like we've seen him also, seen it backfire, but he is very happy to take like all-ins. Zeus to me feels like he doesn't want to generally, and when he dies it's more so in gank situations.
Yeah, I think that like, because if you're a player that's playing reserved and intelligently, right, you don't often go for those big plays. But I think Birdle's like feeling himself so much that he'd just go for the play.
Yeah, I'd say it's Keen or Birdle. It's never Doran, because Doran is literally the punching bag for Gen.G. So he does it sometimes, but I think he also knows that that's not his job.
Oh, and
I really
the question is
Doran.
second to Morgan, obviously.
No.
Because like Morgan's the obvious choice.
No. How do I get LCK tickets as a foreigner in Korea? Through the Interpark website. Yeah. It's a bit of a toughie, but it's definitely possible. We've seen a lot of...
It's doable. And there is a section in English as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. No, I'd say, Birdle or Keen make the most sense to me. No, I just want to, you know, defend
By the way,
a little bit.
Something, 2 items in a bit. Something.
Huh?
Pleta does have 2 items and is going to build another one. It's going to be quick plays.
We also have Satap going for an actual damage build, so stars are aligning, Atlas.
For DRX fans, if you're a T1 fan, the stars are misaligning.
Do English cast radio still exists for Lorpok? Not as far as I'm aware.
No, they don't, unfortunately, Thijs. Like, it's actually something that we've wanted to talk about for quite some time. I think that Papa had managed to get them for like 2019 season, but I think they've gone away again because we didn't have audiences for a couple of years.
COVID, yeah.
So,
are we casting from home? No, we are in the WDG studio.
Which is like a home to us.
It's really
therefore,
nice.
we kind of are, but also
in a way
we actually are not. So like, sort of, but no.
Is it cold? No.
No, it's actually quite warm in here.
It's very balmy. Yeah. We're going to have some dinner after this. It's going to be delicious.
Oh, heck yeah.
Very excited.
Some spicy tofu.
Spicy tofu, yeah. Some Szechuan peppercorns in there.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh.
Amazing.
Some natural anesthetic.
Yeah, Plata building towards a quick play. It's very nice.
Casters, are eggs meat?
No, they are not meat.
It depends how long you've waited before you've eaten them.
Okay, that's dog. And no, they're not meat.
Yeah, I mean, but sort of.
Not really.
But no. But kind of. But no.
Is there good food? There's really good food for vegetarians in Korea, but it can be tough to find. And it also depends, like, are you like full vegetarian? Do you eat fish? There's a lot of kind of conditionals.
This is sort of a fight, as Clear is going to throw away all of his resistances, but isn't going to die. He's looking for even more tidal wave. He's just going to be ran away from, and Clear will be able to escape that. He went all out, and and was all out, and then everyone was all out of there.
Then what are they? Eggs? No, or what are they? Dairy? No, they're just eggs. Like
maybe
they're
just
their own
eggs.
separate
Well,
category.
Pled is flashing. They're looking for some kills here. It's the polymorph. So good on debate. Does get the flash off though. Gets underneath the turret. Is Dal. Meganar available. The DRX playing very aggressively. I really like it.
Really are. Using the power of Zeri, which we don't often see teams kind of shy away from because it is a much more high-risk type of playstyle, but playing that far forward and actually diving with the rest of your Crescente and your Sejuani actually works out quite well if you can buy the space that is necessary. Eating fish is not veggie. Okay, yeah, but there's different...
Yeah, they're pescatarian.
Yeah, it's pescatarian. So it's different... Depends on the language and whatnot, right? If you want to eat fully meatless, you can in Korea, but it can be a little tough. They don't, unless you of course go for barbecue. Generally, I feel like meats are very integrated in the food, so it's hard to take them out of. It's not like they eat huge amounts, but...
That's so cool. We've got pescatarian spelt 3 different ways.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't even know which one's correct, but I just like the fact that there's 3 different spellings.
Which challenger player's name is the most memeable? Sponge.
Plan B.
Oof.
Plan B is so easy.
So there's Call Me, Plan B, and Sponge are my top 3.
They would be
top of my head.
But I think Plan B is so
Smash.
good.
Now Smash is just a good name. I personally say.
I think
you
Smash
can make
is a good one, yeah.
You can make jokes with it, but to me, the name is too good to be kind of memey.
Yeah. And Fiesta, unfortunately, is he's not here anymore because he's too good.
Fiesta.
Why Live Sandbox not using Plan A? Yeah, Dungwoo not yet.
Dungwoo is Plan B.
Denunciator, yes. I think about the best names often. It is a thing. T1 looking for a Baron. There's only been 4 kills and it's 25 minutes into this game. I feel like I'm not in the game. You know, like, you know how sometimes you're casting and you're like, feel really in it.
Yeah.
I feel mostly not in this game.
I don't feel in this game at all.
Yeah.
I feel like we're out.
Yeah.
I don't even feel like we're through the looking glass, man. We're like, okay, hear me out.
We're watching it through a foggy window.
We're in the watchtower, seeing the game in the distance.
Like, I don't even know what this is.
Like, what's
So
happening?
Forrest might die here. Pled is going to grab that kill. Emperor's Divide is really good from Bay, though, as Dal's throwing rocks at people, and the Zeri will go down. Now Satab's going to flash in, look to see whether he can take down Smash. Should be able to do so, as somehow Satab got the kill onto Azir.
So we're in the lighthouse, okay?
Yeah.
And we're looking through the foggy window.
Yeah.
And it's night, and in the distance we see the ship. And on the ship, the game is being played.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, but it's like through a little window that we can see the game on the ship. Yeah.
Yes.
No, you're right. You're right.
And we can hear Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson losing their mind, and we're just trying to watch the game.
Forrest has promised his friends and family he will never stop going in.
And they're just talking about their beans. And even with a fight as good as this, it says a lot about the game state. Like they literally get a really big combo here, right? Like Zeri basically doesn't get to play the game, and it's effectively a 4 versus 5. Smash is a little bit late to the play, but it doesn't matter. Like DRX is so far ahead.
Satab gets it with like a Leandri's tick or something. It was very funny. Anyway, Satab's pretty huge right now, looking for his Rabidons.
Oh, he
and
had
wants
a
Zhonya's
maybe he can get a
at the same
6-0
time.
game to balance out the 0-6. Looking
there we go.
Quite good right now.
Balanced as all things should be.
Yes.
Quick Blade's completed by Pleta.
That's canon, right? No, that's balance in all things.
Balance in all
Balance in all things. That's canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Well,
It's been such a long time since I've heard the
I'm not used to Marvel references coming from you.
me.
Well, I mean, you're a Marvel enjoyer as well.
I watch a bit of I've been known to have observed some of the Marvel
which was the
movies.
movie we went to together? There was No Way Home, right?
Yeah, I think we may have seen that one together.
Yeah, I think we did. That was fun.
That was a goodie. Do you know what
Was that
movie
in
I enjoyed?
Gwangju?
No, I think it
I'm
was
not
Yongsan,
sure.
wasn't it?
I don't know. Could be. I don't think it was yours.
I think we wanted to see it in Gwangju, but I don't think we made it there that time. Kasante is going to try and dash around and actually does quite a lot here. Forrest is dead again, and Clear didn't even go below half health. This Kasante getting work done. Gonna need to get that nerf bat out again, I think, as DRX, they're super far ahead this game. They are currently ahead by 6,000 gold. They're going to be able to take this inhibitor down as well. Honestly, T1 just look like they have not really done anything at all this game.
I saw that LCK copy pasta, huge fan. That's a classic. I had LCK for the first time when we were in New York.
Did you have it in New York for the first time?
Yeah, I never had it before that.
Wow.
Yeah, Emily Rand took
Whoa.
us to this delicious restaurant.
Oh no, I wasn't actually there for that because I've had it so many times back at home.
So good.
But I feel like I should have taken you so many other times to go. Really, we should have ordered that for dinner tonight.
Well, we
But
still get some quality food, so
That's
it'll be
true.
fine. Yeah, we are hard collapsing on Kasante, and he did get nerfed specifically when he ults. So now he doesn't have his resistance anymore, but after they had thrown everything and the kitchen sink at him, and it was not enough. They needed more kitchen. They needed the oven.
More sinks.
They needed maybe a microwave, and they didn't have any of those.
Well,
So-
now everyone's super far ahead. Look at this. Like, I love it when you have a game state like this and just globally you're winning by so much. It's the support gap that is gigantic. And that's happened in this game very severely. They have done the same amount of damage, but it honestly...
What's the best individual tournament or sport? Well, it's more games than tournaments. So my best individual game, the best cost that we've done, that would be, for me, that would be the quarterfinal Gen.G D+.
I think they're talking about like a season, like a full season. What's been the best full season?
I don't know. That's a lot harder.
It's a fun question though, because I think it's
the one
easier.
Atlas lost his hair. Yeah, that was also in my highlight reel. Full season. Yeah, 2022 summer. That was a banger. Gen.G finally won something. That was cool, and we won Worlds.
Yeah, I think 2022 summer is probably a
That'll
good
be
one.
mine.
Spring was when I lost my hair, but I don't think that was my favorite. Mainly
This is
for
not
that
my
reason.
favorite season. Absolutely
This is not my favorite teleport
So,
either. As they're going to go in because they're missing a player. Dal he's coming. He does have his
He's on
ulti
his
at the
way.
ready, and Forrest is going
He's
to go
coming
down.
over.
Yeah.
He's almost there.
Can he hop any faster is the question. He wants
so
to get
close.
to that Meganar as DRX are just pushing minions onto this Nexus. And now the entire team is backed over there as well. And Dal's like, nah, abort mission. I'm getting out of here. I don't want anything to do with this. Emperor's Divide used defensively as Clear gets a huge shield. But he's still going to go down. Dal will be taken out. Zeri not actually there to try and set up for this. But honestly, I think that this game was over long before this moment. The last Nexus turret will go down and DRX will calmly and casually stride towards a victory here in Game 3.
It was a game that was played here on Summoner's Rift, as Valdez and Wolf mentioned yesterday. As the double mid vote, yeah, that I could have maybe thrown a vote towards someone else on the top
when a
side.
game is like this stale and slow, voting for the victor is absolutely the right call. Although I think actually it should have gone to Piero. Now that I think about it a little bit more, it was the Piero angle.
The bait and the not tilting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Gen.G DRX Summer 20. Oh, that was.
Waiting
that
for 3 hours,
was dumb
Gen.G
one,
DRX?
right? Oh no, Gen.G DRX was the one where I remember this. Where then they had to go to a previous patch.
Oh God.
Yeah, that did you repress that
No,
memory?
definitely repress. I didn't repress. What was it? Kesper Cup 2019, where LS and I were casting,
Was
and
that
then
when
one of the
G-Sun came
games. No, one of the games was cancelled, and LS was like there was a delay for 3 hours, and LS had to go home because his eyes were breaking, and I needed to call Seth, who came to save me on the broadcast at 2 a.m. or something like that. And we casted the last game together. And it was when I was just sitting there by myself. And Sunke came over to me and interviewed me.
That sounds amazing.
While I was there, and he was like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" I'm just like,
wonderful.
"I'm just here, hanging out with Twitch chat."
Oh, it was Challengers before Challengers was a thing.
No, it was
just you and
Cup.
chat. No, I know.
Well, I mean, yeah, the vibe
spirit.
was definitely there.
Anyone
yeah.
got the MSI pre-sale tickets? No, I haven't tried.
I'm
but
hoping I can get some from Riot.
that would be nice. Yeah,
That would be
be
handy.
ideal.
We'll see how that one goes.
Preferable.
That was an incredible series of events, Atlas.
Yeah,
you do recall? I don't know whether it was incredible, but I
think-
definitely, yeah, it was a time that existed.
Yeah, I think my most memorable series watching live, I was I think we cast that as well, or was that me with freaking Kobe? The GAM esports versus Top esports, man, or the GAM versus Top, where GAM like got the comeback and then knocked out Top, but then it turned out it was just a mall bug and the game was horrible for like starting the next day. It's like, oh man, I casted
And it was
such a
like-
cool game, and it was like,
And then
and then
afterwards,
everyone
it's
was like,
no,
oh,
actually, it was just a bug and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was actually so sad because it was such an epic moment.
It was so cool.
But I actually still think that, it was an epic moment again.
It still was, yeah.
Which LCK team has the best social media / content? That's a good question. Maybe.
It's so Bro's content is genuinely really good. It's probably T1 though.
I mean, T1 has the most. I think D
It's
Plus
not
improved this year.
Yeah, D Plus got a lot better. It's not KT. It's not Hanwha.
No. Live Sandbox is kind of okay, but also kind of not.
Well, no, okay. So I wanna Live Sandbox. Hey, got
Pierre
it!
gets it. Oh, we
I
tried our
love
best
it.
to ruin it, but
No, this is
sometimes
the
you
right,
cannot
this is the right
stop
call.
justice from occurring.
Oh, I love it.
No, that's actually fantastic.
I love it. Good for you, Piero. What a vengeance game.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ian cast
ooh.
kick W, but saved.
Yes.
Saved, am I
Saved
right?
by the
100%
Korean cast.
saved.
Well done, Korean cast. Big fan.
Man, look at, Pierre's judging me right now. I can see it in his eyes.
Because we didn't vote for him, and we should be ashamed of ourselves.
I am ashamed of myself.
So Sandbox, actually, they got a new sponsorship, and it's Cool Kids Never Panic About Skin, because they got a sponsorship with a dermatologist.
That's actually dope.
And it's just
though.
like the 5 of them standing awkwardly in a line with 2 dermatologists side by side, and then that was the caption. Like that isn't.
I mean, honestly, that's pretty dope.
That
is
was
pretty
crazy.
dope.
And DRX's content, in particular, their content that they had around last year's Worlds was incredible. Like, was actually so good. Actually being able to
Yeah,
see
they
the
kind of
whole
stepped it up there. Yeah,
journey that they went through was
they
wild.
And also seeing a team that hasn't had great social media and coverage like that step up when it's actually important to do so. That's actually pretty cool.
It's really impactful as well. And you might be wondering why we're still on this. Well, because after Challengers, there's usually an interview, but we don't
Starting
get
right
the interview.
now. And
because
now we get to spend time with you guys.
it's time for C4.
Yeah.
Caster,
This is-
Community, and Chat Corner,
Mhm.
where we talk about our feelings, where we talk about your feelings.
Mhm.
We don't have actual callers in, but this is kind of the same vibe as a call-in show.
Yeah, it is. So if you've got any questions, like you have
now's-
throughout the
now's the
games,
moment.
especially that last game, which wasn't exactly all that interesting.
might be-
Denunciator wants to know about your bread.
I have been making bread. It's just the same, like 30-40% whole wheat, and then the rest just normal bread flour.
Hey, Atlas, which country invented pavlova? I'm glad you asked. I'm pretty sure it was New Zealand.
Really?
No idea. But I
Pavlova
assume
sounds.
it might have been something that we
It
stole.
sounds
'cause
Eastern European, no?
It's an Australian one, but we often steal things from New Zealand. So I didn't actually know that. I just assumed that it's New Zealand.
Aussie or NZ. Okay, no one knows which.
It's like Crowded House, the very famous Australian band, of which
It's named
from
after a Russian ballerina, but made in New Zealand. There we go.
From New Zealand.
Thank you very much. You remember your first ever major cast?
Ooh, what does major mean?
Yeah, major. It's a great question, actually. So for me, the one was my first LCK cast, and then my the 2022. No, sorry, 2022 spring cast. Because that was the first one that was like actually in venue with like a huge crowd.
Yeah.
Because
I'm trying to-
2021 was still kind of COVID-y. So
Yeah.
the first one was in Lowell Park, spring. And then summer was like in the venue, but there were no fans. Like when we had all the cool moving parts on the stage. The stage was amazing, but
Yeah.
wasn't the real experience. So that would probably be
I'm trying to think about mine. Because it might have been 2014 winter, which was like this super epic Legacy versus I think it was Chiefs at the time. Might have been Team Immunity. Or no, it was Avant. It was before Legacy existed, and it was Avant versus the Chiefs or something like that. And it was like,
I can't believe the Chiefs are still around.
it was a 5-game banger. It was the famous call, like Minky Whale's a huge dragon. Used to love that. And I think that was the series where I got contacted by Jat afterwards. And it was because of that series that I got invited to do what was it? The promotion tournament for 2015 spring in North America. So
Wow.
it was, yeah, and so Spawn and I got flown over to LA, and it was the first time I'd ever been, and it was super cool.
Tiberian,
Yeah,
you?
the spoons.
Love it.
The spoons. He spends a bit more time in the US than I do these days. But yeah, I think that was probably my biggest series as far as like
Wow.
what built my career.
Yeah. I did quarters at EU Masters. Was it quarters? It might have been, I think it was quarters at EU Masters with Cadril. That was actually my largest cast up until the point where I went to the LCK. Yeah, that was really cool. This was before Cadril was a caster. Because back then, I was like, oh man, I really want to make it to the LCK before we knew there were openings available. And then Cadril was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to be caster, you know, I kind of want to go, maybe I want to coach, go back to playing.
Some time.
Yeah, and well, we all know how that one went. So.
I tried to hire that dude a couple of times.
Yeah, and then you ended up with me.
Being hired, no, but like, I think I just ruined Ejim's career forever. Because we invited him to the LCK, and then he couldn't get a visa, and then now it's doing something completely different. Yeah. I think he's happy. I actually spoke to Ejim, Bryce a little while ago, and he was doing
really
fine,
well.
just hanging out. He's still in Canberra, I'm pretty sure, just chilling.
What's the best series you've ever watched in League history? Live would be the EDG DRX quarterfinals, even more so than the finals for me.
I think that quarter was probably,
to me, that was that's like
one
the
of the
best.
I
That would be my
I
number
still
one.
think that
Yeah.
my favorite series of all time was Score winning versus Griffin.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I just think that like the feelings from that series were just
Yeah,
epic.
oof.
Couldn't really. Favorite esports caster moment outside of League?
Oh, any Tastosis moment.
yeah,
That's easy.
actually, just any of them.
That you can pick one. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That or that. You know that StarCraft meme with the Korean casters just screaming "plague"?
Play good.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one's high up there as well.
I like that one too.
Love that one.
I also like the old T-gun moment where he didn't see the borrowed Zerglings or something. I don't remember. It was an epic throw. He threw really, really hard, and it was very funny. He was a pro StarCraft player and then became a professional League of Legends player. Good times. I think it might have been. Yeah, it was the Banelings problem. Yeah, the Banelings just like popped up, and he lost his entire.
You know
army.
that army was yeah. That's another key StarCraft moment.
What does it
That's
take to
banger.
become a caster? I'm really interested and want to know how to start. You just start.
Yeah,
There's a lot of odds everywhere, and so you
I,
just cast over them.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because Atlas and I started in very different eras of League with casting as well, right? So and also different locations. So if you're in Europe, then there's the ERLs. Although the ERL ecosystem is not as good as it was
Oh
before.
no, we're way before that. So to just start casting, I think
Oh,
you
yeah,
need
just
you
start.
need at least a year of doing just
Just
your own
do
stuff.
yeah.
Just practicing.
Well, actually,
Because
so
you don't just get off. Like,
I'd say
wake up in the morning and say I want to be a caster, and then cast the ERLs. That's not a thing.
No, not the ERLs, but my then I would be like doing like university tournaments.
Yeah,
like
that's,
local stuff.
But you actually don't need an event to start casting. You just need to start casting. and put it on YouTube if you want to. Record
That's how
yourself.
Flowers got hired.
And you just, yeah, like get it on Reddit. But you don't actually need to do that yet because you need to actually have some
good,
skills,
which takes like a few years.
and that'll
yeah.
take some time. Maybe not a
The,
few years.
the shortest
but you
is
do
be like a
need some
year,
time.
I think. If you're insanely talented, like a year, I think is fair.
Yeah.
For me, it was like, I don't know, 3 years before I was like
And
relatively comfortable.
one thing that is quite difficult is doing it by yourself, because I don't think that like solo casting is what turns you into a great commentator.
No.
If you've got a friend who's happy to cast alongside you,
Yep.
then you should definitely convince them to practice with
That's,
you, because learning how to converse with another person
yeah.
on broadcast is important.
Chronicler about to find out that Atlas was insanely talented. That's not new information, though. I'm already aware of that, as much as he likes to deny it. No, I casted with actually just one of my good friends. We knew each other from debate club, and then we just started casting together because we were both. Well, I mean, we were in debate club, so we were huge nerds, but we also played League, so it's like double up on nerdage. It was great. Had a really good time.
So I first started casting with a guy called Dale Never Fails, who changed his name to Hot Soggy Noodles. And so
I hate that name.
I was Slappy Baggins at the time. That was my name, and so we were Hot Soggy Baggins. That was our casting duo.
Is that a good note to end on?
I think it's a pretty good note to end on. If you guys want to find out, you can go to my Twitch channel and look at my very first uploads. I think they still exist somehow. So enjoy that. We're going to take a short break and have some lunch, and we'll see you for the second series after. Bye-bye.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
이어지게 되면서 확실한 납치가 되지 않았습니다. 그리고 두 번째 용.
팀이 아무래도 레 6렙 그리고 50렙 강한 타이밍이다 보니까 시야 작업 좀 잘 해뒀고요. 싸우고 싶은 거죠.
2500 갈라놨고
1300 이미지를 봐야 되거든요. 레 잘 들어갔어. 구멍 돌 수 있나요? 돌면서 와 이러면 녹심이 와 대박 녹심이 착하님이
용심.
와 잠시 치고 있는 거죠.
루아
노틸러스 다 들었습니다. 오히려 노틸러스 들어주고 이러면
대장을 마구 깔면서
들어가면
들어가는데
불리언들 아닌가요?
요 아래 여기
노틸러스 등장! 와! 포포포!
가민이 대놓고 갖고가 있었거든요.
맞습니다.
기가 막혔네요 가민이 대부 플레이.
그리고
아니
달까지 위험
발까지 잡아냅니다.
앞에 트리플 캐! 우리의 전장은 우리가 정하겠다.
그러니까 이미 체급에서는 좀 많이 벌어져 있어서 이거 젠지가 젠지 글로벌 아카데미가 좀 괜찮을지 모르겠다 하거든요. 출동 원팔!
와! 옆 우리에서
배구 한줄 리시브
네.
토스 스파이크 와 이거 진짜 퍼펙트 와 그냥 죽었지만 웃으면서 죽었어요. 이 구도가
네.
세 번째
몇 번 나오는 거예요, 이 예술적인 한타가!
그라가스가 그라가스가 사이드에서
달라지기 때문에 계속 말씀드리고요. 포킹도 당연히 맞추면 좋고 뭐 다른 건 다른 건데 제이스가 요즘 해먹는데 보여주는
오히려 열어요, 오히려 열어요.
자 라이즈 일단 택당에서 들어옵니다. 대전 쪽에 4번 붙거든요.
우리가 붙거든요, 마우파이.
대전의 마수
붙어주면서 자, 앞라인 잡으면
포리스 들어갔어요.
구룡이
이상,
유리한 싸움 아닌가요?
이상.
구룡 유리한 싸움 아닌가요? 구룡이 유리한 싸움 아닌가요?
근데 사이드
그래도 제이스가 다 들어가면 제이스가 잠깐만,
가민 제외 전부 전장이 탈.
아직까지 한참 부족한 것 같다. 갈 길이 멀구나라는 생각이 들었었는데 꾸역꾸역 3포 갖추긴 갖췄거든요.
그렇죠.
그래서 이제 거의 다 왔다고 말씀드릴 수 있는 상황을
자,
만들어야 되는 게
물러나라. 뒤로 빠져.
대전에만 떠나 있을 때마다 옥저팀의 상대 건물을 하나씩 깨면서 땅따먹기를 위해서 뭐 이겨나가고 있는 그런 느낌입니다. 자 그러면 이러면 터졌고 이러면 사연 터졌대. 근데 그웨이 잡았어. 이게 그웨이를 죽였어요. 이러면 게임이 끝날 수 있는 건가요? 앞에 묶였죠. 플레이 뭐예요? 잠깐만. 잠시만 이게 뭔가요? DRX 지원했습니다. 이번에 만딜로 왔어요. 만딜.
중요한 전략이 있나요, KT?
화이트 이거 소리 나는 거 소리.
화이트 노이즈? 못 줄여.
아 그래? 줄여요. 그거 정해야 돼.
적응해야 돼.
왜 이렇게 귀염이야?
길게 말.
막
콜 같은 거 해봐.
나 죽고 있어. 와 내가 살면서 KT 웨이랑 대회를 다 했.
이랑 뭐 필요한 거 없어? 안 닦기 이런 거?
아니 없어. 나 합격만 있으면
와. 내 옆 퍼펙트다.
KT의 보물들 뭐야?
긴장하지 말고 가자.
아니 KT 판도라 상자들 뭐야?
할게.
나간다.
가보자.
제이스 봐줘, 제이스.
아 살렸어. 나 죽었어. 나 버려.
연애 봐줘, 연애.
막았어.
죽었지만 웃으면서 죽었어요.
이 구도가
네.
세 번째.
야 진짜 펜타가 아니야 이거는?
아니야, 뺏어.
아, 뺏어.
아니 왜 맨날 아니래?
아주 텔 찍어줘, 아주 텔 찍어줘.
아 끝나나 안 끝날 것 같은데?
왜 안 끝나?
끝나야지.
왜 안 끝나?
뭐야, 저기서.
아나 펜타키를 하고 싶어. 아 버스 감사해요.
잘 끝내자.
야 들어가 스펠이야.
야 근데 이거
나
왜
10초야,
또
10초야,
왜 또 인터 우리 돼지 듀오야?
뭔 소리야 이거?
28초.
길이 형인데 이거.
끝내줘.
근데 이건 잡아야지.
이거 못 참지.
나 제이스 노플.
아, 죽여.
아 땡큐.
자.
아니 근데 말이 안 돼, 게임이.
아.
참.
오 좋은데? 나 연습실도 약간 이런 분위기면 좋겠어. 밝기.
그건 아닌데.
혹시
저 앞에 해봐도 돼요? 진짜 자신 있는데.
보여줘.
제리?
아니 앞에 얘기야.
제리 했을
다시 있는 거 앞에 얘기야.
나 믿어줘. 나 앞에 잘해. 내가 한번 잘해볼게.
오케이. 초반에만 안 터지면 된다. 바텀은.
폼을 냈어요. 앞으로 계속 전진한다.
아 안되지.
안돼.
까비. 아 내가 좀 실수했다. 쏘리.
괜찮아. 천천히. 이거 탑 보자.
사이언 안 보이고.
칼각 보자 지금.
텔 있어.
볼게. 보자. 프리스타.
길게 하면 상대가 터만가.
프리스타.
길게 하면 간다. 짧게 하고.
빅토르. 나이스. 나 상황 좋아. 캐리 해줄게.
한번더 최대한 잘 버텨볼게. 야 이거 싸움 날만하다. 왜 가져?
빨리 좀.
나 정화했어. 괜찮아. 빼면서.
그웬 멀고. 그웬 멀어.
그웬 올수 있나?
아나 싸우고 있어 나 얘랑 싸우고 있어.
나안 좋아.
나 봐줄래.
앞에 봐줘.
나 봐줘.
나 안 좋아.
빼야 돼.
뺄 수 있어.
먹을만하다. 먹을만해. 아 먹고 살 사람
나
살아.
뺄게.
어나 빼. 그냥 먹고 살 사람 살아.
먹고 살아야 돼.
살아야 돼.
빨리 나를 찍고 도망가.
빨리 먹어.
나이스. 빼.
우리 중간에 게임 끝날 수 있다는 거 생각하자.
오케이.
지금 게임 끝나. 우리 장로 빠지고 싸움 무조건 이겨.
장로 빠지고 하자. 바론이라 막을만해 이거.
살짝 나가봐 바로. 나가보면 안 되나?
천천히 나가볼래? 마공 없어.
얘 때려도 돼. 살짝. 가도 때릴래 이거? 할만해. 칼리. 칼리 프리들이 하다 지금. 칼리 스탑 볼수 있나? 한번 빼야 될 듯.
아나 확인했다.
그웨이 잡았어. 이게 그웨이를 죽였어요.
살 사람 살아야 돼. 살아야 돼.
살아야 될 것 같아.
살아야 돼.
잠깐만. 칼리 높게. 정 없어. 잠깐. 얘 풀 몰라. 빅토르. 내 주냐 없다.
나 탑에 텔.
탑에 텔.
뭐야 텔탄데? 뭐야 나이스.
갈게. 바로 갈게.
야 무조건 껐다. 민호 피오진데?
아니야.
야 너 타워에 맞추나
일단
봐봐.
해봐. 집중해. 그냥 때릴까?
이거 좀 때려볼게.
시도만 해봐.
나오는 거 레오나긴 해.
레오나인데 이거 안 되나?
근데 사이오 구 있지 않나?
자기 하나 빼고 빼라. 안 될 것 같은데.
아이고 할만해.
할만한데?
아 그냥 텔 타고
야 그냥 텔 타봐. 끝내 생각해봐.
텔 타면 될 것 같은데? 됐다. 아 됐다. 해.
해봐 그냥 쳐봐. 그냥 텔 타 생각하고.
레오나 구 있긴 해. 쳐봐.
제발 버텨줘.
제발.
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 이거
더.
끝났다.
나이스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here as we bring you our second series of the evening. Halma Life Esports taking on Nongshim Red Force. And if you've perused the standings of the actual LCK, then you'll notice that, you know, things looking not so good for Nongshim over there. However, here in Challenger, Nongshim are a contender. Whether they'll be a contender against third place Hanwha Life is the big question here.
Atlas, we need to address the elephant in the room. I don't know where you're going.
I'm looking for the elephant.
No, it's right behind us. You, when we left, said we were gonna have lunch.
Yeah.
We're not having lunch, Atlas.
My arm is actually
Atlas,
3 times longer
Atlas,
than you guys think.
we are. It actually comes out over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's right.
That's not long enough.
Doesn't actually work out that way.
No,
Hello,
maybe we'll
Valdez.
Go around.
How are you?
It'd be cool. We ate dinner. It was delicious. It was really nice.
Well, I had my first meal when I arrived, and my second
Doesn't
meal
make it lunch.
just then.
It's-
And I'm going to
lunch
eat
is
again when
not-
I get home. That'll
Lunch
be dinner.
is a time period, not not which number of the dish it is.
I think lunch is up to whoever's eating it. And you
It's
might have been
not
eating dinner,
lunch.
but I was eating lunch.
It's not lunch when it's okay. Back me up here, chat. Type 1 if you think that lunch is eaten at lunchtime, and that if you have a third meal in a day, even if it's late, you know, it's just another meal.
Yeah, that's a lot of tours in chat. Let's just look. I think that freedom is important, especially
don't give
around
me
meal times.
Don't give me the
And
freedom
so if
speech.
you
You're not
wanna,
American.
if you want to eat lunch, feel free to eat lunch whenever you want to. And so I ate lunch, and I'm free to eat lunch. I don't think that you should be trying to squash my dreams of lunch consumption. Otherwise, I miss out on lunch altogether. What does my life then become?
I'm so mad at you already, Atlas. I can't believe you would do this to me.
Well,
I can't believe
didn't-
chat's
I didn't do
siding
it at
with
all.
you.
I didn't do it at all. Exactly, Cosmic Panda. You can eat lunch right now. Atlas, how many videos did you get after the Twitch chat casts a team fight last week? I didn't get any. I was actually pretty sad. I was hoping that someone would actually record their team fights. But 5 a.m. time for lunch. Exactly, the Kips. You've nailed it. You eat breakfast when you wake up, regardless of where my life schedule has me. Exactly,
Okay.
Ostrichman. That's my
Atlas.
point as well.
Then explain brunch.
Brunch is just a food type that is in between lunch food and breakfast food.
No, brunch food is breakfast food eaten at a time in between the two. That's where brunch comes from.
Right. So if you have a meal fairly quickly after you have breakfast, you can call it brunch. If you plan on also having a meal called lunch that day.
No, you can eat brunch without eating lunch. You don't need to eat lunch to eat brunch, Atlas says.
You can't control.
I don't know if
what
forever.
I do for my
I
meals,
did not.
okay?
I did not. I knew we were going to be fine throughout the Jin debacle, the Jin karma problem, but this stumps me.
You are drawing the line in a weird spot.
Hopefully, yeah. This shouldn't surprise you. This is food related, okay? I'm willing to let you have your own opinions towards League of Legends because we're all entitled to our own opinions. But when it comes to food, there should be order. There should be a light in the darkness.
That's what I'm arguing for. It's the order of the meals that matters.
It's not the order.
So actually, I am on your side even more than you are.
No, you know that's not the order I'm talking about, Atlas says. I can't even talk to you right now, so I'm going to talk about the game. We have Homo Life versus Nongshim. Their match scores are actually surprisingly similar.
Yeah.
Only 2 games apart from one another at the moment.
Yeah, these two squads are actually relatively evenly lined up. And we'll have to see whether good old Homo Life can continue the uptick or whether Nongshim Red Force are going to bring them down to their level. We'll just have to see. As, yes, dads are indeed arguing. Well, I think it's mainly Chronicle arguing with himself, because I already know how I feel. And I don't mind how he feels. So.
Oh, not the eggs. This was one of the worst fights the very friendly Discord has ever had. Was
Oh,
a
God.
like 4-hour conversation about eggs and whether or not they belong in the fridge. So I don't
Where do
do
they
that to
belong?
yourself. So I don't fridge my eggs.
I don't think you have to if you've got very fresh eggs and you plan to eat them quite
Correct.
soon.
Yeah. Well, even if you don't, I just they like I've had one rotten egg in my one egg go rotten in my entire life, and my eggs have been out for a very long time.
Well,
But yeah, apparently the Americans in my Discord server were appalled and shocked that apparently it's not something that everyone does. As Homo Life versus Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force being a pretty decent team is one of the most shocking turns of this Challenger season for me. Their entire team got called up and, as expected, is struggling in the LCK because they're a Challenger team in the LCK. And they weren't even... They won, but they were not the best Challenger team, right? It was a situation where it was a magic run, not unlike DRX. And even if the DRX roster would have been together right now, do we really think they would have been as good as at Worlds? Probably not.
no.
We can't know, and that's the same issue that Nongshim has found themselves in. And they're playing in a different league. But this roster actually doing great. And it's not just Jiwoo. It's the whole team.
Yeah, everyone actually having a really good game. A lot of people very confused about eggs in the fridge or not in the fridge. I personally think that freshly hatched eggs, oh sorry, not hatched, because that would make that would be a chick. Like eggs that you get from your chickens in the backyard, you bring them in, you don't put them in the fridge, I don't think.
You can just supermarket eggs, you also don't need to put in the fridge.
Except the majority of supermarket eggs are already refrigerated.
Not in the Netherlands.
Ah, so not in the Netherlands.
Not in Korea either, no?
Nah, in Korea, definitely.
Really?
Yeah.
Never noticed. I always get one at the market where they're definitely
How
not
can
refrigerated.
chickens be real if my eyes aren't
Very
real?
good question from
What
Brendan
happened to
Falvez.
Jaden, man? Where is he? I haven't been keeping up. Wow. Anyway, this is Nongshim Red Force. Mihail is a Cassante one-trick. We'll see how he's going to go today. Sounder also has been performing relatively well. Call Me has one of the best names here in the LCK Challenger.
Maybe.
Jiwoo and Double H there towards the bottom side of the map. It's difficult to know whether to say HH or Double H. And if you're some Australians, saying H or not is also a difficulty. An argument that I thankfully don't need to have as often now that I'm in Korea.
No.
Have you ever met a H'er? Someone that
Never
says
in my
H?
entire life. And that's just ha.
Ah.
Ha.
Ha.
The fan signs are actually correct. Like, look at this drawing. Looks so sick.
It's actually pretty
It's
dope.
an amazing Call Me drawing.
I maybe would call him if he looked like that.
Right?
Just maybe.
Look how... Man, Syndra's such a cool champion. That, like, I've never seen a Syndra drawing look bad. As both these laners, Love Cassante, has been nerfed pretty substantially. Will they care? I think not.
Rooster has amazing hair.
He really does. Yeah, no, it's very majestic. The funniest part to me about Rooster is that
How does Mihail take 900 damage per minute?
I mean, he's a ton of Cassante in Jack's games, but it's actually wild, right?
How does he take that much damage?
Yeah.
That is actually
KDA
just
isn't even that bad.
ridiculous.
So, Rooster literally came in as Lookalux got benched off of a very poorly performing How Alive last split. And he was just like, all of a sudden, I think it was like midway through summer, he's just showed up with his majestic hair. And he was just really good.
Yeah.
And he never went away.
He's doing really well. Z or Z, I'm a Zedder because, of course, I am from Australia, where we learn the Queen's English.
Yeah, UK is Z as well.
Yes. Well, anywhere that
Obviously.
uses English, it's Z, because Z
Don't
is
start
the
that
real
discussion.
word, the real name of the letter. Anyway, the Varus and the Annie going to be banned away first here by Home Life Esports. Nongshim going to take away the two junglers that often get banned. And will we see a Caitlyn ban, an Annie ban?
DRX won. And Caitlyn should be either picked up first here as
the
Jiwoo.
What?
No, I love it. The Jiwoo respect ban. Jiwoo actually is a great Neela.
Yeah.
And Nongshim love this engage support bot lane because that's what they used to play. Does Lure play Caitlyn? We now have our answer. It's no. No, he doesn't, because otherwise that's what you get.
Yeah, so the Sejuani going to be locked in. A little bit of a shame that they don't
Might
go
not have a
for
Caitlyn
it.
player in this one.
We may not.
Maybe freed from that particular lane.
Are we freed to the point where we can now pick Lucian and Nami
No,
together?
we pick Saya because she's fun, or Kaisa, or not
Wukong?
not Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu.
It's probably Wukong Zeri. Teams really do enjoy a bit of the Wukong Zeri.
Well, Wukong Lulu is good as well, so it makes sense. Lock it in, Nongshim.
Actually, they should lock the Lulu instead.
Yeah, lock Lulu. Yeah, you can go Sivir as well. It's fine. Do it.
I think then if you...
Jiwoo also plays a mean Sivir.
Yeah. If you run into a stray, like Kate Lux on the next round, then maybe you just... Oh my... I knew it. I knew it.
My God.
He is just straight up a one-trick. He's already played 12 games of the champion. As how we're like, well, we can Zeri Lulu. And now, Nongshim can't pick Lucian. No. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
So at least we get a different bottom lane. That is the most perplexing.
It's Nongshim though. Okay, so I generally
know.
don't trust teams, But like Nongshim and Challengers, they got their own thing going on. So I'm willing to see where this goes.
Well, it's going to Rise.
I don't think it's good. Let me be very upfront about this, but let's see. So they banned Samira and Nami here?
I mean, I think you just ban the Lucian.
Really? Lucian over the Nami?
Yeah, because then, you know, there might be some, like, Sona Lucian shenanigans. So you just ban the Lucian and you ban whatever you don't want to go into that Jiwoo might be good at. Like,
Sure.
I don't know, a Draven or something like that.
Sure.
And then you're
No, you have to ban
good
Samira.
to go. Do you have to?
Into Nongshim? I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
They might not, but then I'm pretty sure it's going to be Samira Nautilus.
Does sound kind of fun.
No, it's Nongshim, so I'm ready for that. I hope that they don't take the path of least resistance. That'd be nice. Okay, Xayah Ben, very good.
Ooh,
That's a strong champion.
That's actually a good champion. I like that.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got a
Xayah
shorter
Lucian
range
ban?
AD carry. Xayah Lucian
And then
seems good.
we R4 Nautilus here, and then we R5
Oh.
Samira.
Wait, maybe they just leave Lucian up because Zeri Lulu wins the matchup.
Also a possibility. We'll see. I do think picking or leaving up a Lucian Nami is scarier into Rise specifically because Rise contests Prio so well.
Yeah.
It can impact sides, which with Lucian Nami always fills me with a sense of dread. What will it be? What are we looking at? Also,
Ooh, Cinnamon
one
asks,
day,
how is Nongshim killing Sejuani? Oftentimes, Sejuani's just run headlong into your team, so it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. They just die.
oh, I love that rail ban. That's a good one. That's a great one.
That's a cute one. Does make the Samira more difficult to pick. However,
Yeah,
the classic Amumu still exists. Wow. Well,
what?
because, like, I guess maybe Jiwoo's just like, well, I'll just Caitlyn you. This is really funny because oftentimes, guys, the reason why we weren't saying, like, obviously Caitlyn's going to be picked is that teams just decide they don't want to play Caitlyn. Nongshim hasn't been a Caitlyn team necessarily. Let me have a look. There have been no games played of Caitlyn so far by Jiwoo here in LCK Challengers.
Yeah,
so
Caitlyn Lux really is a very specific lane, and I think it's, in my opinion, the strongest bot lane that we have in the game. If it is played, is
the classic.
Homer, do it.
So
Played, it's so good.
this has been picked into Rise so many times. Do you know how many times it's won? It's
Never.
won like once, maybe. Akshan,
Do
upside
it.
down boy.
Do it.
All right, we can
No,
bring some Persia
not
this game.
Aatrox.
I mean, I feel like Aatrox would do just fine in Xante.
Not Aatrox. No, Aatrox is not in a good. He's not in a good. That's fine. It's boring, but no, Aatrox is in a really bad spot ever since the
Item changes?
Eclipse nerfs.
Yeah, the Eclipse
he's
nerfs,
not.
yeah.
He's not happy.
Not good. I'd prefer a Lux,
But
but I guess Karma's probably fine.
yeah, into the Zeri specifically, Zeri actually has a considerable amount of shove, as does Lulu, so I don't mind the Karma as much. I also think that getting consistent one-taps on Zeri can be quite hard with the amount of ability that she has available. So I don't mind the Karma. I personally like Lux more because I think that the amount of mistakes in Challenger games are going to lead itself a lot more to playing with a Lux, because then any mistake they make, they die. With Karma, not so much.
Yep. And now we've got the classic Sejuani problem where it's only Mega now that you can actually, you know, abuse Permafrost with, which is a little bit sad, but it's fine. I think that Hammer Life Esports have a cool composition. I think tunneling into the Cassiopeia mid it's a tough one because you have to also be a really good Cassiopeia player. So we'll see how that's going to go. Nongshim, on the other hand, like if this Caitlyn Karma lane works as it's supposed to,
I made the
Kind of
mistake
into it.
of looking at YouTube chat. That's a rookie mistake that I will not be making again. And yeah, the Caitlyn is a very execution-based pick. They do have a draft that can utilize it well, Rise in particular, but how well is Calmy going to do into Roamer here? Or rather, how good is Roamer going to do? Because if he's a good Cassio, then this matchup is horribly one-sided.
do you think Cassiopeia keeps her eggs in the fridge?
She is a snake lady.
Yeah.
No, because that kills live eggs, and I assume Cassiopeia wants to not kill her future kids.
Oh, not her eggs.
Or the eggs that she eats.
Because snakes can eat eggs too.
Okay, well then, if they're for consumption, I don't think she does. No. I don't even know if there are fridges in Runeterra.
I'm sure they've made them.
Maybe some Hextech shenanigans?
Piltover's got some fridges, I'm sure. I don't know whether she'd hang out in Piltover, but she might go there.
You need to stop bringing this. You don't know what you're toying with, Atlas. Like I cannot overstate.
Runeterra has an entire region
how
that's just a
dark-
fridge.
How dark that was. Okay.
Well, let's hop into the rift and rock out a little, shall we? Pause. All right, a pause, perfectly timed, so that we can talk about why it was that was.
Yeah.
it
Okay.
was,
So
it's not
so
dark.
so the very friendly.
I'm
Discord,
talking about a breakfast.
Yes. Cheeky. The very friendly Discord is a very friendly place where generally discussion is happy and good-natured and everyone tries to get along well. But for some reason, this random, very mild topic really
Gets people going.
It was like a 4-hour discussion.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was like 4 hours and it just kept going in circles. It was wild. Does Piltover have Shin Ramyun? Yeah, sure.
You can get Shin Ramyun like
Everywhere.
at the base of a mountain in the middle of rural Australia. I'm pretty sure you can also get it in Runeterra.
Makes sense. Which League of Legends character would be the owner of a supermarket chain?
Ooh. An interesting question.
Renata, probably?
Gragas.
No, Gragas has a brew. Is obviously he has beer. Like
No, but the beer
And
shop,
wine.
the beer company like got so big that he decided to sell everything.
maybe Gragas to me. Oh, so there's Corporate Mundo, but he's more of a Wall Street type of guy. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he feels like a lawyer. I don't think he's like he's moved up. Ooh, Pantheon and Leona could work together.
Like that.
You know,
Yeah, they could have a chain of bakeries.
They could.
Make some croissants and some other delicious food, some
for
baguettes.
some reason I feel like Corky would be the manager of a supermarket.
Corky could be a regional manager in a supermarket.
You
Yes.
know? Ooh, Chef Morgana. She has cookies though. She's more of a baker as well.
Morgana also, to me, is like a bit too preoccupied with good and evil to run a business.
She does like her cookies though.
Yeah, but that's more of a hobby, you know, to
She's
wind
been
down
running
after.
that cookies business for what, 9 years?
Yeah, but it's more so to wind down after talking to her sister about justice.
Ah, yeah. Do they just debate justice every day though?
Her and Kiel,
Must
as
have-
far as I'm aware, yeah, they just fight.
It must have been a long 9 years.
Yeah. Well,
Corky would be the delivery company. True. Oh no! Now we have no one being the CEO of
well,
our.
I wouldn't say.
thingy.
I don't even know if it's a sound issue. Unfortunately, hopefully we'll be back soon. I don't even know if it'd be Corky be the manager, like the owner, the CEO. I feel like he would be like a regional manager.
Yeah.
So maybe Garen. Garen could be a CEO. You know, he got the
No.
he went to like the good university, and then he got the job kind of handed to him because his daddy's rich.
No. He went to the army straight out of college, straight out of high school, dude. 100%.
Then who?
Hmm.
LeBlanc?
No. She's too witchy. Just don't. I feel like LeBlanc's talents would lead her down a different path than CEO of a supermarket.
Yeah, she's too exotic. She's too crazy.
This is difficult.
Very
Tarek.
hard. No, Tarek runs a flower shop, obviously.
There are flowers that you can sell.
No, he runs a flower and jewelry shop.
Yeah, that's actually true.
In the south.
He would definitely be a jewelry shop. Dang it.
Oh, tough.
That was an outrageous thing to suggest.
Yeah.
I was grasping at straws.
It's
not Yorick.
Oh, Lux laughs like my old store manager. I could see that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could see that.
Bit of a Lux vibe. I'm into
Zoe,
that.
no, Zoe's too crazy. Zoe is a
Aniva?
500 Anivia?
No, I'm pretty sure Anivia is
No,
just going to
she's a
start us
bird.
on. She just refrigerates her eggs. That's what she does.
She
Okay.
actually does. 'Cause she's a cryo, cryo phoenix. Good point.
Yeah, there we go. Does Gangplank own a fruit stand? 100% he does.
Yeah, of course.
Got to make sure that he avoids scurvy.
Got to make sure that everyone eats their citrus.
The only thing Tarek runs is Into the Tower in my Iron games. I
What
like that
what
one a
else do
lot.
we got?
We've got a Nongshim sound issue, by the way. I'm sure you guys have
already
read that.
mentioned that.
I only just read it on the screen.
You didn't listen to me?
No,
You
I think
never listen to me?
No, I think I missed that one. I was busy reading.
Yeah. everyone, and maybe we'll drop in some C4. You know, we'll talk to chat, talk about the community, have some fun.
Yeah.
Because right now,
And we might actually be home in time for breakfast,
oh no,
according to your rules. Right?
don't do that. You don't know what you're toying with, Atlas.
You're never living this one down. And every time that we're going
It's
to
like-
a break and we're
it's
going to
like
eat,
so-
I'm going to just name a different random meal that I'm planning on eating.
But it's not like you can eat breakfast foods for dinner. I get that, but like you can't eat at 8 and say it's not dinner.
Wait, how is Sona a receptionist? Can't she not talk?
She can't talk.
So it doesn't make
Doesn't
for a
work,
very
no.
good receptionist, I don't think.
No.
Doesn't seem very good.
Miles revealed his weakness. Atlas knows that's why we're good friends.
Yeah.
Atlas knows my weaknesses. They're very apparent. They're not very well hidden.
Yeah, I prey on them relatively
That's just how it goes.
Man, I still can't
We
figure out
need to figure
the
out
CEO
the
of this.
CEO. I think Garen actually works very well.
No, but he's doing his first tour, you know? Like, I don't know. It just seems too much of like an army boy.
Mordekaiser.
Oh, you know what?
He's like he doesn't pay his employees at all. He's like shareholders
working
above
in there
all.
kind of sounds like the Death Realm. Oh, Swain. Swain's a good one. Oh,
This is sexism. No, like
Well,
Renata,
Veigar?
Renata, for example, is clearly a woman of industry, right? But she wouldn't run a supermarket chain. She's way too badass for that.
yeah.
She'd
It
do
feels like it has
something-
to be something a little bit.
Yeah,
more,
she'd do something crazy.
a little bit more underground.
She,
I would reckon.
it'd be like finance, but she would also be funding some illegal business on the side.
Yeah. Jace from Arcane? Question mark. Yeah. Ooh.
Jace
could also run.
No, Jace
the-
more of a Wall Street kind of, or a lawyer.
But he's an
He's a
inventor.
bit too suave.
He's
an inventor. Yeah, that's true, actually.
he has a little bit of added lore.
God, Jace would be a Silicon Valley guy. He would be running a tech startup.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh,
I mean,
he would
he
be
is.
running a. Well, he is. Yeah, but he would be. Oh,
Him and Victor.
oh, yeah. And then actually, like in The Social Network, they would break apart.
Yeah.
The Social Network is actually about Jason Victor from Arcane.
The Social Network was actually a spin-off movie from
from
Riot's
popular hit
Cinematical
series.
Universe.
From popular hit series
Cinematical?
Arcane.
Cinematical is not a word.
Yeah.
Victor was the inventor. Jace is actually just marketing. Yeah, that's probably true too. Man.
These sound issues are not
The-
getting.
Yeah, people can't hear very good at all
No.
right now.
Chad, how is everyone doing
Yeah.
at this wonderful night? We and now Dutch. Are we talking Dutch? I don't know why.
No.
Veigar
100%
for
Veigar?
supermarket owner.
I think I'm there with you. I think I'm actually into it. I'm into the Veigar supermarket owner guy.
I like that.
Because he's got the big boss.
He does have big boss Veigar. Very true.
And he needs to like be hanging out with Blitzcrank as well, and like Blitzcrank like gets all of the boxes in order and stuff like that. He's like he's the muscle. Does a lot of the grunt work.
That's to be Tom Kench. No, Tom Kench clearly owns a what is it called? Hovercraft rental business in Florida.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why Tom Kench would do anything else with his life.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And Corporate Mundo is
And he hunts
definitely-
gators on the side.
Corporate Mundo is dealing with way too much paperwork to be working
Well,
for a
Corporate Mundo
supermarket.
is also definitely committing some serious fraud because
And he also deals in a lot of TPS reports, if I remember correctly. So basically,
True.
Corporate Mundo is just the main character of Office Space in Runeterra. That's how that one goes.
hey.
Let's begin the game, shall we?
No, they're just. Do you guys like the Nar sounds? Is he singing? Is he saying bagel? No.
No.
There, maybe.
Bagel.
Bagel.
So maybe Na was running the prehistoric supermarket the whole time, and we never knew.
Bagels. Not donuts. Very different things. Important for any of our viewers out there. We know they're different. Even though some
that
of our
they're the
players might
same.
not.
Hey, look, if you need it to represent something when you're doing a celebration after a win, I think it's okay as long as
It's-
it's somewhat.
no, but it's so
represents
easy to
the
get
thing.
donuts in Korea as well. Like, getting a bagel is actually harder. That's what confused me.
Well, I mean, it depends what position you're in. Like, maybe there's a bagel shop outside Lahenz's house, you know?
Well,
Maybe
I
for him
guess
specifically, it's very easy.
there's like free donut shops, like a minute away from Law Park. As call me having a bad time.
Yeah, Roma is actually doing the things that you're supposed to be doing here in this lane. Looking forward to seeing what boots Roma's going to buy.
Why would you?
Anyone?
Why would you? We have 3 more games to get for Atlas. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. Lahens ate a bagel, but it was meant to be a donut because it was for the donut churros when he beat his old team.
Yeah.
But it was a bagel with cheese.
Casio boots soon, definitely.
Caster dads ask us how we're doing, but we never ask caster dads how they're doing. No, that's the nature of our relationship.
Yeah,
That's
because
just how
we
it
care
works.
about you. As this should be a dead Cassiopeia, and it is. Sounded going to pick up that kill very comfortably.
Yeah, this is the downside of Cassio. She doesn't have escapes.
It's like she struggles for movement speed and still hasn't bought boots, man. It's a real struggle. I need to stop just in case people actually
People will
think I'm
think
being
they're
serious.
serious. Well,
Yeah.
or worse, they will realize what is happening and not know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she will be able to move faster as the game goes on. It's just going to take some time.
She will. I smell a Dutch accent. Very accurate, my friend. It is indeed a Dutch accent. Good catch.
Quite good catch.
What? That,
I wasn't doing an accent. I was just accidentally saying it weird. Okay.
I don't believe you.
I was. You know, I have a real problem with
No,
accents. If
you
someone's
do.
doing an accent, I automatically
kind of get
just
weird.
accidentally do it.
Accidentally.
Accidentally. Exactly. Exactly. That was Russian. Exactly. But my name's spelled with a U, so joke's on us both, is it not? Kizo actually had the joke at the same
Man has
time.
to fire back. Atlas leaving no one behind. Everyone gets a burn.
Mm-hmm. It's about that. But also, you know, we need to promote the spelling of my name.
And we need to make sure that people are all friendly. So you can also try to do it in a more positive way, maybe.
No, I was positive that he was wrong.
Atlas, in school, were you the kid that, like, whenever a teacher asked you to not do something, you would be, like, arguing with them to try and find a way around it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's called a smartass in
Yeah.
most places. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, it might shock you, but not me. I was a bit of a teacher's pet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know, shocking sort of events.
Whoa, I really thought you would have been the bad boy.
Yeah.
Oh, not sitting up the
the
back
teacher-
of class,
teacher-
like drawing on things.
I was drawing a lot of things, but I still, yeah. No, I was in the high school debate team, and I did the school musical, and I was not a very, I was not a rebel. One time I got kicked out of class, and I just left because I was like, well, if I'm getting kicked out of class, my teacher was like, you know what you did, and I'm like, okay, and I was like halfway down the hall, and then she was like, no, come back, it was a joke, you did nothing wrong, why are you leaving?
That is
Like,
such a male thing to do.
What are you doing? I was like, I don't know, I just assumed I'd done something wrong. Like, how am I supposed to know? You told me I had to leave.
Mihail might just die here. Couple more autos would have done it, but you can see Rooster not wanting to overstep his bounds. He knows that Cassante is barely a champion these days, so he doesn't need to get the kill.
Chronicle was the heartbreaker. Not particularly. I had a bit of a glow up after high school. My early high school years were not great. But that's every gamer, you know? I think. No, you were fine.
I kind of went downhill.
You kind of went downhill?
Yeah, I was great
Well,
in high school,
you
man.
must have been very
I
up
was
the hill.
full
You're
of,
great.
I was full of prospects in high school.
You are one of the best casters, and you casted the world finals of the biggest esports game in the world.
Yeah, but I could have been a mechanical engineer.
I guess.
No, it's just that, you know, I don't know. I just felt like I belonged in high school, and then I struggled for a few years afterwards. Actually,
Yeah, it's the opposite for me.
it was easier. Everything was sort of mapped out, and then I had too many choices. and
Are you
options.
lawyer? No, not technically.
does
I am
have
not.
the thingy.
I do have a degree in
Yeah.
law, but I'm not qualified because I would have to do a 2-year legal internship at a firm, which I did not do because I instead was like, let's try casting. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look where he ended up.
Yeah, stuck in a room with Atlas.
Sorry, man.
6 days a week.
There are a lot of career paths you could have chosen that would not have led to this room.
I think it was every other career path would not have led me to this room.
Yeah. You're studying to be a civil engineer, but working for it sounds good too. Yeah, I would have loved to do civil engineering. I think I should have done that because I'm obsessed with bridges. So that would have been really fun.
평화가 함께하시길.
But, you know, mechanical was cool too. Anyway, all roads indeed. All roads lead to Challenger.
집중하세요.
And even if you're not
I would have
sitting on
probably
the
still
chair,
been watching it.
you
That's
would
the
have still
craziest
been
part.
watching, exactly.
What city are you from? I'm from Rotterdam. Well, give or take.
Demacia.
Demacia.
That's where Valdez is from.
That makes. Oh, Valdez is there.
LSR Kirin.
He's back. Valdez, go take a break. Leave, please.
No, don't leave. Stay with us.
The failed career path led you to a room in Korea with Atlas. Sounds like a win. It was a win. Very happy. I don't think I would have been a very good lawyer.
집중하세요.
You're not very argumentative, actually.
So the interesting thing is, if it's for someone else, I'm much better. I noticed this early on in law school as well. When I need to plead a case for someone else, oh man, the claws come out. But when I need to argue for myself, it gets
sounded nailing it.
It gets a lot. It's a lot worse. This Atlas
Well, maybe you
knows.
just need to think about yourself as
I
someone
can.
else.
I've tried that. Yeah, it's helped a little bit, but I'm not convincing enough to convince myself.
Get smoked. All right, Sounder gonna have to ult. Ends up Warrior Trickstering away. That was some buttons that were pressed there.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Was
Who
that
has
late
better
game?
late game? That's an interesting question.
I would lean towards the Nongshim composition, if not only for the fact that Caitlyn outranges effectively everyone on the Rift.
Yeah, like late
like
game,
late,
I
like
think.
later. So it kind of curves left and right because I think in terms of mid game and like early mid to late game. So say from 20 minutes, like 2 items to like 3, 4 items, maybe 2 to 3. I actually like the Hanwha comp a lot more. They still have enough hard engage where they are very threatening, and both Roamer and Lure are really, really big. But then, like when we get to like 40 minutes, which with the pace this case is on, might actually be a lot earlier. Why did they not pick Caitlyn earlier? Now I'm like very confused because clearly they can play it.
Maybe it was banned a lot against
So
them.
in that scenario, in that scenario here, they would be online a lot earlier. And I think Caitlyn to me is like, no one really does a lot against Caitlyn in this game unless he mispositions and like Lure jumps on top of him, but it shouldn't happen. And he has great peel and CC, so
yeah, it's a difficult one to talk about as far as like late game. And
it's really
things
interesting.
Like that.
I think it's a fun discussion with these comps.
Yeah. Because if like there is ever a moment where Nongshim get caught by Hanwha, like Hanwha's comp is just glorious in short range, but if it's just Phalanx set up front to back gaming and Nongshim have all the information, it's going to be very difficult for them to lose out on a fight. As now Roma is gonna have to flash. Doesn't even yell at them.
I mean, a lawyer usually argues. That's true. You do often argue for other people. It's more so. I'm not very structured, and a lot of legal work is. So I don't know. Maybe eventually we'll become a lawyer. You never know where you end up in life. But right now, I'm very happy to be stuck in a room with Atlas.
Well, you'll have to continue to be so. There's Guan. He's going to grab a kill onto Double H. Lure is going to collect that one. That's pretty good news for Harma Life Esports fans. Jiwoo trying to get some damage back, but not quite able. Does have the Gale Force done. Can use that to play some aggressive video games. As nice little net. Headshot comes in as well. They're doing some work, but I think that these plates are going to go over to Harma Life Esports pretty comfortably. And that should be able to bring us to parity. Okay! Sounder dives in. It's a really, really late Wild Growth. But it does mean that Rooster does stay alive. Guan in trouble as Sounder dives in again. Call me. Finds it with the Flux. Collects the kill on the Sejuani as Jiwoo's just continuing to walk it down the lane. And Nongshim, it's now their turn to look for some plating.
Why not about defending this? They do have Maganar almost available here, but the health bars are relatively low.
We'll see what Mihail can do as well. He's
ultimate.
got that all out available. Some repositioning. Does give the shield over to Jiwoo. I like that. Support Cassante.
So the real problem here is that if you can't hard engage, you lose or you can't flank, you lose pretty hard. Because again, this is where we see the siege of Caitlyn is such a big problem in situations like this. Jiwoo, Lure is fine. Is Zeri, so should be okay here. But in situations like this where you really get to use the range of the Caitlyn and Humble Life isn't really threatening Jiwoo, the amount of DPS already is kind of revolting.
Yeah. It's working out very well so far. Soundering is going to start off this Infernal Drake.
Second Drake. Ooh, that's big.
That feels real good. And honestly, like, if they get a decent Drake coming up next, then Nongshim are going to be cruising, because that will really help round out their composition as the game goes on.
Nongshim's such a wild team, and a team that has like Nila in their most picked up champions if they can get it, and like a Cassante one trick shouldn't be good.
Yeah,
but here we are. Like they're actually pretty clean. I mean, you know, Double H gets caught. They're still a challenger team, but moments like this, they go, huh?
They're pretty good.
Huh?
Making things happen. We do have a Chemtech Soul, which is a bit of a shame for, you know, those of who are enthusiastic about good souls.
Is ranked Aram already available in 2025? It actually was available for about 2 years, and then it got taken away again. And Riot hasn't commented on when it's coming back or whether why it was taken away. Just saying that, you know, they're looking into bringing it back.
They're considering the removal of Howling Abyss in its entirety, actually, based on what ranked Aram did to the state of people.
Is Nexus Blitz back yet? Yes, but only on the second Thursday of every third month.
Yeah. And Dominion's back, and we now do the LCK on Dominion instead of Summoner's Rift.
But you do need to have access to the tournament realm to get onto Dominion, so only pros can play Dominion.
Yeah. But we prefer it that way so that your solo queue experience doesn't get affected by things that happen in pro.
Yeah, after Carrier started blind picking Ryze support every single game, Riot was like, okay, we gotta figure out a way to deal with this. This is unplayable.
But the fans really liked it. We just wanted to stop its abuse in solo queue. As Guon regretted his decision immediately, got himself back out again. Jiwoo is just living his best life, man. Just hanging out here in this mid lane, just shooting turrets. Look at that.
PvE, really hard. Doesn't have to do anything. Like, his team is continuously covering for him. Just chilling.
All right, now the Nara is making his way in. Oh, the defensive Cyclone from Sounder, actually kind of awesome. Noticing the Nara moving forward. Did hop and didn't have flash, so I guess maybe there wasn't actually an angle to get the Nara in there at all. But it looked kind of cool, theoretically.
Yeah, don't mind the defensive ultimate there. I'd rather do that than have the risk of your Caitlyn getting engaged on, because now got a huge stacked wave and taking down his mid turret. Very, very big. More gold going into Jiwoo. And playing around this AD carry is something that Nongshim have already shown that they can do very, very well. And looking peachy right now.
Cast in an improv sentence. What does that mean?
Well, that's what we always do. Kind of.
But what? Like, how do you? Is that like
maybe
an accent?
It's like no, maybe it's like time, place, something. And then we have to,
each caster says one word only.
Oh, I mean we
can
definitely
try,
but
I
don't
think
it's
gonna
be
very
good.
Yeah.
So
maybe
not
tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, I Chat's very conflicted on whether this was good or not.
Yeah.
Seems a lot better than I'd have expected. Really? I feel like it was very slow. If we keep trying, we can probably do pretty fast.
Probably.
Wanna give it
a
go?
Not
particularly,
but
you're
probably
effectively
gonna
forced.
Me? No, what? Forced?
I wanted to say be forced, but I skipped the
Oh, we just goofed that.
We went too fast, man.
Yeah.
We got too close to the sun.
Yeah, no, I messed it up as well. I said the wrong word.
How about a real improv sense like the one you didn't script before the cast tonight? But everything is always scripted. Do you really think people could make up everything in a cast?
How can this be a rebroadcast if it's not scripted?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Oh, Romano.
Oh,
Romano!
Dear.
Well, it's fine.
He just does the little walk around. He'll be okay. Takes a bullet.
Casters, focus on the game, please. Oh, do I have bad news for you, YouTube chat? Oh no.
Oh no, Van
This is-
Linden.
this is-
He's been struggling with, or they've been struggling, sorry, with us not focusing on the game since
And-
like the beginning of
And
Challenger.
I apologize. We would, but we won't.
집중하세요.
How can casting be real if our eyes aren't real? I think Sajax has a really good point.
I don't know. It's something that doesn't get asked nearly as much as it should.
I know. I really felt like Jaden had managed to get it out into
He
the
is a
world.
modern poet.
I know. But
You
like,
know what's actually horrible, and you and I never really had to live through this, but I was very cringe at. Oh, sorry, I was. What I did
Cringeworthy?
was cringeworthy throughout basically. I don't know, like up until my my mid-20s, everything that he did. But imagine being 14 and actually being famous and having access to Twitter. Like that's so bad. Like
that
you could be
doesn't sound
you could
good.
be a really like well-adjusted person at this point, but like I look back at some of the poetry when I was like, I don't know, like 16, 17, and oh boy.
the fact that you have that sentence to
God.
say is a bit of a yikes, isn't it?
Well, no, I mean, I still write poetry. It's a fun hobby, but it's not good. And if I was a lot more famous and people would contribute that to me, it probably wouldn't be very good for me as a person.
Yeah, true. You might have actually stopped writing poetry at that point. Because of the negative feedback if it is actually
Exactly. And then I would never, because
not that good.
yeah, and then I would have lost out on a fun hobby that I slowly got better in over the years.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
My emo blog still exists on the internet. It does, yeah.
By the way,
Still
you
there.
you have a fan in YouTube chat. Their name is actually like
No, I know.
Chronicle
Yeah,
fan,
yeah,
which is
I
pretty
talked
cool.
about them earlier. That's really, really sweet. They were a genuine fan as well. I thought they were maybe me,
You're a
which also
poet
would
and
have been
didn't
fine.
even donut.
I love Heldas. I'm so glad he's here.
That's why he's a commentator, because he knows how to do the England.
We need a haiku from Chronicler about this matchup.
What about
actually,
a loku? Can you do one of those as well?
I want to say words. I'm not allowed to say Atlas, but no, I will not. No, I used to do haikus on the original version of the co-stream / broadcast for challenges, which was just me and a bowl of soup and some bread
And a dream.
and a dream. And there were a point like reward. Could get personalized haikus.
That's pretty cool.
Only 3 kills in 19 minutes. We do have Jeff Soul, so none of this
Sounder
really
is
matters.
he really wants to kill Roma. He has really wanted to kill Roma this whole game, as the Petrifying Gaze is not going to do enough at all. Jiwoo just says goodnight to the snake. I think once again, this Cassiopeia counterpick that we've seen attempted so many times is going to continue not being that good.
Yeah, so the Cassio doesn't really work, and also the
흔들리지 말아요.
the fact that Caitlyn was left open and Home Alive, like us, were lulled into a false sense of security, worked out very well. Because this Caitlyn is just... Caitlyn Rise, like, went ahead is not okay at all.
And Caitlyn is never banned against this team, by the way. Like, it's actually just never banned against them. Because they've never played it, and they ban it the majority of the time.
흔들리지 말아요.
Like, I think
It was
it's
all
just,
a trap.
It's just genius. Jiwoo
Like,
was
look
just
at the
holding on
setup
to
as
it.
well, right? Like, Sounda goes in very deep. They needed Realm Warp, the support from the team. Sounda making sure he flashes. They didn't really even need the teleport. That was a bit over the top. If Baron was up, that would have been good, but it doesn't even matter, right? It's a small mistake. They get out of it
Yeah.
pretty immense.
집중하세요.
And they should be able to head towards the Soul pretty comfortably. They do have Soul Point now picked up. It is unfortunately a Chemtech Soul, but you know, the more, the merrier.
Hey, in this game state, it's fine because it gets you the Elder quicker. And you have Karma. She uses the individual tricks pretty well, which is nice.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a bit sad though about this Cassiopeia situation. It
I really want it to work, right? That's where me too. I always love it when League has like a lot of counter picks that are good, and right now we don't have that many going on. Still rapid fire a second. I don't mind it as much in this game. If you're just sieging, which right now they are.
It's also it's just a
just
Korean
Sedge.
player favorite thing to
Also
be able
that.
to shoot things
Yeah.
from far away.
Yeah, but in the current game state, like you're not gonna
Call me.
I think he wins
Maybe
this.
in. Never mind. He's got his
Bounties
Ceres,
are
he's
up.
fine.
Oh lord.
Nongshim kind of
Can
smacking
you
him.
explain Atlas in chat about T1 Soup? Yeah, T1 Soup was a meme because people keep coming into the chat, be like, "Hey, who are these good players?" And I'd be like, yes, if you're not an LPL scout looking to take on the challenger players. And then we started talking about a non-existent player called T1 Soup, because I always ate soup on stream. So T1 Soup is the go-to
Is he the
answer.
best player?
He's the best
ever?
player on T1, yeah. He never plays because he's too good.
Too good? Yeah,
Yeah.
they wanna like
Did T1 win?
keep the
they
keep
lost
the drama.
DRX 2-1.
Sounder is going to do some damage to stuff. Man, Roma does make it to at least a couple of items. He's behind a fair bit in comparison to Call Me, but he did at least make it.
He did.
To 2 items.
Game state is somewhat of a disaster, though.
Yeah.
Hey, he's level 14 now. That's cool.
Woohoo!
Whee!
Call Me is also level 14, soon to be level 15. What?
It's like the whole roller coaster. It's like going up and then down and up again.
There are times where I don't listen to you and I regret it. But then there's also times where I listen to you and I regret it, you know?
Which one was this one, Atlas?
This one was the second one.
Well, I always listen to you. I don't really have a choice.
Yeah, but
Because I'm a polite person who
majority of
appreciates my
that,
co-cast.
the majority of that should be regret.
well,
your
at
part.
times,
I
at times.
apologize. Call Me will maybe hit level 18. That's very true.
평화가 함께하시길.
Does very soon to having level 16 for that better Realm Warp.
We don't
Feeling
have
good.
IE yet, so this is a possibly winnable fight, maybe. Oh no, he just hit level 16. That's tough.
I
But
think all of these fights are winnable
well, no,
for
technically,
a team.
but not really.
Ooh, there's a Glacial Prison that connects onto the Cassante, who doesn't care. He can go all out at any point. He could just go all out. As we're going to fight for this one, there's the flash in. Very dead Sejuani will be the result, as now Rooster caught in the back of the pit, but he's going to gnar and then flash away. Realm Warp going to be utilized here. The special delivery of the spinning monkey. Love that one. But now with no jungler, it could be that Nongshim wandered towards this Baron, set up some traps, and then kill it.
I want to remind everyone, this is a challenger's game. Do not think that this is done. Do not think that this is over. Do not think Nongshim have already run away with a victory, as they might be able to flip this Baron in a bad way somehow.
They could.
Even though they have smite advantage.
Smite advantage is definitely there. Call Me getting a lot of damage down. As we can see, we're moving towards the back of the pit. It's dangerous. There's the Baron. All right, everyone's just going to get over this wall. And Lure is going to dive into 2 people. Okay, Wild Growth comes down. Roma, nice tanking of the ace in the hole. That was really, really cool. As Double H wants to get them out of here. Not enough damage on this Zeri,
They're all
unfortunately.
fine. That's so sad.
Everyone's K. Look at that tiny little tower.
Everyone just walks it off.
Wow. I was both worried for Lua and I was worried for Nongshim, and then the result was nothing.
I'm so whelmed right now.
It is whelming, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was a very whelming circumstance.
At the end, they didn't throw. They got Baron, and no one died.
빨간 팀의 포탑이
Like, what do we even do? What do we even say in a
I don't know.
situation like this, Atlas?
It's hard because it does just feel like Nongshim were winning until they won, you know? And that doesn't create dramatic League of Legends.
Whelmed and overwhelmed basically mean the same things. No, they don't.
No,
I
whelmed
wouldn't
is
say
just...
so. Whelmed is just the absence of feelings. Overwhelmed is the overabundance of feelings. The fact that
that how it is?
survives this, well, in this specific scenario, I'd argue so. Yeah.
I always thought there was just a quote from 10 Things I Hate About You.
What, whelmed? Yeah, no, it's a joke. Yeah, obviously. I didn't know it was 10 Things I Hate About You. That's cool.
Yeah.
Have you seen How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days?
Oh, of course.
It's such
One
a
of my
classic rom-com.
favorites. Kate Hudson
And Matthew McConaughey.
and Matthew McConaughey,
Who
both of
doesn't
them being
love both
gorgeous.
of them? Oh,
That's an
bro, they're so
incredible
silly.
show.
It's such a good movie.
Big fan.
Can we get haikus again for channel points? If we can get channel points, maybe. It's weird when the casters are actually doing their job. Yeah, we try to shy away from that mostly on this channel.
Yeah.
7.5k gold lead now.
집중하세요.
Want to do a swappy?
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't play by play? Yeah. Here we go.
Sounds good.
I need you to fight the instinct, okay? Because I know that you're kind of used to just going cast team fights anyway when they start.
Probably
And I need you to push that back.
Yeah, but yeah, it'll be tough. As we can see, Nongshim setting up the siege Will it be enough is going to be the question here as boomerangs are flying forward. Very difficult for a very low-range composition like Harmor Life Esports to actually defend. Because their counter siege, not so good. The range advantage of this Caitlyn, so strong.
Both waves set up right now. Teleport flank could be available. There we go. In goes Rooster. Finds the stun. Call Me thrown back into the fight. Roma doesn't hate the ultimate. And Call Me keeps running. In comes Sounder. Knocks up free. Looks like a disaster for Hanwha Life. Call Me still alive throughout all of this. Jiwoo moving back 4, and this might be it, Atlas.
I think it just might be, Chronicler. Thank you for the play-by-play. I think this is... Oh, maybe the fight's not done. It is done.
Oh, it's over.
My handoff could have been a little bit faster there for you to get in a little bit more
That's
play-by-play.
okay.
But this is going to be the end of these Nexus turrets and maybe the game, Chronicler.
Gonna be it here as Nongshim take their first victory over Hanwha Life. The underdogs, no more. What do we? Who do we vote for? You take. You take pride on this one, friend.
I need to get the vote in because my brain is super huge and I know exactly what the best vote is going to be. When in doubt, you boom boom damage.
Let me get in a.
But I actually think that the Caitlyn pick
was the real.
Was the actual. That was the GOAT move.
I'm going for.
I think Sounder was also very good.
Yeah, I actually really like the Caitlyn vote. That was my initial. The reason, chat, is that I had been a play-by-play for 3 years in Dutch mostly, but when I cast UM, it was actually as a play-by-play as well.
We only
I can't
here.
Can't stand up to Atlas, obviously, but that's okay.
You can. You're taller than him.
Yeah, I am.
But I think it's I think the vote is Sounder. Because I think he was in great positions throughout that game.
Oh, his team fighting was really good, but you can make a case for anyone but Kusante and Karma, because they were like relatively low impact, but Jiwoo's sieging was amazing. Call Me had a couple of extremely high impact realm orbs, and Sounder's team fighting was pretty impeccable. Can you do play-by-play in Dutch? I can, but I don't think I want to.
I can definitely play-by-play in Dutch, but I wouldn't,
Atlas
I wouldn't
can't stand up to me in Dutch play. That's true. Yeah. I
can play-by-play in Dutch.
I guarantee you cannot.
I mean, it wouldn't be real Dutch words. It'd sound vaguely Dutch.
Okay, so now I kind of want to see if we can do that. Although everyone might be worried for your health if you just start speaking in gibberish.
Because I really shouldn't get that drunk.
No, I don't. Well, not only that, but also I feel like you might just throw out some bad words accidentally, just in the Dutching of it all.
No, that's if I was casting in a fully Australian accent. If I was doing the fully Australian accent.
If you went full Australian.
Then it would not be.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be. Yeah. No, I actually can't. I can't even start.
No, because then it's going to go downhill immediately.
My I only have the full sensor. The full sensor only works for whatever accent this is right now, not for the full Australian.
I have sworn on cast, like, accidentally. Well, once was on purpose, which was during the DRX. As it will be Jiwoo vote. I like it, actually. Clean Caitlyn game.
The man was good.
Yeah, very deserved. I am on board with this. As mentioned, Jiwoo and Sounder were my 2 picks.
Oh, man. We didn't even need to be here. Dady plays, just Caitlyn was left over and Hanwha dropped the ball and that Nongshim got the dub. That's it. That's the synopsis.
That's it.
You've done it.
It's the whole game.
Ghost Kumo, thanks for that.
Very, very good summary. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And this was
Do
not
you put
that
Vegemite
much of a
in
game.
your cereal?
And you know the worst part is this was on the red side. So now you're kind of screwed because now you want to be
I think you just ban it.
Well, okay, then you ban Caitlyn on blue side. That's a real feels bad, man.
They didn't ban, they weren't like Heimerdinger banners or anything like that. I'm trying to remember what were their blue side bans.
They banned Jace. They banned, I don't know.
Because there were quite a few things that sort of snuck through. It might have been, maybe you leave up the Varus and first pick it.
Could be the case, yeah. But then, well, okay,
I don't think the value of the Sejuani was that high. I actually think that it feels like a little bit of a wasted first pick. How many first pick Sejuanis have actually won? I don't know what the win rate is of first pick Sejuani.
So that to me is a tough one because I think the Sejuani is just because of the current state of the jungle and people don't want to pick Zac for some reason and no one picks Trundle. I think the Sejuani first pick actually is really good, even if it doesn't end up winning, because... So basically in jungle, right, you have Maokai that's S tier, and then you have Elise who's like kind
Question
of S
mark
tier.
but it's based on the rest of your draft.
Yeah, but generally will be S tier as well. And then Sejuani, to me, I don't think it's actually S tier. I think she's like A+, and then comes everything else. So people just want to get the best jungler that fits into any team comp.
Yeah.
And works low eco. That'll be it.
It will be. Let's go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back for game number 2 right after this.
평화가 함께하시. 흔들리지 마라. 싸, 엘라 싸, 티리.
내셔 남자를 제압했습니다.
집중하세요. 흔들리지 마라. 싸, 엘라 싸, 티리. 흔들리지 마라. 라스리안 온. 집중하세요. 가엔나.
파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
가엔나.
파란팀의
티리.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler. That was the Korean broadcast, and we are ready for a second game.
Sup?
Not much, man.
How
What's
you
up with
doing?
you?
I'm not talking to you, Atlas.
Oh,
Can you
sorry.
not butt into my conversation with the viewers? Bit rude, that one. How y'all doing? How's your night? Or morning? Or evening? Or lunch? I'm gonna not gonna jump in on the lunch bit. I was kind of hoping that would set you off.
No, it sounded normal to me.
Yeah. Exciting.
Saving
done,
pizza. Oh, having pizza. I thought you said saving pizza.
We haven't done ASMR cast in a bit.
It's true. I don't know whether today calls for it. It's a Monday thing.
No, it's a Monday thing. It's a Monday Game 7 thing.
Yeah. And we're probably going to go to a Game 6.
We definitely are. Yeah, I don't ever see a way where
We're holding hands. You
We are.
guys just can't see it.
look.
Stop that. Stop waving me. Thank you.
Okay,
Wow.
3, 2, 1. Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I just wanted to wave some more.
A little bit of waving. I know. I think it's really rude from Atlas as well to become between you guys and me. It's a bit inappropriate. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, King's Button, you got a point. And I should apologize, but I think I'll need to write one in a twit longer on Twitter. I think that's the only way
Apologies
that
to
you,
Chronicler and Twitch chat.
that's the only way that you can actually properly apologize. In
And either a
2023.
simulation. We are. Yeah, we're not real. We are an AI. Sent from 2025 back to here
Yeah,
to
rebroadcast.
commentate
Hmm.
League of Legends that has happened in the future. That's
Indeed.
why none of the players you know and love are there. That's why we know things that
Mhm.
from the future. Like
LCK
where is
Twitter
Faker?
update. Atlas, sorry.
Where is Jovi? Who are these players?
Hamalife selected red side.
But I know. But then you're still. But I'm confused because on blue side you can ban. And you can get Caitlyn.
Paper thin. It's my boy Clinto. What's up, brother?
Hey, Clinton, how you doing, man?
Welcome to the descent. You've come in at game 5. Definitely a good time to hop in. Paper Thin and I used to commentate some PUBG together back in the day. We might have a secret project coming up.
Did you talk about tracking there as well?
Oh, it was beautiful. So much tracking. Most of the things got tracked.
Can we tell that? It's one of my favorite Atlas stories. Can we tell it to the chat? I don't know if chat knows.
Chat knows about beautiful tracking?
Atlas shouting beautiful tracking in
So,
Overwatch.
do you know the reason why it got so much traction?
No.
Tracking shin?
Track.
It was because Taimu actually, he streamed, he VOD reviewed himself. And so he was watching the broadcast. And it was him that was doing it. And so it all sort of came from there. That
I think it's
he just had a giggle at it.
Yeah, as he should. I mean, it's genuinely. It's not. If you're dunking on a player, it will feel bad. But now it's just funny.
I don't think anyone was dunking on anyone because actually his tracking was beautiful.
Yeah,
it was just unnecessary.
No, but I know. But
Yeah.
in case you're wondering, what's the best way to explain this in league terms?
There's no league terms. You would just have to explain it in Overwatch terms. Because Soldier 76 has an ultimate where basically he automatically shoots people that are on his screen. He gets aimbot. And the crazy thing is that Taimu pressed his ultimate button, and me, as a very new Overwatch commentator that also was up to hour 6 of the day or something like that, was trying to cast the team fight, and he was tracking beautifully. He just didn't need to in any way because it was aimbot.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, it was a good time. And then
I love that story. It's so good.
Yeah, and then Taimu went ahead and VOD reviewed his game and had a bit of a giggle at me. And it was a good time.
It's not as bad as my Worlds 2021, where everyone called me Booger Man for the next 3 days.
You did have a bit of that.
Did have and then no one in production told me. And then everyone for a I think it was like the next week afterwards for every single like Worlds appearance.
Oh no.
Yeah, just called me Boogly Man.
Do you know what? I went to I went
that
to
was
get
funny.
dinner last night. We had
Yeah.
duck galbi up the road, which was absolutely
it's
delicious. But we walked past a burger joint on the way there, but unfortunately they'd mistranslated the name burger and it was B-U-G-E-R. It was basically a booger joint instead. Not quite spelled
So,
correctly, but
do
it
you-
did sound
you-
like
you-
that. Yeah.
They just first picked Caitlyn, no?
I mean, they may as well, yeah. You could even ban Ashe to make sure that you... Oh, what?
Okay, so Nongshim is good enough to play Caitlyn, but they don't. So this is back with what they have been doing. They've actually been doing this pretty consistently. So they just don't want to highly. Oh, so they get Ashe. What?
What?
What? Why would? How can you? Why would you?
Mullah.
They didn't ban Ashe.
Well, you know, sometimes mistakes are made inside
they'll
the
get-
video game.
I mean, yeah, Annie's good, but I think Ashe is a bit. Oh, okay. So we're just throwing down. Okay, I respect it. I don't think it's good. I don't agree with the choice, but I respect it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what the jungle choice is going to be here for Sounder. Wukong or Vi, probably fine here.
say
Neither of them
Vi,
really
yeah.
like being picked into Lee Sin that much because Lee Sin does tend to do some stuff.
Yeah, Wukong is worse, I think. Wukong. Oh.
All right, we're going to Viego. Oh my god! It's a Lissandra angle. I
Really
feel like
is.
Viego's only, like,
Yeah, you love the Viego Lissandra
Viego
combo.
Lissandra is actually really good.
But you
because
can't- you
going
can't pick
hard for
Lissandra
resets
here.
like that is like really, really
Yeah,
good.
you can't pick the list here.
You
though.
don't pick it here, but you can pick it
You have to
later.
kind of pick an AD. Oh, never mind. What am I talking about?
Yeah, sorry, it's
Nongshim.
Nongshim. Yeah. Well, now you can theoretically flex the Ashe somewhat. What about Ashe Neela? Is Ashe Neela a dope lane or what?
It sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, it sounds really bad. But
does
it is
not sound
Jiwoo.
good. Well, it is Jiwoo, and also you do get Ashe to level 6 quicker.
Yeah, there you go.
And this is a lot more fun than some of the matches we've had today.
True, that's Fiora. I mean, honestly, like, Cassante wasn't the thing in the last game. I think it's good to have a top laner that you can build a game around. And so I like what Harma Life
Yeah.
Esports have done there.
Cassante is genuinely just exists because Mahao is a Cassante kind of one trick.
Yeah.
And because it's a good front line. It doesn't do any. It doesn't bully lane as much anymore after the nerfs. Pike ban does come through. And they don't really know who's going where on Hanwha because the Annie can, well, specifically Annie can go in 2 places.
So can the Lee Sin. 3 places.
Okay, so what? Support, jungle,
Well,
top.
4 places then, I guess. Yeah. You can play in mid, obviously.
Oh god, the Duro respect. I'm loving it. Duro is very highly ranked on the Korean ladder, and there is indeed they actually respect the Neela enough. I mean, Jiwoo is really good on the pick, so it does make some sense to me. Nothing ever good starts with hear me out. Yeah, especially when I say, you know I'm about to say something heinous.
This sort of has to be Draven, doesn't it? Oh, don't know about the Aphelios.
I don't like the Aphelios. Aphelios into Ashe? Are you kidding
Oh, and so
me?
now we're definitely playing Aphelios Nautilus, right? And he's going to go mid.
Yeah.
And so now you pick Lissandra Draven.
I'm down. I love the Lissandra Draven idea. Just win game forehead.
Just win game forehead. Easy.
Just
and
run
also,
them
like,
over.
think about the amount of value you get out of single target pick with that comp, right? That is just insanity.
Oh, Silas is so good. Or Syndra's so good into this comp.
Syndra's kind of, I think Syndra kind of does a similar thing, I guess.
No, it's not. I don't like. To me, the Lissandra is much better for what you're saying for like a snowbally style. But Hanwha has no range, like 0. And
Yeah.
Syndra into a no range comp is a disaster to play out. Very, very tough.
Oh, I love this. The
Oh
OG.
my god, we've not
The
seen it in
OG
so long.
Misfortune Ashe, and this is going to be played with Ashe support.
Yeah, it's a flip.
Which-
Do not go for if this is
This
a
is
Comet
praying
MF.
Gorilla's old,
If this
old
is
bottom
if
lane.
this is a Comet MF, I will be very upset. This needs to be like crit PTA MF. Love that though. That's very good into MF.
That's kind of fun.
Man, Panduro, what a gamer.
That is doing. I mean, it's going to be Nautilus
No!
because it was always going to be Nautilus.
No, bad. Go back.
Oh dear. So, well, I guess
You have a short-range composition into MF and Syndra and Ashe.
Oh, please do swap. Thank goodness. Okay.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Little rooster side-eye there. It's
Yeah.
like, Eh?
So this is going to be a very difficult game for Harmalife Esports.
I'm not seeing it.
I don't really see the angle for them to
Well, they have
win.
okay. Well,
But it's Annie into Syndra.
It's Annie Nautilus.
No, but it's like Annie into Syndra though. Like,
Syndra can pick up a tipper.
pick up the bear.
Yeah.
Oh no! You don't get any bear control. Your bear just gets thrown around. No.
Wincon for Hanwha, you flash with Annie and Nautilus and kill someone. Because
Yeah.
everyone on Nongshim, barring my house, is not tanky. And Viego kind of sucks. Viego's not a very strong place at the moment. Has a very specific job, but if you don't match Guwon early, then the champ doesn't really do that much. And the bot lane is really squishy, so I like the Nongshim comp way more if they can work around with Calmi's range advantage. But they don't really have an answer to Fiora late game. And if they don't snowball immensely, which I think they should, then they can get in some trouble as well.
Yeah, it's about whether or not Nongshim can get things done early, but they have all the tools in order to do so.
They
So
really
we'll
do.
know that Harmalife has a chance if we're still playing the game at 26 minutes.
Yeah, and there's also Ashe, and Ashe just kind of makes a lot of stuff a lot more difficult because the pick's super broken.
Yeah, she's extraordinarily strong. So now Nongshim don't have to worry about vision control that much, and they can set up for these objectives very, very comfortably. And Ashe Misfortune is a very powerful lane, so it's going to be extremely difficult for Aphelios Nautilus to even play at all.
Hopefully it's PTO lethal tempo. I don't want to load into this game and see Comet or Dark Harvest. It'd be very sad.
Nah, it's Hail of Blades. Both of them Hail of Blades.
Worse. Well, no, on Ashe it's really good, but not... no. No, Atlas.
No, it doesn't seem to line up with MF's passive, does it? All right, let's hop onto the Rift here and rock out a bit.
No! No!
Well, there you go.
It's been nerfed so many times.
I mean, it still does stuff in the early game. Can you just take Comet
really-
and then just
no.
build crit?
No, you're gonna go. Oh, you're gonna go lethality, which is fine into Hanwha. As long don't go if you still go OP after all the nerfs, you're kind of trolling. So don't do that.
AP. Did you ever do that?
Yeah, you could go Leandris MF. It was really good.
Wasn't that only somewhat sort of good if you were support MF or no?
No. Could do it in on ADMF as well.
Wow.
I don't think we saw a lot in the, but it was a pretty common tech to the point where like it got nerfed because of how much it did.
Wow.
That specific interaction on Ultimate and E was changed repeatedly because it was very strong.
Well,
but it's no longer. So my expectation is you go early Doran's Ring for the mana, and because the damage on E is still relevant, and also in particular Aphelios hates getting outranged, and he's playing into Ashe and E Max MF. The downside is obviously that you are basically you're an ult bot, right? Like you don't your auto reset passive on Q is kind of whatever, and if you don't get off ult, switch into Hanwha's comp, I think is actually really hard. You're kind of in trouble. There's Nautilus, there's Annie, there is Lee. So your positioning needs to be really good, which it's not impossible, but will mean your lane is a lot better though, as this is a normal Fiora experience.
yeah. Standard. Mihail down to 200, but the wave is going to be crashing towards him, so he should be all right. Got some biscuits to eat if he gets bored. That's a bit of fun. As Lua takes, a lot of damage. So this is the benefit that you get from the Comet Misfortune, but it's still...
love this.
Oh, okay, Sounder. Setting up for it. Stun will come through. And Guwon taking a fair bit of damage.
Oh,
misses
good
the Q.
sidestep.
That's actually huge. As now Colmy taking way too much damage from Roma here as a Force of Will comes out. Roma will be able to turn this one around. Really nicely done by the Annie, standing her ground.
Well, downside is Sounda is actually currently cleared his bottom half of the jungle, so he does need to try and play with either invading Guwon but Lure and Dura are now roaming up. They will vision at this, will get spotted, but they do have Pry on bot side, right? So on the next wave, Lure at the very least is going to have to kind of sit tight, and I expect to see Jiwoo and HH roam up and then help their jungler secure the bottom half of his opponent.
This is really interesting, though. Guon just went back.
Yeah, I mean, he can't walk into his jungle right now anyway.
Yeah.
But because of the vision and because of Sound I really respect, he's not getting that much value.
Cute little hook there as Double H just going to barrier. Not going to lose out on too much health. Good ward. Going to spot Sounder moving in as Guon. He's coming over, does have his red buff still. And the Q is going to connect this time around. All right, Tempest Cripple comes through. There is the hook. It's going to miss. That's 6 points in my country. And now Lure is just going to be rained on momentarily. Ward over the wall. Going to spot out Roma. Wants to avoid the scat of the week. Doesn't need to worry about it, but I liked the thought.
So instead of getting ahead in your jungle, you're getting ahead on bot lane because Lure is actually taking a substantial amount of poke. And with Duro continuously roaming, they are really taking a beating. And now you're out of your pots. I'm pretty sure Lure also went cookies, so you're gonna not be feeling super hot as this next crash does come in. And with the amount of vision that's already available, Jiwoo and HH also have plenty of opportunity to keep a lot of pressure here on this bottom lane. Although the ward will time out shortly, but there are still a bunch of other ones, so should still be completely okay, and is going to lead to a pretty significant lane advantage here, which in of itself, quite nice. Actually, interesting early game start. I'm really happy I get to talk about the actual game, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's not just Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu.
Well, Lua is not having as much of a good time as you are, as Double H gonna flash.
Good flash.
Make sure he gets out of the way of that one. Nicely done, Lua. Connects his Calibrum Q. But now Flash is down, heal is also down. And so you're running at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to these summoner spells. Still, we're gonna have to collect their wave and try to catch back up again. Stu is gonna go back. We'll see what he can complete here. I'm imagining something like a Serrated Dirk to come in, as that is a tier. And not quite able to afford the Serrated Dirk just yet on this spec.
Don't mind it as much. Your power spike on 2 items is going to be really big with this. And yeah, as expected, will probably be just the Eclipse into Mana Mune build, which still will do very nicely. HH going for the Mandate first, which I don't like as much. The adaptive damage that you keep if you go for the Umbral Glaive first is very strong.
Yeah.
But the item did get nerfed in this patch, so people might want to try and stray away from it a little bit more. Meanwhile, on top lane, Myhal not having the best in time, getting an early Bramble Vest, and that's okay. Good item against Fiora, but not going to feel super excited. Both mid laners also picked up like a no magic mantle, just to be like, I don't want to get all in there.
Everything you can do, I can do better, I guess. As Double Up is going to miss. But that's okay.
Yeah, you don't care about your double up on this MF as much. You just spam E.
True.
Very fun and interactive gameplay.
I feel like Double Up is actually like very satisfying though.
It is. Oh no, I love playing crit MF and like double upping someone for like a quarter of their health.
Yeah.
It's
And
very fun.
Lethality MF does a heck of a lot of double up damage too.
Yeah, but he has 1 point.
Yeah. So now it's not as good.
No, it's not as fun. That's why we're sad. We're playing Comet MF.
It is sad. Still, Lua is also very sad because the rain is it hurts, you know. This is not like
it's an early Fam Scepter as well. So either he's going Shield Bow, which feels very bad, or he's setting behind his Mythic, which also feels very bad.
Well, Roma is going to take 50% of his health bar. He's doing fine mana-wise though. Call me struggling in that department just a little. Should be okay. Just collecting slivers, hanging out.
Just get slivers, just get slivers.
Ooh, Roma going to get stunned up there, but doesn't take too much damage because he's got a mantle that nullifies magic.
So the one upside is that post 6 his lane becomes a lot more playable because you have actual all-in threat. And Dora can just press R on one of the obnoxious poke champions and be in a much better space. We also haven't seen Nongshim actually take a dragon early on. It's not the best dragon, but still you'd ideally be stacking early objectives here because, as mentioned previously, you can get into some serious trouble if you get into the mid to late stages of the game without picking up at least somewhat of a lead, as now we'll have the full roam come through. That's a big committal. Yeah, Rooster's heading towards bot, but
All right.
not too sure how much Rooster is going to be able to get done here by himself. They're going to give the Drake. Yeah, not even going there. That is going to be a lot of play. This is not looking to be worth.
No, especially
I'm
with
gonna
the
make
Drake being secured as well. Next one
Yeah.
going to be a Mountain. Definitely one that's a lot more worthwhile to fight for, but with 2 plates already going down, it makes this a difficult one to sell, like you were talking about.
Also, I'd much rather be the Cassante in this scenario. Cassante very hard to dive. And Fiora, barring riposte, is diveable, and even if you don't go for the dive, doesn't have nearly as much CC available.
Yeah, I think Mihail is like kind of just happy. As Bear is going to fall down into the mid lane. Nice scatter.
Oh, we're waiting. There we go.
There it is. Yeah, picks up Tibbers to throw that one back. And look at this, like Mihail's just chilling, man. He's having a good time.
Yeah, he also now has Sounda shadowing in. Good back coming through there.
And the Rift Herald's going to come down, but with 3 people, should be able to, yeah, they at least get the charge. This plate might die. Calibrum is going to be there. Hook is going to connect. That is really good. Okay, the kick flash coming through as well as now Double H. But why?
Bit of barrier. I think he got backed on vision and then got caught.
Well,
so game state, pretty disastrous now.
yeah, this went from it was Mihail chilling, having a good time, to not chilling, not having a good time. Heartbreaker comes through. It's exactly that, as Duro is going to find him. Dash away, though. Let's see whether they can get in here. No flash for Roma, but he didn't need it.
Duro and Hook champions.
He's pretty good.
Built different. It's going to be... We knew it was 6 games. We knew it was going to happen. I don't know why I feel a slight sense of surprise here, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of right there with you. As also, there is the challenger thing of if you've got a more powerful mid and late game composition, it's generally better than the team that goes for the very early game.
Yeah, just
because we still really
cancel.
quite like the Nocturne Coppers. Yeah, this is just, it's Ghost Pure. I don't know what you... Anyway, that's fine. It's fine. It's just, you know. Yeah. It is, we still don't want to talk poorly about the Nongshim composition, because I do really like their idea.
Yeah, we don't call teams trash here. Be careful with that. That can get you a quick timeout. We are always on the edge of positivity, cutting edge of being positive.
The cutting edge of positivity.
Yes.
It's positivity that you haven't even, it hasn't even been released yet.
You don't even know. Like,
Yeah.
we're positives in ways
Next
that are
level
unimaginable.
positivity. Yeah.
That are unheard of.
Well, it is still a 30 CS lead for Jiwoo. That's good news. The unfortunate thing is that it's not being converted into good items as much as it could have
That's
been.
fine.
Otherwise,
This is challengers. Anyone can win or lose at any given point. I've given up on trying to read this region because you cannot. It is impossible. But right now, Hanwha have the easier comp, and they're playing it well. They're just engaging on everything,
Yeah.
and everyone, all of the time.
it's
And
working.
that's what they need to do.
I want to see some arrows from Double H, you know, some Ash play.
Oh no. Very spooky.
Okay, they are just going to get spotted out. Hawkshot getting some value there, as we can see.
Oh.
All right, Sounder's moving in. They are wanting to bait this.
Okay. I don't.
All right, one of them went home. And now, Arrow is going to connect. Great buffer on the dredge line.
Yeah, it's fine. You're just looking to take down the turret here.
May
That's
drop
okay.
a bear, decides not to.
It does have the mercs, and as such, not really too scared.
Another hook is going to connect as Double H just very casually dies. Lua will be taken down, though, as now Sounder decides not to possess the body and reset the aggro, I guess because he was going to die anyway, because there were no minions left. And now, Guon is looking for Jiwoo. Can strut her stuff, as the Q needs to be avoided. There it goes. Very nicely done by Jiwoo, but unfortunately, Double H not looking super comfortable on the Ashe.
That dive is a bit bit unfortunate. Says, stay positive. We're always positive. One sentence. And the next said, it doesn't matter. This is challengers. Yeah, I don't see how those two statements are. Can you explain?
Well,
Why
it just means that he's trying to analyze something in a predictive manner, but he can't predict this this league because it's very difficult to get a true read. It's not a negative or a positive. It just means that it's
Rooster should
somewhat
be fine
difficult. As Double H, you know this.
Why are we still here?
Grand
Just to
Challenge.
have a good time with us. Just to enjoy. Just to see the up-and-coming talent of the LCK.
There's absolutely no suffering going on here. This is enjoyment. This is the peak. And this is also probably going to result in a third game in this series.
Yeah,
If things go the way they're expected to. So I guess maybe it won't.
Oh, that's true. But the short days generally are reserved for Valdez and Wolf.
That is true.
We get the longer shifts, and that's okay. That's
Well,
just
I mean,
how the cookie crumble. I'm joking. I know that they're not set in stone up front practice.
no, but it's also like they had the long shift yesterday.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. And I'm not 100% sure. There's something in the back of my mind that says that they took away the ability to reset turret aggro with Viego, his passive at some point. Because I know it was there at the beginning, but I don't think it's still there.
Oh, kick flash, flash, and Guon wasn't actually able to get the mini stun.
Back to LPL, my eyes can't handle these plays. Well, you will not be missed, so enjoy yourself. As, yeah, it doesn't reset turret aggro, that's what I figured as well. Took it away, which makes sense. Viego was a bit overtuned on release.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a good thing. As Hanwha looking to start off the Rift Herald so that they can grab it.
You have Ash Arrow, but there's a lot of turn and hard engage.
Yep, sounded nice dash. Needed to do that one. And they are going to give up on this one for now. Ju gets the wave into the turret. We are just going to back away. Mihail does manage to crash his wave as well. So the side lane control certainly working here for Nongshim outside of this, which is Roma moving up and should be able to take this outer turret as there's a teleport.
Ooh. Oh, the arrow!
Okay,
it's
the
coming.
arrow, it's going to connect. Double H! He's done it! The redemption! The redemption for the Ashe is now Roma's going to have to flash. There is the scat of the week as well. I love that after the ulti. But he is still running pretty quick with that shield. Still not going to be enough, and Colmy is going to take him down. So, the Annie will be the second death for Hanwha Life Esports. Maybe a turnaround here in the works.
Yeah, you see Romer with Rod of Ages done and his Merc Threads.
Yeah, that took a lot of killing.
Yeah, no, it's very... Also, Cassante is in a pretty important state this game, but like, very tanky Annie. Very tough to deal with, and forcing a teleport here towards the bot side of the map. Nicely done. Hanwha Life still on the forefront of the play. We're funneling gold into Mihail, which I'm not necessarily on board with, as, yeah, we'll have the arrow, as you call it, the redemption arrow.
Yeah.
This is flying redemption right there. Romer, however, is able to hit a shield, tries to sidestep, it doesn't work, but this is Mercs. So the stun doesn't last that long, and yeah, this is Annie with like a ton of health, a pretty decent amount of MR. So in the end, Mihail is forced to ult. I think with the ult and the extra damage that he gets, we're always able to kill the Annie there, but they really want to give the kill to Syndra, because obviously kills on Cassante don't really matter, and your Syndra is the sole piercers on your team as well. So being able to get her fed is very, very valuable. And
I don't know how they deal with Rooster now.
They don't. No, so they don't. They have to kind of win the early game so that the turn from Hanwha wouldn't be threatening enough to just win fights automatically. But that's not the case anymore. So Mihail better go like 4 mil into Warmogs and then just, you know, take half his health bar clearing a wave.
Yeah.
Just heal it up and then keep doing that.
Might have to be that little tactic.
Also,
it goes.
love this build from Lure actually. Kind of slipped my mind. Goes for the Blade, rather the Blood first or second, which we've been seeing more and more. Good into the amount of burst that's there for Nongshim, and also ties into the Vamp Scepter that he got early. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the tip is from the top side of the map. A lot of you talking about that one. As Grand Challenge issued, Sounder going to come up here as Mihail does give him access to the heal. And now Sounder might just lose out because that's a fair bit of healing. But still, he has a full health bar, so he'll be all right. And they do manage to grab the kill onto the Fiora.
Bit scary there for a second, but Rooster is going down in the end. And that's Sounder getting a little bit more fat. Is on the Viego, so not necessarily the most... Oh, we do have ulti available.
Okay,
Might
Lure,
force a
cross
cleanser.
shot.
No, going to just be the Guild Force.
Yep, Nongshim just going to push towards the turret. We'll see whether they can actually knock this one down, as Mihail has a couple of creeps here, but he's pretty low on health. Oh, that scatter, really, really nice, as Lure going to take a gameplay button to the head, but is otherwise going to be okay.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't think they actually want to go for this dive. Doesn't look like they are. Instead, going to peel off. And they really need to watch their flanks, because if Guwon gets behind them and just kicks either Jiwoo or HH into the enemy team, they just lose the fight immediately.
Yeah.
And we have a dragon about to spawn. This is Hextech. We haven't talked about it much yet, but actually a very important Drake here.
Oh, okay, go on, taking a bit of damage. There's a... Yeah, the Make It Rain not really hurting as much as it was in the early game. And Nongshim going to move towards this Drake. It would be huge.
Very big, yeah. Ability haste is really good on everyone. And as mentioned,
the Soul Zappy Zappy would be very strong for everyone on this team.
Also kind of helps because they're a poke comp. And being able to actually land a lot more damage with your poke is great, but with how they're currently posturing, they're going to give it up. They're going to look for a play on the opposite end of the map. Not wanting to go into this, as that should not work.
Well, the Riposte is going to be there. Now Riposte is on cooldown. As Hanwha is going to take this Drake, Nongshim have decided the fight on the Fiora is way more important. Grand Challenge going to be issued. Let's see whether Rooster can make this one happen, as he's gone all out and does have the damage to take her down. But still, this Dragon will be taken by Hanwha Life Esports, and I think that for their composition, they're very happy about denying this one.
Yeah, you get a kill on Fiora, so what? Doesn't really matter, and these early Dragons are going to make a really big impact when we get to the later stage of the game. Already the Hanwha Life hard engage is so much better.
Yeah.
Barring, specifically, these picks are very dangerous though. You can't give too many of these to Nongshim, but if HH isn't hitting arrows, then they're not getting picks. Their hard engage outside of that is very lackluster.
Available, speaking of which, as that's a flash. That's another flash. And now Guwon is going to also flash. The kick's going to come through, and that is a dead misfortune. Finally, it's like the fourth flash that's actually going to get the kill, as Depth Charge almost just murders the Ashe, and the follow-up is going to be there from Lure. And now Hanwha are just going to walk over to the Baron. I think the use by date is, I think it's, you know, you're like reach into the fridge and you're like, something smells bad, and I think it's unfortunately Nongshim's composition.
Yeah, I didn't even... I don't know if the comp had a use-by date, or if it was just bot expired. You know, you go to the market,
and it's just
and you come in, and you just have this, and it just doesn't really... It looks like it's not that good, and it turns out it isn't.
Yeah.
As, oh, yeah, Mihail, you gotta... Yeah, you gotta stand guard there for your man. And didn't have ultimate, so might not have been enough regardless, but gotta at the very least try and make it harder for Guwon to actually find his way onto your backline. And again, bot lane dies. That's Nash, and I'm pretty sure that is also going to be game here. Hanwha Life looking to take it back in this game number 2.
Looking real good while they do it as well. 2.6k is the lead so far, but we've still got 2.5 minutes of this Baron. And they'll be able to get all of these waves sorted out, in theory, and then transition over to the Drake fight after a reset. Should be a really good position for Hanwha Life right now. It's Nongshim trying to stay in it, trying to get these battles working. But look at Rooster. I mean, this is the happiest Fiora game. Now just absolutely set as Roma comes on down. It's a little bit of a snare onto Mihail, but he is still pretty tanky. Roma will get hit with the arrow as Mihail goes all out. Let's see whether this is going to be good for him or not, as he gets taken down extremely low, and there it is, the reapplication once again. And Lure is going to be able to lock that one down. Tibbers will be eradicated, but this is so good for Hanwha because they get themselves a kill, and they also had Fiora in a side lane the whole time.
Oh, very important, by the way. We got a really friendly apology for some of the comments earlier.
Oh,
no
that's
problem.
nice.
Yeah, if you know, we don't want to go in. Oh no. We don't want to go in too hard like Sauna did there, although he is Viego and he can't really help himself. The unfortunate reality of the internet is that sometimes, you know, things can't quite come across the way you mean to. No problem. I hope you're still enjoying the broadcast.
Who was it that said that?
It's
I can't see
loaded
it.
up. It's already it's
Okay.
already up. But it was very friendly, very genuine, saying how they've been enjoying it, the broadcast nonetheless. And don't worry, you're still a welcome viewer. Yeah, this.
Yeah.
It's just not. It just doesn't do that much, right? Like the MF pick, it was just lane, and lane didn't do that much because they couldn't find an early dive. Because I don't think Viego's very good, and then they didn't get anything. This was the Viego build that was used previously, which has been nerfed like 15 times. It doesn't really do that much. So, unfortunately, I don't see Nongshim really coming back into this one with the current game state as it is, because Humble Life can just press their buttons.
Yeah.
And they're completely fine.
They're very happy with how the situation is. I really did have a degree of hope for Nongshim's composition, but there are quite a few things that really did point it away from
we also had
success.
like a 20-minute pause. I don't know if it was 20 minutes, like 15 minutes maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
It was a decent length of pause.
Double, triple gamers. It's okay. We're
Double,
right here with
triple
you.
gamers.
Double, triple gamers here with you.
Yep, that's our intro song.
It's actually on a new album, but you guys just got a sneak peek.
Yep. We'll be
Atlas
bringing
and
that
I
up.
are releasing a mixtape.
Yep.
It's called Atlas and the Chronicleizer.
Yeah.
Don't forget about us.
Don't.
Part 2.
Don't you?
Forget about us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part 2. All right. Yeah. Nongshim are really struggling in this game, guys.
I don't know if Nongshim's the one struggling, Atlas.
Ooh, Guon taking some damage.
He did take a little bit of damage.
I like how as soon as we talk about something maybe being positive for Nongshim, as they are going to find themselves a hook onto the Nautilus, Sounder wants to try and finish him off, the dredge lines, and this is the problem, because the observers keep showing us over and over again that Fiora still exists, and so we're like, Nongshim doing it. Oh wait, never mind. Because what do you do about that ever? Well, you take a Drake and you pray.
You send in Mahile. Oh no, not Sunfire. You need Warmogs. Warmogs is really good here.
At least he went for the Thornmail. He's got that part of it.
Well,
sorted out.
that part, he's got lockdown, man.
Yep. Well, still, we've evened out the dragons. For Hanwha, this is no big deal whatsoever, because they still have an advantage. They also have a composition that does just continue to work, as long as they play sides well and things like that. If it's Teamfight Fiora, then maybe it's a different story, but as we can see, Rooster is playing these side lanes really, really well.
Hullbreaker as well. He only has 1 kill. Kill participation. That's what we need.
That's what we want.
That's what we want to see. Teleport Force, if Call Me realizes that Rooster would definitely kill him, and he doesn't want to get taken down.
Yeah.
What is he currently working with in terms of items? Looking like
a book.
It is a book, and it might be Morello's, which I actually don't hate. There's a lot of sustain on the enemy team, and
I think it's okay.
It gets Magic Pen now, so it's a little bit better than it used to be as we try to set up picks, but we don't have that much going on for us, unfortunately.
Oh, Guon pretty happily just dives on top to protect his control ward. We'll be able to do so here. As Rift Scuttle is going to get him kicked back in. So Arrow will connect. That is a really dead Viego who tries to Heartbreaker his way out, but not sure about the angle. And
that was
he's
great
just dead.
bait. Guon also hitting that while emoting.
Yeah.
That's some high quality gameplay right there.
Heck yeah. That's how we know that he's a professional gamer. As now Hanwha going to start off this Baron. Still somewhat dangerous. Is it? But it probably
I don't know
isn't.
if it is. Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely going to be theirs if they, have a smite relatively handy, which they do. But if there is a bullet time angle or something like that, perhaps there is a good moment. As Depth Charge is going to be used into the back line, and Double H is really dead. Jiwoo going to find an ulti, but it's, leaves a little to be desired. As in goes Guon, just having the best time ever. He will go golden, as Mihail tried to pull him back, and now Rooster should be able to tidy up this entire team. We mentioned this problem, and yeah, the Fiora is definitely a thing. That's I'm gonna go with the
Right there with me, bud.
at the top lane.
No. Did you want to vote for? Do you actually want to vote for Fiora in this one?
Yeah,
Not the
or
lead.
Duro.
The lead is Duro is actually a good shout. You can do Duro Guon.
No, I'm Duro Rooster.
파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
It's your vote, Atlas.
Because I think Rooster is the reason why they're gonna win. His existence.
Okay, well, it's your vote, Atlas. I'm not.
What do you think, chat? Who do you think gets POG this game? I'm thinking it's
Duro.
between
Duro
Duro
and
or
Guon.
Rooster. The Kips?
No,
we got some
Lee.
Guons.
Yeah, it's
Duros.
Lee or Duro.
Well, I mean,
It's not Rooster.
because I have a vote.
Well, no, you asked who is going to get it, not who are you going to vote for. So
Oh, no,
you
I'm
should make
asking
clear
who I should vote for.
who you should vote for. Okay, then I will obviously.
Always like the support vote. All right, into that. There's quite a few Duro voters. He has played very, very well. And also, the lane phase should have been much more difficult than it was. Media Keck W is definitely worth the vote.
I'm so glad that's stuck around. That's still here. That's lovely. We are trying to pick.
All right, let's see how this
Just
team fight
Nautilus.
is going to go. Duro's going to go golden. Eats an entire bullet time because of it. You love to see that. The bottom lane just eradicated. Duro might go down, and he does. But he's sacrificed himself for the good of the colony, as that is going to be the ace. And Harm Alive are going to march it down.
빨강팀
Maybe it's actually Lure.
It's not Law.
Maybe I'm a boom boomer.
No. What? No, you're not that much of a boom boomer. If you're a boom boomer, vote Duro.
What? He's
It's
not
okay,
doing the boom
No,
boom.
it's not a. It's a boom boom KDA vote, which is adjacent to a boom boom damage vote.
Oh, no. I'm a boom boom damage voter.
Okay, so who do you vote for? I need to adjust.
Oh, God, I just don't know. I'm going to vote for Rooster. No, Guon. Just give us 2 Guon votes, I guess.
2 Guon votes. Double jungle, please. And Harm Alive, take the next game. Red side, more OP in Challenger? Question mark. I don't know. Maybe don't ban Caitlyn when you can play it on blue side, when you just won a very clean game with it. Food for thought.
Yeah. I still just wish it was Lissandra.
I don't think the Lissandra really solves any. I think the MF pick was not that good.
No, it definitely didn't quite work.
Because you don't actually have a way to keep MF safe at all. You could have picked Saya. And then Lee never does anything.
True. Zaya would have been pretty strong.
Yeah, and it's also good into Annie and Nautilus.
And Aphelios.
Yeah. But no!
They
Instead-
also picked Cassante. So, honestly, like...
The
yeah.
Cassante, that's the worst part. That's what I don't like, is that the Cassante to me is the least... The least
the
of the
Ashe
problems.
is definitely the least of the problems.
Okay, so Ashe is least of the problems as... Oh, that was very quick.
Yeah, picks it up. Guon played some great League of Legends. But so much of it, I think, comes down to... Yeah, miss execution on the Nongshim side. And I think it's because we had such high expectations after what they managed to do in Game 1.
Yeah, I don't know if I did. I think on a subconscious level, I already knew what was about to transpire.
Daddy Plays might have a decent idea here about Harm Alive picking red side, throwing a spanner into the works for Nongshim. Maybe they weren't as prepared.
Could be. I'm baffled by the insistence to play the Viego and the reluctance after a really clean Caitlyn game to pick up the Kate.
I mean, the Caitlyn was banned. Oh,
By
right,
them.
because they banned it themselves.
Because they banned it.
Yeah, and they've been banning it, like, a lot.
They have.
Like, overall, they ban it
Maybe
more than half the
Jiwoo
time.
just doesn't want to play it. Maybe that's the,
I mean,
that's
it
the
is-
angle.
You know, teams just in general are pretty reluctant to play it these days.
It really does railroad you into one specific playstyle.
Yeah. And if you have to pick it early in the draft, then it means that you can't fashion your draft and then pick it accordingly. And that's what Nongshim were capable of doing last time around, so maybe that's just the way that they like to do it. I think I went up to... When I went and got makeup at the main studio, I went up the elevator with that girl who was in the audience. Cool stuff. Anyway, we are going to go to a short break when we get back. Game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronically here as we bring you the third and final game of this series between Humble Life Esports and Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim went for an experimental draft, which, upon review, I think I liked more than I should have.
Yeah, I have this as well, where because it's new, you're like, oh,
this
that's
could
shiny.
work.
Yeah, but I think both of us are particularly sensitive to this. Like, oh, it's shining. That's cool. It's new. And then it's not.
We
good.
can see how this could work.
That's
and
not
then,
shiny.
Then you realize that, in actual fact, a lot of the things were just not good. And so when a lot of not good things get put on a team together, then the result is generally also not good.
Yeah, so the Ashe, Syndra and Cassante were all fine. The MF maybe in a different comp, and the Viego just no. And then
I didn't like the Syndra either.
No, Syndra to me was fine if you have anything to play around it at all, but you didn't really. The Viego to me is the worst. Like, I would rather have seen Jarvan there. Imagine if you have that same drop, then you have Jarvan.
Sounds
right?
good.
Like, doesn't that sound better? MF Jarvan, that's a good combo. You're playing into Aphelios and Nautilus. Like, they can't get out.
Yeah.
Annie as well.
Jarvan actually
Can still
seems
match
pretty
Lee
good.
early.
Well,
He's
I
like
wonder,
getting nerfed the next patch. Like, I don't know.
I wonder whether Jarvan is strong right now.
He's getting nerfed on 13.4 because he's too good because they overbuffed him this patch.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Not in the LCK. They didn't actually. The bus didn't go through. He's actually unplayable here in the LCK. This is what happens when Malrung leaves. Everyone forgets that Jarvan's a champion because they never play against
We
it.
need Malrung, man. Where's Malrung? I mean, we know what Malrung is.
Yeah.
He got 3-1 last night.
Yeah. He did.
He did.
That means that he's probably got some time on his hands. So come back to
No,
Korea for a
because
bit.
he's still in the running.
Oh, so he's in the lower bracket now?
I think so. I don't know. I don't really keep track of the LEC, unfortunately.
Neither do I.
As we have very, very limited free time, and that time is not spent researching other leagues. It's time.
Our free
we spend on
time is
this.
spent on other broadcasts
Yeah.
in Korea. That's how we spend our free time. Because outside of that, we have time to sleep. And that is about it. If anyone's ready to bring J4 to LCK, it's probably Carrier. Yeah. Or CV Max. Yeah, Slimy D, you got an idea there. Could be CV Max could come up with some strats. But we'll see. Nongshim have selected the blue side, and so we'll remain on the blue side for the remainder of today. And so then the theory of maybe they didn't have the blue side strats prepared kind of goes out the window. So let's see what we're going to be banning here. We love banning Heimerdinger still in Challenger for some reason. And maybe instead we'll ban Annie or something like that. Maybe they'll say, Annie's too strong.
Chronicles, when are we going to be free from Vi, Maokai, Sedge? Maokai until he gets nerfed, but Vi and Sejuani are... Well, Radiant Virtue is a little overtuned, but what is more pressing is that right now the only correct way to jungle is to spam ganks. Because of how catch-up and soaking and kill XP works, it is infinitely more valuable to just spam gank, and because of that, the bot lane meta is very out of whack, because in bot lane, ganking is in general very valuable. So you have a meta where junglers want to do nothing but gank and then buy extremely cost-efficient items. And as it turns out, the tanks are the best for that, right? That's the only one we don't see is Zac, but I think Zac also, frankly, is completely playable because he does the same thing as Sedge, and he does the same thing as the Vi. Maokai is a little different because he actually was overtuned. I don't know if he's still as overtuned as a damage threat. As
Will Nongshim first pick Caitlyn?
No, they won't. They should, but they won't. So you should, yes, just spam gank. And if any of your ganks work, you're going to be even in XP to the guy that has been farming. And if you don't, just soak some XP off the wave and you'll be fine.
Well, let's see that first pick Cassante.
Sure.
First pick Annie.
Like
All
that.
right.
I'm okay with that. Pretty creative, pretty flexible rather. I don't know why I said creative. Annie at this point is pretty much a mainstay.
Now to Hanwha Life go for the Caitlyn because Lua hasn't been as inclined as Heimerdinger.
No.
Lee Sin.
Well, Guan's Lee was great. That part's fine.
And so now what stops Nongshim from just picking Caitlyn Karma?
Well, they can just go Kate Annie.
True.
Kate Karma also fine.
So
what stops them?
they pick
their own fear. But they have learned. They accepted the Church of Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's Kate Karma. Okay.
Yeah. Kate Karma.
I actually,
Well, they just left it for no reason in Game 2. I was just expecting them to continue with that. But they could have picked this Game 2 as well. Make it make sense, Atlas.
It doesn't make any sense. Hanwha Life have just prioritized a champion that has been nerfed into the ground and hasn't been winning very much in order to give away the strongest possible early game.
Jin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they round out their disaster with more catastrophe.
Okay, we've seen Jin be pretty good. Okay, I don't think Jin, the Heimerdinger and the Leap Priority are much more baffling to me than.
I think the lead priority makes sense because Guan just picked up player of the game on it, so keep him on something that he's comfortable with.
Just pick Lee and Kate.
Well, yeah. Yeah. No, the Heimerdinger is atrocious.
I just don't see it anymore. Bell? Wow. Okay,
Got to make sure that you do ban away the Bel'Veth.
Oh,
that's
I
important.
know she was going to pick Viego again. No.
Well, they can pick Vi.
Yeah, I do agree with you though. Vi into Lee doesn't feel great. But what does feel great? Elise is banned. Poppy is not in a great
it's
space
a Master
in the meta.
Yi angle.
Okay, I know you're joking.
I think it's a Master Yi angle, probably.
I know you're joking. So I'm not going to give that statement more attention than it deserves.
Why doesn't anyone pick Orianna? All of these mid laners can play Orianna, right?
Yeah, I don't
She's
know,
been meta forever.
Into Annie, yeah.
Orianna into Annie is so good. Oh my god,
Do it.
yes.
Do it. I don't even care if you
Yes.
lose. It's not happening. You were just trolling us, but yeah, he's not in a great state at the moment. I love Kha'Zix
I love me a
personally.
good Kha'Zix.
Really fun champion.
I like Kha'Zix in solo
Please.
queue more than I like
Please,
Kha'Zix.
no. Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes!
there he is.
Let's go!
Never mind. Whoa,
Thank you,
how many
Nongshim.
W's could we get in this draft? I mean,
They're
it'll be
learning.
Cassante, won't it?
Yeah,
You'll lock in
Cassante.
Cassante.
That's fine. Cassante is no problem at all. It's like comfort for Mile, and we saw in the last game. Like
I mean, it is a problem, but we've just learned to accept it because it's Mihail and he will
okay,
always
but
play it.
for this team, I don't mind it. Like, what else? Otherwise, you what? Blind picking Na or Jax?
Yeah, Jax is fine.
I don't like Jax into Syndra and Heimer. I can see why you wouldn't want to pick that.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Wow. So we're like scaling to the late game so that our nothing that exists in the late game can do more nothing in the late game? Wow.
Hanwha didn't quite stick the landing on this one, huh?
But last time, that's what I thought, right? So I'm gonna take out my brain.
No, I think Nongshim,
shake it around a little bit,
draft is way better this time
and then
around.
put it back in. Yeah, Nongshim's draft way better,
right? Like they have mixed damage profiles. They have a great front line. They have good hard engage. They have a winning bot lane. They have it's favored to their opponents, but a pretty neutral mid lane, all things considered. And Annie Jarvan is a hell of a combo. And then Hanwha Life have a front-to-back team comp fight where, sure, the Syndra's good, but it's Jhin. So it's like extremely magic heavy. So if you itemize MR, then late game, like people just aren't gonna die.
Yeah, and if Caitlyn builds 3 items and one of them is a Lord Doms, like, I don't even think Rooster can survive for very long. This is a toughie.
I'm leaning Nongshim on this one. After the previous game. Now, there's still plenty of opportunity. The 2v2 is quite strong here with Lee and Syndra. If you can get Jhin ahead, Lure has been playing very, very well. And the one downside is that if Nongshim does fall behind and Kami and G were not in a great position, actually chewing through anyone on Hanwha can be kind of tough. But I think they should be fine, like particularly because we already saw them play Kate Karma, and it was great.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of interested in a point that Tahis has, which is, I don't know why we have no faith in late game Syndra, because I agree. I also don't have any faith in late game Syndra.
I don't know why.
And after a mid-scope, I was like, oh, well, now she's going to have like more stuff that she can do once she get these splinters sorted out.
You know what I actually think it is?
Lack of rocking out? Let's do that.
It's durability patch.
Ah, that's what did it.
Still horning Syndra. To me, that's the big difference maker, because even with the update, she just doesn't feel as high impact as she used to back in when Showmaker and BDD were all picking her every single game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she kind of gave up her lane bully identity. She'll be okay into Annie because she outranges her pretty substantially, but we saw in the last game that Annie, once she finishes Roa and Boots, is still going to be fine. So you don't really have that much of a threat, and then your mid to late game in the current meta, I don't think is that relevant, because generally the game state will be very, very favored one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, having a look at some of these win rates, Sounder has played the Jarvan one time before. It was not as successful. Same with Colmy on this Annie.
Oh, whereas Hanwha Life is undefeated, so maybe we were just wrong, and Hanwha are about to dunk on Nongshim.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't be the first time that we're wrong, Atlas.
Yeah,
Won't be
and
the last.
as you can see, Duro 3-0 on the Heimerdinger, so we're absolutely insane for saying that it's not good. Obviously, Duro was very good playing this, but it was mainly played prior to it being nerfed into oblivion.
Even then, only 3 games on Heimer is not that much, considering how much Challenger play.
Yeah.
Explain to me, Jarvan, Lethal Tempo versus Conqueror. Generally, you go Conqueror into matchups like Lee, into Sign, into more short-range comps. I think Conqueror in general is a little bit better. Lethal Tempo is good when you need to either play really aggressive in the early lane, so you see like Jaxes and whatnot take it sometimes. And if you want to try and stick on the target. But I think on Jarvan, it never makes that much sense to me.
Oh, that's some flashes coming through here as Colmy is just going to get one out. Throw the Q over at Roma.
Yeah, that is a very, very sad affair for particularly the Syndra, because Jarvan ganks are so deadly. Sana will be hitting level 3 here off of this, has already taken his own Grump.
It might have been that the gank was a little bit early, because I don't know whether Cataclysm will come in before the flash is back off cooldown.
No, it won't, but just Sana still has flash, right? So he can go for E flash Q combo.
Oh, true.
And the one downside of this is, of course, that scatter can be a game ruiner, but as long as you can try and find a window where that is on cooldown, then you should be completely fine. Could be a small window here for Sounda where He can make his way over. Oh, I love this. Yeah, this is going to feel very, false sense of security.
Yeah, there we go. There's the knock-up as Roma takes a lot of damage. It's a great scatter. As now, Guon's going to flash for this. All right, Sound is real dead. I don't think that his Demacian standard's going to be enough for that one. And that is a beautiful first blood for Guon.
Disaster for Nongshim. Not getting the kill there. Like I said, you can't get double scattered. One of you can, but with both Komi and Sound I hit, there's not enough damage available. And a free pickup here for Guon. That means... Oh, yeah. Because the CC chain starts off so well, but then they line up.
Yeah.
Like an extra auto with red buff plus the any auto, like that kills Roamer. And then you get Triumph, right? And you might be fine, but instead, not going to be the case here.
That's really beautifully played by Guon, though.
Yeah.
Just understanding that, like, this is my time. I just flash in, get down my tempo.
Flashy, and it's GG.
Have a really good time. So, excellently played. And sometimes draft isn't quite as important as getting on a champion that you're extraordinarily comfortable on. And it looks like Guon is really feeling himself on the Lee Sin here today.
I swear to God, man, every single Korean player, like, is like, oh, just let me play Lee.
Everyone's a Lee.
Let me play Lee, bro. Come on, let me just. I got the meanest Lee. Let me pull it out.
Oh, they're trying to bait this. It's actually really cute. Wasting a bit of time, but Sounder going to move on over. Wasn't spotted, I don't believe. So he's looking to just clear out some vision. Here we go. Nongshim, bottom side of the map, still doing exactly what they want it to. As, yeah, this can be real dangerous. As another Q connects here on the bottom side. But Roma is in so much control of this lane right now. And so now it feels like Colmy not having flash is more dangerous if Guon is going to come over one more time. Given that range advantage
main issue is that Sound is, like, as you pointed out, not going to hit Cataclysm before. So it's going to be very tough to find...
Double H takes so much damage, but Jiwoo's still going to be able to grab that first blood. There's the burn! And so Dura gets one back. Did I say first blood? There was definitely a kill that already happened in that mid lane, but still, that's the first kill for Nongshim. And they'll take those.
The
just
minion.
the tip.
Guon, I think, smited the minion and thought that would kill it, but he queued first.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lura has flash. Didn't need to get hit by this net. Takes way too much damage. Oh no, he was trapped, so he couldn't flash the net there. And oh yeah, let's look at this again. Watch this hero minion.
Yeah.
This is actually amazing. It's the scatter.
Oh, no.
Oh, tragedy.
The scatter ruined it all. Feels bad. Anyway, still absolutely fine as the game extraordinarily close.
Very even, Atlas.
Indeed.
As the night encroaches.
Oh, it's well and truly encroached.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, I don't know. You're eating lunch, so to me, it's 2 in the afternoon.
I ate lunch like 3 hours ago, dude.
Well, it's 4 in the afternoon.
True, and in some countries, that's nighttime. Okay, Bear is going to pop down here in this mid lane as Duro is just lying in wait. Tibbers to get some information here as he does pop back.
Yeah, and he has a ruby crystal, so
a bit of help there.
Yeah, not a lot of
Love
damage.
to see it.
Not a lot of damage.
No. But have you seen a Bear Tibbers?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Pretty extensively.
Yeah. It's been a few years that we've had Tibbers. She was my most played in ranked in season 1. Was Annie.
Support or mid?
Mid lane. I was a mid laner for most of my League of Legends time.
You seem like a top laner to me.
I did play a fair bit of top as well.
Veldus is an obvious mid laner.
You see, I was a Mordekaiser main, but that was when Mordekaiser was a mid laner.
Makes sense.
Mainly seasons.
Yeah, Mordekaiser I can
2, 3,
see for you.
4.
Yeah, so for me, I'm a support or jungle, but when I started playing jungle, it's like the Heart of Gold junglers with no resources. So that did make a lot of sense. I'm not a carry jungler kind of guy.
Just build an Oracle's Elixir and everything will be fine. That's how it goes. just be a Giga Chad Pantheon player. It fits into every lane. Denunciator, sometimes you just know. You just know the things.
Is G-Wolf fine here in the 1v2?
Well, so far, kind of, yeah. If they just miss everything, then I
Hey,
guess
yeah.
you're kind of cool.
He had good movement.
Yeah.
Deserves a bit of cred.
True. But if the abilities do not hit him,
No, correct.
he is fine.
He is definitely okay.
And he was fine.
He
Double
was.
H wandering around the jungle.
Is that really who you wanted to W, Double H?
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was.
know.
It's interesting because I feel like the Karma has just been milling about in their own jungle for quite some time.
Correct, but, you know, Kate's getting solo XP, and I guess it's fine.
Yeah, seems A-okay. Oh, that cute little stun there is Call Me.
Boop.
Let's try and get something done here.
Oh,
Oh, Double H
yeah,
comes out of the
flash.
jungle. And Jiwoo may just be dead. Oh, no. Okay, last bullet not going to connect. And so perhaps now we will need to see... Oh, my God! The Krug! The Krug just wanders out of the jungle!
It was because of the
bullet.
The bullet.
Oh, my God. Lure is actually the god of luring.
It worked!
He is not only called Lure, but he lures the jungle camps to fight for him.
The bullet didn't miss. The bullet knew!
My God.
This is so funny.
I think it was the toggle. Like the... Oh, my God. And the...
This is so funny. We get the slow-mo as well. Oh, and you can see it here. Too late. He walked towards the Krug as well. He had flash. He got Krugged, bro.
By the way, you know Fog of War focus was clean.
Well done, Yuno. Can we get a clappy for Yuno in the chat?
Yeah.
For our lovely observer.
Boy nailed it.
How would be done after that? Yeah, that's the tilter right there. No,
Oh, yeah.
Duro has realized at level 6. Oh, God.
Whoa. Lure might be dead. No, he's going to flash. Deadly Flourish just barely avoided, but the boys are coming. And Guon's going to land the Q this time around. There's the kick, just to make sure that Jiwoo, sorry, is Alcove Gaming when he absolutely doesn't want to. And perhaps Heimerdinger is just the best champion in the game. I think that's probably what it is.
That must be it.
I think I am in need of retirement for my ideas about this game. Just irrelevant. Because so far, Hammerlife are looking like they got draft Nirvana.
Well, the gold's still even. And I still like the Nongshim draft ball. But hey, it's challengers.
Yeah?
It's challengers. We don't know. We have no idea. We couldn't possibly know as... Oh, yeah, you don't have the control to do this. Like, you always are going to be able to force the summoners there with HH playing that aggressive. And then, does Jiwoo survive if he flash here? Probably not, with the position that Duro was already in. I think you always die here, so you might as well try and get the kill. Using your flash there doesn't really get that much going, as, oh my God, we are fighting again.
Yeah. There is a bear at the ready. Colmy's going to hold on to it for now. Does have flash available. So Halma do need to be somewhat careful.
Yeah, Bear and Cataclysm is a great combo.
Bataclysm.
Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. Cataclysm. There's a Cataclysm. He's going to get out of it. Another phenomenal scatter from Roma here. And honestly, like, this is the thing. This is the thing that's beautiful, especially about
Hit it, Atlas. Tell
is
him.
the fact that, honestly, drafts only matter to a point. And if you're just really good at your champions, then anything can make sense. You know? And man, Hammer are playing this really, really well so far.
Not the Krugs again!
These are the angriest Krugs ever!
I don't know if I misread the draft, or if I'm just coping, or if I don't know anymore.
I don't think you misread the draft. I think that Nongshim had a beautiful draft.
I'm losing my mind. This as well. Like, what's going on? We're just ulting like a Lee. Of all the members, Lee and Heimer are not the guys you want.
And also, like, in a situation like that, I just don't feel like I've seen that many times where a grenade lands perfectly onto 2 people and then you get a double scatter. Like, and in that situation, it doesn't matter how many times you nerf him. Like, that's still so much value.
Okay, the game state overall, which I don't really understand how, despite all this, it's just the CS, I guess, is still even. Like, it's a 500 gold lead and there's some Drakes involved, so Hanwha is still ahead, but I feel like with the game score as it is, it should be worse, and I don't know why not.
Yeah.
It's like a few plates on top, it's a plate on mid and bottom.
Yeah, Mahal's ahead, but that gold lead is completely irrelevant. So actually, Hanwha are kind of in the lead.
True, but I don't think the gold on Heimer matters that much either.
No, I think it matters more than if it was a Karma or something.
Sure, but even with the early lead that Duro has, his gold generation has already run out. So him getting his second item is as far as he's going to get no matter what. And he's not really going to accelerate past that. So I don't know if it matters as much.
Unless he keeps getting kills, like that's the mid laner.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure is.
Road of Ages not quite stacked up just yet, as Duru's done it again. Another great stun as there's the Cataclysm onto Guon. They've trapped in the Rift Sculler that is going to be taken by the Lee Sin, and then immediately they turn it. Call Me goes golden. He's down very, very low. This Tibbers could get a lot of work done after it gets angry, but it's not going to. That's a triple kill for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I take it back. Guon's just too good, man.
He is just too good, dude.
He's just too good.
That's how this is.
He's too good.
Yep. I don't think Kasante going to be doing much there, and Jiwoo just has to watch as the rest of his team falls apart at the seams.
Atlas, I'm calling it. I'm voting. There we go.
Again?
Again.
No, I'm Duro this time.
Look at this league. Tell me you wouldn't vote for him.
Yeah, but did you see the Heimerdinger almost kill the mid laner before the fight even started?
Yeah, but look at Guon skirmishing here. Like threading that Q and making his way over, forcing Zhonya's. Kicking, going in.
I mean, I just saw Duro land like back-to-back grenades.
I'm a big Duro fan. I'm really excited to see where this guy is going to go. When you see not one, but 2 supports from challengers make their way to the #1 spot on the Korean ladder in a very short amount of time, that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, feels pretty good.
Because it was Duro last year at the end, and right now, it is the man, the mystery.
The myth.
The myth, the legend, KT Wade.
Yeah, rank 1. Pretty cool. Mahal, just down here punching some turrets.
No LPL team challenger jokes, chat. You know, that's a very sensitive topic for us.
Yeah,
we would like to keep
sad.
our Korean players. Although, you know, if they're happy, I think that's okay. Yeah, maybe call me not having the best day. Today, TSM Duro, there we go. Now we're talking.
Yeah,
No,
that sounds a bit sad.
That's actually very sad.
We hope that Duro sticks around in
FlyQuest Duro?
That's too many Koreans.
Well, I mean,
Are you going to send
for
Vikla
now.
home? It's all right. Well, I guess maybe my Duro vote is a little bit more difficult now, as he was just destroyed as if he was a Rift Sculler.
Yeah, so Atlas, in case you missed it, I knew that was going to happen, which is why I voted for Guon, so maybe just listen to me next time.
Yeah, I should have read the script. I sometimes miss out on it. As yeah, it's definitely not going to Double H either, as we're just donating our supports.
What is happening? I thought we were the only ones that were getting a bit exhausted and delirious, but these players are just running into each other.
Where is Pioshik? Who are these players?
We don't know.
Well, a lot of them were playing in the last game.
So if we actually go to late, which at this point I feel like is basically a certainty, whose comp do we like more?
Probably the one without Jin.
Well, that was my guess as well.
Well, Sounder is going to push a bunch of buttons and then not have very much to do afterwards. Mahal now going to get ran into by a train. Generally doesn't feel great. And oh, I love that. Just waiting out a few of the dashes before the Q comes in. Lands another one. Yeah, no, okay. Okay. Yeah. You got my vote. You got my vote there, Mr. Guon. There you go.
Yeah, unless somehow Nongshim win, then we really have to change the vote, because Sound is not an option in this one, unfortunately.
Hey, wait, maybe he gets a sick turnaround. That's why they win. As Hanwha are looking for Soul Point, they'll collect that one here as well. Damn, 12-3. And the gold is still kind of meh.
Yeah, I really don't understand how that's happening.
Can you cast your
and
Pog vote mid-game? Well, I mean, we write it down on a piece of paper in front of us.
It just seems so disjointed. Sound, with Jarvan in particular, you're not lead, you're not any of the newer champions, right? You're a Season 2 champion. Your kit is very basic, which means you need to be very, very certain when you go in. Because up until you reach like late game and you have your cleaver and like maybe another item, like then you'll have enough ability Ace to go in and then generally get out. But right now, once you are, if you use EQ to go in and you will die if you don't have the immediate follow-up, which has happened like 3 times right now.
Yep.
Or you need to R and then EQ out, which has happened like once, but then generally he got caught on the exit
He
by
died
Roamer,
by the double
and
scatter.
then, yeah, and then died. So neither of those really work in, and it's just Mihao. That's the goal, but it's not good.
Yeah, he's a Cassante. And that's not very valuable gold allocation, unfortunately.
But I do really like the Notion comp like late game. When you get Kate at like 4 items and when you have Annie fully skilled up with Tibbers and First Strike, like, it's really good. But I don't think you should ever get there from this point onward. But they're not that far behind in terms of items either. I'm very confused thoroughly at this game.
Well,
I don't
I
understand
actually think that like, oh, Colmey's gonna flash bear someone. That is so much AoE damage. The Cataclysm's pretty good, but they're so far behind. The Annie's still going to die, and now the curtains have been called. Guon's having a field day, and how many dashes do you have, Mr. Sante? The answer is not enough, as he's gonna get stunned up. I love the patience from Lua there, holds onto the last bullet. And they just wiped the floor with him.
Why?
That was the best engage they've ever got all game.
No, it wasn't good at all. Why are they hard forcing?
Well, I mean, did you see how many people were stunned by the bear?
Like 2. 1 flashed.
Yeah.
And then Guon immediately like kicked Sounda into Annie, so they both died.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they also didn't have the second item done on Annie. It did. I thought it was going to be good.
That's a 7-1-4 Lee Sin. My God, let's have a look at this again.
Watch this. So they know Comey's coming. So it literally only hits Jin. And then this combo comes in like Sign is zoning 3 people. They knew. It was so telegraphed. Tibbers hit 1 person.
Yeah.
I mean, we are kind of losing it over Nongshim, but this is standard challengers fair. What we should be doing is Holy Lord Guon's Lee.
He is a god.
And this is the type of moments where you're like, oh man, I'm glad Lee got buffed because now we get to see Lee again for like the next few patches. That's cool.
Yeah. And I don't know whether he needed to be buffed that much.
No,
it's
a placebo buff. It's just so that people remember that he exists again.
Well, Guon's making it definitely look pretty good.
His skill's a little better, but Lee's damage scaling in late game fights is generally not really.
He is a jungler, so it's somewhat irrelevant. But maybe that's a Rascal buff for the top lane Lee Sinners.
Possibly.
Into that. That's all right, Hanwha. Now with some control, with a Baron.
We're just going to keep forcing. I love it. I love it.
Do we have anything else that we're capable of doing?
It'll work this time.
I feel like it'll be really cool if Nongshim can get a fight where it's not like running headlong into the opponent and it's in range of Jiwoo to auto-attack people. Maybe that's possible.
Wait, I completely missed what you were saying.
I just think that like Nongshim should try and start a fight where Jiwoo is capable of doing a damage and it's not putting your face into the enemy.
But right now Jiwoo isn't in a great spot, so he needs to wait
this
for
is just feedback for next
for next
series.
game. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, they just haven't really been. They haven't been in sync. Haven't been in tune. As PSA, the new Jarvan skills off of bonus AD. So ideally, you'd go Core Drinker into Cleaver, into whatever you can get. Now, Sound is very behind, so he's going for a more cost-efficient item, but the buffs to his W are actually pretty substantial. You can get like pretty big shields with it.
Oh,
as
the train.
yeah, he'll be fine.
Miles,
It's Cassante.
you need to tank that one. Yeah. I'll
Not
be
even
okay.
worried.
Throwing a few buttons towards the enemy. Sending a message. More than anything else, is 13 seconds on this Cloud Soul.
Yeah, they're gonna get. You know what might be the solution here, Atlas?
Elder
It
flippy flip.
always is in challengers. It's Elder flip. Yeah, you were right. You had the answer.
Well,
Look
that
at-
means
look at
that
Lure.
they must let this Drake
Let's go,
go.
Lord Doms.
Which they
Very
will.
nice.
빨간
Uh-huh.
Love that. Love that for him.
Could have been really cool if it was second item. But maybe he didn't need it second item.
Yeah, I don't think he does. Cassante, he's never like if he's hitting Cassante, then it's kind of whatever. As Romer will ding 15, and so will Kami. Does the Shadow Flame finish now, which is nice,
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
but not enough, I don't think. But if they can stall the game for long enough, Jiwoo is going for Lord Doms, which feels really bad, but is very understandable because mostly it's going to be hitting Rooster. But that means that it's 4 items, which is in like 10, 15 minutes if they do want to win.
I think they want to win. I just don't know whether
Well,
they'll be
yeah.
capable of said winning.
흔들리지 말아요.
That's a key question, isn't
That
it?
is all. It seems
Yeah.
to be a pretty common dilemma to run into.
Yeah.
As Rooster
Wanting.
is wandering down the river. He's extremely tanky. He will last a very long time, as Guon is going to get a cute little kick flash onto the Caitlyn. You love to see to land another Q as well. This guy is so good, man. He's so good at Lee Sin. Mahal's going to ult. He's going to go all out into the Death Chamber. And now they're going to get the flash out of Double H, but the grenades are now raining forward. That deadly flourish was so sick. There's a scatter, but they're unable to quite finish off the dive. And Hammer are just playing with their food right now. It looks like this team is, like, just hands-wise, 400 million times better. It's like this is unfair. Like, there's just a skill gap. I'm not used to this. This level of difference.
We saw this in game 1. But it was for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's challengers, baby. You never know which team you're gonna get, which version of the team you're gonna get.
And what was happening in game 1? Was Nongshim overperforming? Or Humble Life
kind of
Esports
both.
slumping?
Nongshim's a pretty decent team, right? Like, there is a reason why the middle of the pack, though, is that they can't string it together consistently. And here we are trying to look for a pick, but the pick is on a... Oh, this is...
Oh my god.
Yeah, he dodged the Call Me W there.
가엔나.
Yeah, it was actually really sick. Although I don't know why he would go for W there instead of Q, because unless you didn't have Q cooldown, maybe he didn't. I didn't actually check. Maybe he had to like get his 4 stack by Qing first and then Wing. But yeah, somewhat of a disaster there with the Annie not being able to hit, and then even without that, Guwon is fine. It's more about do they get the kill or not.
That was so sick by Guon. I'm just like, the way that I'm just going to think about this
Is
from
this
now
a
on
rerun?
is
Yeah.
that actually it's just Guon's a god.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
That's all this is.
Yeah, J4 ganked mid. Yeah, J4 didn't get anything done early, and then playing J4 from behind is a miserable experience. Oh, Sounda! He's a man with a dream.
Speaking of playing
He
J4
has
from behind the
one
Baron
goal.
Pit.
One dream.
Oh, look at
One
that.
mission. They don't
What, you
know.
thought we were flipping for Elder? What about flipping for this
They
Baron
did not know.
right now?
That's a bounty, baby. No, not a no.
Oh, and now
It was
he
too
gets
early.
the information a little
Oh,
bit
no.
late. That's the first cue that's missed, as now Sounder is going to play the game. He's going to dive on in, see whether enough damage can happen. He just gets booted out of there. And there is no chance for him to steal that one away. It was a very cute idea, though, as the train is going to crash into the Nongshim bottom lane. And they are going to shoot him a little bit. And then he's not going to notice. As, yep, Cassante and Annie going to be backing here on the bottom side of the map, trying to get something.
So, yeah, you don't envision a sound out, so you just have to throw in your E at some point to try and get in, and then immediately they respond really cleanly, right? Immediately, we have 2 people peeling off, we have the kick out, and there's no possibility for any stealing shenanigans.
A kick out and a cookout.
What's the cookout?
I don't know. It's just, you said kick out, and I was like, it sounds so much like a cookout.
Have we had a cookout yet? Aaron?
No, have we picnicked? We haven't picnicked.
I have picnics twice.
No, but like together.
I don't think
Have
we
we
have.
picnicked together? I don't think so.
No, we haven't camped yet either.
No.
That's something I'd be excited to do as well.
Man, I'm looking forward to lunch when I get
Cookouts.
home.
Pick. What did you just say?
We're gonna
what,
push in.
what did you just say?
Let's
Atlas?
push
You wanna
this in-
you wanna
push this in
repeat
a
that?
turret. We're
Huh?
gonna push this in a turret.
What do you want to repeat that, Atlas?
Yeah, push this in a turret a little bit. Take that one down.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go for a bit of
deep
a
flank.
All right, Mihail, can
Get
you
him.
make this one happen? He can pull in
Wait.
the
He got
Jin.
him.
They managed to lock him down. As now Colmy could be in trouble. Guon goes golden. Really nicely done there. Now Mihail trying to take down this Syndra. She's the last remaining big form of damage.
Oh my God.
And she seems relatively untouched. The Caitlyn's going to be taken out by a Scion running at her with the help of Duro just a little bit there as Guon is very, very low. Does need to be somewhat careful. Double H just explodes. Roma is just huge. And look at this Lee Sin. He's chasing after the top laner. Zero fear whatsoever. And that is Roma locking down the
They're
kill.
still winning.
It was a very cute little attempt, though, by
I get
Nongshim.
it. They killed Jin. Jin doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, that's not actually what happened. It was just a really well-played fight in there, 10k gold up. But,
Yeah.
well, not 10k. They were 6k gold up, another 8k gold up.
This is the value of Jin, is that you pick him and then he's in the bot role. And so it makes people think that jumping on top of him and getting the kill is a great utilization of your pick potential.
When actually it's just, again, a beautifully done fight. Okay, you know what? The Duro vote actually, even though he ends up dying there, like Duro was kind of my MVP in that fight.
Yeah?
Actually, the amount of zoning that he was able to do to make sure, because Gio at this point is pretty big. Oh no, don't flip Aldo, no, that's the one where you lose. Yeah, just turn. Good.
Always flip
Just turn, just turn.
Well, Train is going to
Nice.
land into the Annie. Man, that's pretty brutal. Q connects onto Jiwoo, and Guon thinks, I may as well go in.
Awesome, no
And I
flipping.
think I kind of agree. It's now Mihail going to get kicked back. I like that, just defensive play. Guon's going to
Good
continue to press
stuff.
forward. Press forward. Press? I say press.
Press the attack.
They're pressing.
Press
They're
the
pressing
attack.
everyone.
Come on, Hanwha.
Press your buttons.
You can do it.
Press all of your buttons, please.
You got this.
Yeah, well, they are going to do that. Inhibitor is going to go down. There's Mihail clinging to relevance here on the Cassante. Does manage to pull the Lee Sin under the turret. And last turret shot going to bring him down to his GA. That is certainly good news. Is now, yeah, all out, all dead. And the Nexus turret's going to be next to go down as Guon hunting after Jiu, who just outplays him. Like that one a lot.
Wait.
Is now Duro taking a lot of damage.
Hold
Okay.
Okay.
That's the usefulness of the Jin.
There's Jin,
He's
baby.
got a lot of AD. And he is just going to be able to destroy the Caitlyn. This Nexus going to go down as well. And Humble Life Esports
Double jungle.
looking
the
real
way.
good.
It's moments like these that make you go, why did we win game number 1? And that's not the type of questions you should ask yourself in Challengers. That's not what we're about.
No.
That's
And
not what life in Challengers is about. It's about accepting what is in front of you, no matter the circumstances, Atlas.
And the things in
it's-
front of us were incredibly
And-
well played Heimerdinger and Lee Sin.
And it's about accepting that if your co-caster has weird preferences about what he wants to cause meals, then you gotta accept him no matter what.
No.
That's what it's.
No, no,
that's
no,
what
I'm
it's
correct.
all about.
No. I think it's about believing in yourself and standing up for what you believe in. I think that's what's important.
That's what I'm saying as well.
Yeah.
Look at Rooster's hair.
He is
he
absolutely
actually
beautiful.
just has the best hair, like by like a large margin. Although, like it's the Roma is kind of gaming as well.
Both of them are kind of just majestic
For real.
in almost every way.
Damn.
And look at this. The game was like somewhat even until like 14 minutes, and then it collapsed in a heap.
Look at the Jin damage. It's actually amazing. This
Look at the Lee Sin. Like actually
doing
did
that
Jin
much
do
on
the
Lee?
least.
Yeah. Well, no, Sion did a
he
bit
did.
less.
He did 200 more damage than Sion. There we go.
Not even 200.
Yeah, 180.
But this game wasn't about Jin. If
No.
it was a fat Jin, it would be a lot better. Like, yeah, Jiwoo really tried. Jiwoo is still so good. I don't even think Nongshim is bad. Like, obviously, the sound as Lee or sound as Jarvan is not something that I want to see again. It also shows in remember the mid play where he went for Flash EQ as opposed to EQ Flash. right? Like those are the type of mechanics on Jarvan that you really want to see.
Yeah.
To give less time. It didn't end up mattering, right? Because he still got the play. But I personally quite like the showcase mechanics like that, and yeah, it just didn't feel like he was very comfortable in champion, which is fine. I think the pick was still great, even though it didn't end up working. What a fun day! I agree, Yundo.
It was. It was a little bit of a sad day for Nongshim fans because I felt like in game number 1, we saw a glimpse of how good they can be, right? And then we saw it kind of evaporate.
Now, if you're a Nongshim fan, you know what this is setting. This is setting up for the playoffs miracle run. Like literally the
so
last
they're already
two.
exactly where they want to be.
Yes, because they want to be in 5th, 6th place because that's when they really get going. This is what I'm not even joking. This is what happened last spring and last summer. They looked mediocre, and then they got to finals in spring, which was wild, and then they won finals in summer, which was also wild.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And now the
Crazy
players
stuff.
are completely different, except for Jiwoo, who has been playing pretty well and did play well today. There was a weird amount of Jin victory today, which scared me a little bit, as Guwon's going to pick it up again, understandably.
Complete
Domination.
complete lack of surprise. This
Yeah.
guy just plays a really clean Lee. Lee in Challengers makes sense that he'd be good because Challengers is messy and Lee loves it when the game is messy. Wants to skirmish, wants to try and look for plays with his mobility and his burst and his displacement, and Guwon did all that.
Yeah. He looks intimidating as well. Just a bit intimidated. But
By
maybe
the
it's
Lee?
because I was observing a lot of his Lee Sin play.
Krug's Rob match. That was actually a great play.
Yeah, Krugs definitely hold a place in our hearts.
Thanks for the great casting, guys. Thank you very much. We'll be having an
Thanks,
interview
Nagi.
after this, and then we'll be having what we lovingly call our community and chat. No, chat
Caster,
and
chat,
community,
community
caster corner. Well, we can vary. You can do any order as
Yeah.
long as corner is last.
It's still C4. We can have our C4 time.
So we can talk to you guys. How did you enjoy today? How are you doing?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? What were your thoughts on today's games? Did you enjoy challenges as per usual? We are breaking some records. You know, we've been having some amazing viewership numbers. We've been we hit 10K followers on a channel that's brand new, which is
We did. I'm
wild.
just checking that out now.
Yeah,
Still a
isn't it
few of you
insane?
hanging around. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
But man, it was a weird day. I felt like I couldn't hold on to how the games were going to go today. It felt like things were all over the place.
It really was, and it was also somewhat because of my lack of focus today. But it was also genuinely drafts. We always joke about drafts and challengers, but today really felt like you kind of hit that mark of you don't know what's going to happen loading into draft. Like you can see these comps and how they would work. And then what happened in games kind of blows it out of the water completely. You talk, oh yeah, you can scatter like Jarvan as he goes in, and then that basically decides the game, like in two back-to-back scatters.
Yeah, and it's it really does bring you back to reality, I think, after watching leagues like the LCK, where you can judge how a game is going to go based on the draft,
So
because players are of a specific level
it's
with all of these champions almost all the time.
well, it's not just that, but I think it's also specifically. I've noticed this a lot talking to colorcasters of other regions. It's also because of we get so incredibly well acquainted with how specifically the LCK plays out drafts.
True.
So, but then I talk to an LPL or an LCK caster, and they're like, oh yeah, no, everything is different. Like how they rate the champions, how they play them out. So challengers is really interesting. Is that there is a lot of impact from the main teams, because of course these teams, well, scrimming is kind of a special situation, but the coaching staff is in contact with each other. They're part of the same organization. They get access to the same intel. And even then, with similar drafts, you get such wildly different results because these players just play it out in a very different manner.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's straight up worse. As
Yeah,
well.
and
But
I feel like Challenger does take a lot from what they learn from the LCK as well, because they generally look up to all of those players. But when you take into account champion mastery, I think a lot of these, like, draft better and win more doesn't really make sense, because then you don't have Guwon just schooling people on Lee Sin. And sometimes that can just happen. And honestly, like, seeing this game, like seeing Syndra on one side, Syndra on the other side, I mean, Call Me had a rough day, But what that meant was that Roma looked absolutely incredible on the Syndra after the Syndra looked like she was a waste of time.
Like we had no faith, and then we did in game number 2.
Yeah.
Although it did take 2 scatters for us to really believe. Are you guys implying that player skill makes more? Well, it's always a complex mix of factors,
It's all
right?
of the things, right?
Everything is always much more complicated than people want to make you believe. That's my take.
And Cosmic Panda, yes, I think that absolutely does. But once player skill gets close enough together, it means less and less, right? And so you need to move the needle in another place.
But even at
it's diminishing. It's just a
but even at the highest level, it's really interesting because there are players that are just so much better at specific. Like Zeka was a great example of this last Worlds, right? Where it's like, even though he's playing against the best players in the world, he's still so much better at those champions that you can't give them to him. Like that's so cool to me.
But also, like those champions are also very good in drafts that you can create in that meta, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not like. So say someone is a god Yorick player, will he just be playing Yorick every game? I don't think so, because, you know, you can't it's more difficult to draft around, I guess. One of those sorts of things. But it's very interesting. One thing that I found very interesting is that Chovy is spamming a Lowy in solo queue.
Makes complete sense to me, yeah. Sounds like a Chovy thing.
Perhaps we're going to be seeing some good old Lowy mid.
What are the matches tomorrow for this catch? I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, we can have a look at that if you like.
We can have a quick gander. Let's check it out.
We
can talk about that because if you're here, you're probably going to be there tomorrow as well. We're not casting tomorrow, are we? You're doing a pre-show.
I am.
We are?
Yeah, no.
Are you not a pre-shower tomorrow?
I'm not a pre-shower because I think I was supposed to be.
I'm casting tomorrow.
Yeah, so you and I are both casting tomorrow.
So it's us casting tomorrow as well.
Yes.
All right. So it's Veldis and Wolf on the pre-show and us casting.
Yeah, and they were organizing the pre-show today as well. We're going to talk about the, Live Sandbox looking so much better. KT also looking so much better.
Yeah, me and Wolf are eating well. Me for Sandbox, him for KT.
Yeah, me for KT.
Yeah, you for KT. Yeah, you still think...
I was the only KT believer, by the way.
You're still waiting for Sandbox to collapse, right?
Yeah. But...
happening any day now.
Still eating well.
Yeah.
Because the KT predictions keep me going.
I love the KT team as well. The only thing that really, truly breaks my heart is the DRX performance, but I don't think that's really going to go up, seeing as to what happened with Nongshim. Which, that is...
That one's going to be a toughie. Oh my god, tomorrow? Wait. Hang on a sec. Wait, are you... So we've got a potentially relatively quick game to start things off, as Gen.G will be taking on Nongshim Red Force, which is relatively skewed, top of the standings versus the bottom of the standings.
Well,
but then we have KT versus Darmon.
Gen.G.
Or KT versus D plus Kia.
Gen.G lost versus T1, and Peanut made a mistake, so they are horrible now, and they're going to lose to Nongshim. Would be what you could say if you were a overreacting person, which we are not. So, yeah, expect that to be a quick 2-0 for Gen.G. And
Wait. But didn't Gen.G, beat T1 2-1, but then Peanut put his face into a bush?
Well, that's depending on how you look at it, but one could construe the events of that day as such, yes. So, I mean,
we're concluding from that the team's bad?
I was joking. We're both saying the same thing, which is that people saying that are out of line.
But are people actually saying that? Surely not.
I've seen some people on the... I mean, you shouldn't... You can... This is
There'd be some people on the internet, aren't there?
Okay, I don't even... I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I don't even...
You don't need one. You're
there's always people on the internet with every opinion, and that's the great thing about it, and it's the horrible thing about it. But that KT D+ matchup, super cool, because I think we all predicted KT as well, because D+ just looked very sad. And yes, at this point we can kind of conclude that Sandbox was a good team, but you can lose to Sandbox and have it look good, or you can have happen what happened last time, and there's also...
I mean, it was a series where you're not talking about the Sandbox win, you're talking about the D+ collapse. That was what the game was to me.
Well, I as a Sandbox enjoyer also thought that they did well, but yeah, it really
no, they did well, but I don't think it was anything.
Like Canyon,
it wasn't like an overperformance from Live Sandbox. It was Canyon not being there at all.
Yeah.
It was Showmaker having another rough one, and it was the team just not looking like they were on the same page. It was weird because it was almost like Canna was the best performing player.
Yes. Oof, no, it was Deft, 100%.
Well, I mean Deft, but I mean Deft has been the same.
So I'm actually gonna I'm predicted KT because I think KT right now looks way better.
100%.
But also like D+ looking like they're in a slump. KT looking like the clear favorite and playing really well for the
Almost
last 2
a
weeks.
guaranteed D+.
That's what
win,
I'm
isn't
kind
it?
of worried about. Yeah, that we're just all wrong and like this is where KT start their KTing.
But KT just came off a win against D+ as well, right?
Yes, and also as said, even if D+ play well, I think KT is the better team right now. Like they just look like they have a good grasp on draft. Individually, they're playing really well. So
I mean,
really,
KT looked like the second best team in the LCK.
I really don't know who between them and I'd still say Gen.G's better than them.
Didn't they just?
Yeah,
KT just beat Gen.G.
Yeah, 2-1. I'd still take Gen.G over KT.
But we just saw.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can still think that if T1 lost against Hanwha, do you think Hanwha is better than T1?
Well, it depends what the context is. But right now, like KT are on more of an upward trajectory than Gen.G are. They have the same scoreline right now, but Gen.G started off better.
Well, we're
I
gonna
think
know.
that,
We're
like,
gonna know after this week, right?
think-
But I think that it's close.
Yeah, objective power level probably should be that KT is a little bit higher based on more recent performance.
Well, that also depends on how the T1 KT match is going to go. So after this week,
That's
we'll actually
what
know.
I'm setting up for because
Yeah,
our Saturday
that's
showdown's a bit of a banger this week.
Oh
Yeah. All right. This is going to be tomorrow's games.
No, this
so
was-
that's today's games. I don't know.
what
I saw that T1 was white, and I'm like, aren't they supposed to be red? Isn't Nongshim supposed to be red? Our new black and white team is going to be playing tomorrow.
Yes. So Hanwha won, which it should be expected based on the standings, but it was actually quite close. And then DRX and T1 also had a match. DRX continuing their upswing and T1 kind of continuing their stagnation, unfortunately. Forest in particular doing a lot of foresting.
Yeah, bit of foresting happening, but that's okay. We would never discourage him from foresting because he is a forest after all. Relatively even as far as the distribution towards the middle of the standings are concerned, and then Kwandong Freaks and Bro struggling a little bit, but definitely a lot of room to move between Liv Sandbox and the top, you know?
The Sandbox with a very pivotal victory yesterday could slowly start climbing towards a playoff spot if their match score is, or if their win score is good enough. Because in terms of matches, they're still very far behind Nongshim.
By the way, shout out to the Kips for being the biggest Quid fan in the universe.
Yeah.
And constantly
really
believing.
Don't get excited in the chat. No, it's okay. We kind of moved past that. Are the games done? Yeah, the game is done, are done, but we are not yet. Almost done.
And they will continue. The games will continue as
Thursday
we head
and Friday.
towards tomorrow as well. As, Liv
not-
Sandbox versus Bro
not
is a
tomorrow.
bit of a battle of the bottom. Thursday,
Tomorrow's
Friday.
LCK, yeah.
Tomorrow's LCK,
Yeah.
but Thursday's also LCK.
Also true.
And, you know, it's the tomorrow of Challenger. The tomorrow of Challenger will involve some Gen.G
This is a
DK
lunch
as well.
situation all over
The
again.
Kips could be looking at this Gen.G DK match, by the way, being like, it's my
Easy.
time. And he could also watch Shy as he's going to be co-streaming it.
Nongshim vs KT could be more interesting than I initially thought based on how Nongshim performed today in game one.
Yeah, so if
In
it
game
was, if game one is all I'd seen, I'd be like hyped as heck.
No,
But
not so
now,
much.
absolutely not. And this is going to be Monday's matches.
Which
Liv
I will
Sandbox
do.
DRX. That's kind of dope. Yeah. You and Valdez will be on that Monday, and me and Wolf will be doing the Tuesday.
Your Tuesday is looking kind of. Is this why you ditched me, Atlas, so you could get a quick four-game day?
to take Changy to the vet.
I know. I
And
was
that's
just doing a
very
bit.
important. And I didn't know what the next matchup
I
was.
might.
until now.
If it's just me that does double 9 gamers, I will lose my mind. So let's hope that's not.
Too late.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
We got a telecom war on Monday as
Yeah.
well. How many It's like one telecom war, 2 days, telecom war. Boom!
Telecom War.
It's telecom warring
Telecom
all over
War.
the place.
Yeah.
And I think KT should be favored in the second telecom war.
In this one, yes. In the first one, not necessarily. As we discussed most of these already. Oh, that's Saturday.
That is just a banger. T1 versus Liv Sandbox, also a bit of a fun rematch as well, as there will be a lot on the line for that one. Also a good barometer to check out how these two teams are going to do on that Saturday showdown, because KT versus DK, going to be interesting for that exact reason. And Live Sandbox with their glow up. We'll see how that one is going to go. The first matches on Wednesday, Thursday should be pretty quick, as Gen.G DRX should also be a relatively one-sided affair. But D plus Key, if they lose to KT, Kwangdong Freaks are terrifying for that team, because if they lose to Kwangdong, that's just spiral. And I don't know how they recover.
Kwangdong look like the type of team that would really be in a position, and Dudu has found upset once against D+ before. Remember Hanwha last year?
Oh, yeah. That's always the danger. I mean, Hanwha versus T1 was also the struggle, but continuing to definitely have the ability to gain some upsets. So, man, this week's LCK is going to tell us a lot. And I think we all had very similar predictions as well, if I remember what we all sent in. I think that I'm expecting that I get a 5 out of 10 this week. I just think that there'll be upsets.
We have the same ones, right?
Yeah, we have basically, exactly the same.
Yeah, you said thank you, Chronicler, for your predictions, because I yoinked them.
Well, no, I read through what my predictions would be, and then I read what yours were, and I'm like,
let me rephrase that. We had the same
chat.
one, but I took some risks. Actually, I just took one risk last week. I thought KT was going to collapse, and it didn't. So now I'm just on board the KT hype train along with everyone else. But that, like, there's no way. It never has been easy any week. We've had upsets every single time.
No, and we're being asked to please stop comment. So we are going to do that. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for reaching 10K followers as well.
Amazing.
Very, very exciting. And we will see you next week for more Challenger, but tomorrow for the LCK. Good night. Or good morning. Or anything.
흔들리지 마라. Thank